Okay, okay. So, was that live or not? Oh, or live or not? Okay. In case something didn't go live, good morning again. We're still waiting for teams to set up with USA versus Spain, and looks like the opponents are going to hug each other, which is always great to see. USA, Team Spain, two very strong teams. Team USA doing very well yesterday in the 1v1 rounds. Team Spain doing fantastically in the 10 on 10s in the male team, but the female 3 on 3s will be something quite different to the Spanish fighter yesterday. Fought the hard fight in 1-on-1s. Obviously, group fights and 1-on-1s are very different, whereas our 1-on-1 fights are for points. Boo hurt fights is where you put the fighter to the ground and then the fighter is out. And the name of the game is your guys stay up, their guys don't. And whatever you can do to make that happen, do it. There is very little rules. There is no stabbing, no hits to illegal zones like the groin or the neck. Otherwise, it's pretty much anything goes, folks. So if you're tuning in back at home from Spain, America, or anywhere else in the world, you're more than welcome here to Portugal, where we're going to have women's 3-on-3 first fight, USA versus Spain. Will Spain be able to cause chaos, or will USA use their greater 1-on-1 advantage and the advantage of weight of their big poleaxe lady to their advantage? And looks like we have a 3-on-3 play on the list happening here on the right flank. Teams just squaring off each other. The large American fighter wanting to use the list to that strength advantage, where obviously she can bring her weight to bear. We have seen her do so well in the poleaxe. Spanish fighters are going for slightly different tactic than the male team, and again working the list. Ooh, that's some big falchion hits coming through. That's gotta hurt. But 3-on-3s are a very tactical game, but it is very personal at the same time, because as soon as one fighter is down, there is a much greater advantage. It's very hard to win a 3-on-2 fight. Whereas in categories like 5s and 10s, if you lose a fighter, you can probably come back to it. For this, probably the first fighter to go down means the other team just has a... Oh, wow! Look at those big hits coming from the American lady. I believe they call her Ironsides, and she can certainly bring that axe to bear. American fighter there looks a little bit stunned, and two fighters go down, and now we have a 2-on-2. The Spanish fighter is taking an aggressive start. It looks like the American fighter is wanting to get stuck in that 2-on-1, where they can have a slightly superior advantage and pull the Spaniard lady off. And a Spanish fighter goes down. We now have 2-on-1 on America with Spain. Can those two girls bring down the big poleaxe lady? They don't call her Ironsides for nothing, so I'm sure she's in it to win it. No retreat, no surrender for the American fighter. Can she chuck them both, maybe make it a draw, or can she just throw them? So the Spanish fighters trying to work the legs, sap the strength of the American fighter. There is a Spanish captain there, or certainly Spanish support staff coming in behind the Spanish fighters to yell words of encouragement. Spanish people yelling Spanish things, as we have seen so in the past. Let's hope it helps. Yeah, the Spanish do it. Absolutely, that was an excellent takedown by the Spanish fighter, where the American fighter slightly overbalanced and unfortunately fell to her knees, giving this round to Spain. But like yesterday, we saw so many of these matches are so close they can get swung around, especially in the group categories where tactics do get changed up. And I do believe the American fighters do have some subs they can make, so perhaps get some fresh blood out there and cause some pain, because US is in it to win it, never give up, never surrender, as is Spain, with a fantastic performance this year from all their fighters. Team Spain has really grown by leaps and bounds in the last few years with their active recruitment, and we'd love to see some more of that action from their dubbed Kings of the Chaos yesterday in the 10-on-10. We certainly know that they like to run around behind people's lines and get up to all sorts of mischief there. And our contestants, our very brave contestants, who have got up quite early this morning to kit up. I didn't want to get up early this morning, I'll tell you that. But they got up early, they kitted up, they're here to fight, and it's 10 o'clock or so here in overcast Portugal. And I hope the weather is slightly sunnier wherever you are. Although this is actually perfect fighting weather for our contestants, because wearing all that kit doesn't make you really warm. So nice cool weather, keeping everybody cool and chill. So it doesn't sap the stamina quite so much as some of the hot Portuguese sun we've been having recently. But it is a little bit chilly here in my ivory tower as I sit on top of a turret and watch people beat each other up, which is absolutely fantastic. So if you're just tuning in, we've got lots more to come. We've got lots more women's 3-on-3s, and later on, stay tuned for the 16v16s. That's going to be a lot of violence there. And of course, then we're going to have a very special fight of 30v30 with a New World versus the Old World, where I hope to take somebody out. And go have some fun. I'll be finding out. So we had some lineup changes and some weapon changes. It looks like the large falchion was exchanged for a larger axe. A slightly different weapon, got a little bit more distance going in it. And otherwise, no personnel changes from Spain. I do believe they just have 3 fighters this year with no substitutions, which could be a little bit taxing for their strength. We have the Americans, Captain America there with his shiny helmet. He is the shiniest, therefore he is the most captain, as you've seen. And Spanish team looks absolutely ready to go. And we've got USA coming ready on the list. 2 large axes and maybe 3 large axes. Interesting weapon combinations. Let's see what they can do. Most of this might come down again to those personal wrestling skills, because the first person to go down gives the other team a huge advantage over their opponents, leading in a 3-on-2. So obviously nobody's willing to give up any space. I do believe there's 200 weapons all around for the USA team, which is quite rare to see, but it is wonderful. Let's see if those girls can hit very hard with those axes, and we know they can. They've been training hard for this. They flew all this way to fight, and the Spanish, I assume, had a pretty lengthy drive too. For the first match, round 2, Spain versus USA. It's going to be close. Will USA be able to take it back? We'll find out. Opponents squaring off against each other. Again, Spain working the list. Something we haven't seen from them yet so far very much. Team USA, 2 people on the list and 1 people hanging behind. Again, this game is tactical and is about formations, but it is hard to blindside somebody in a 3-on-3. But American fighter gets stuck in there. Ooh, wow, look at those poleaxe hits. Yeah, that's good night right there for the Spanish fighter, I'm afraid. I do not want to be in the receiving ends of those. I could hear him up here from the tower, and I think those are some nice new dents in that helmet. So USA clear has the advantage here. Oh, Spanish fighter breaks free. Can she make the advantage and blindside the American? Not quite, unfortunately. That shoulder charge didn't quite bring down the American. But here the USA can start bringing down those weapons. And, oh no, the visor of the American fighter has been opened by something, and that is an armor failure. And of course, if your armor fails, you get sat down because it is not safe for you to fight, leading to a technical knockout of the fighter. So we're back to 2-on-2, and it evens out for Spain. In the big wrestling match, it looks like we have 1 clinch in the far corner where it's pretty even, and in the other side, we've got a Spanish fighter holding the American fighter from the back, which is obviously slightly more advantageous. Action is a little bit more paced, going at attacker pace. The American fighter fixing her gauntlets there, while the Spanish fighter just falchions her in the face, which is always good to see. One of them working the list. Oh, and the Spanish fighter goes down due to that great one-on-one wrestling technique by the American fighter. And I think the Spanish fighter is now in trouble. I would not want to be hit by any of those weapons. We're certainly seeing that poleaxe do a lot of the damage. So maybe USA can win this round back, which means that we will go to a close 3rd round. Obviously, it's not ideal for either of the teams to go to 3 rounds this early in the competition, as all this wrestling and hugging is very sapping on the strength. These girls are wearing a lot of armor this morning, and it starts to add up in terms of tiredness. Obviously, I think most of the girls also fought yesterday, so this is the second day fighting. Boom! Again, that big poleaxe coming into play right there. Working the legs, just trying to disrupt the Spanish fighter structure. So we've got a classic 2-on-1 play with a holder and a poleaxe. And marshals are just making sure that everything is going okay there, as you can see them kneeling down, just to make sure no bits of armor fly off and that all the fighters are safe, because of course, if a piece of armor does get bashed off, you do get sat down for a technicality, for an armor fail. So American fighter trying to use that weight advantage to just crush her Spanish opponent and bring her down, but the Spanish fighter fighting very bravely on again. No retreat, no surrender. Oh no, the American fighter slips, unfortunately, and the Spanish fighter is in now much better shape. We hope she's been conserving strength, especially for this. It is extremely muddy out there on the field. That's why we've got bits of, I think, sand covering it, because it has been raining for several days. And the Spanish crowd goes absolutely wild. They're just cheering for their friend there, wanting her to bring the American giantess down. But I don't know. The American fighter will certainly have the advantage, and it looks like she's got her opponent almost a headlock. Of course, headlocks are illegal, but she can use her weight to bear. She's just using all that weight to push down on the shoulders. Well, this might look a little bit static to the folks at home. Trust me, it's not. Both of the opponents are expending all their energy into each other, probing out each other's balance, seeing if they can have the advantage. And I do believe the Spanish fighter goes down and the American fighter puts it down cleanly, but it is up to the marshals to say if the American fighter has perhaps a third point of contact on the ground. And I think everything is fine. And second round goes to USA in a series of quite a lot of extraordinary events that led to this. That match could have went either way very easily at several points where we had a slip from the American fighter. We had a helmet opening from an American fighter, and we had a very surprising couple of takedowns from the Spanish. And obviously the Spanish fighter being an absolute champion and just staying up there in that 2-on-1, seeing if she could win that. What an absolute champion. Team Spain, amazing. And now we're going to a third decisive round. Captain America there making the rounds of his fighters, giving good bits of advice there. He's, of course, is an ex-Marine and knows all about fightiness and tactics. I do apologize, I don't think he's an ex-Marine, he's still a Marine. See, this is what happens when I'm just stuck here by myself without Dale or Brendan to help me out, so I just end up digging big holes for myself as I comment along in sunny Portugal, Hungoversville. I do hope they will be back here for some top-notch banter, but currently it's just me. And a lot of guys in US giving the support. Of course, we've got the 16s on 16s next, that's why there are a lot of armored people all around the list watching with jubilant anticipation of the violence to come. And just again taking that much needed rest before the third round. These rounds have gotten to be quite prolonged, so I can't imagine that all the fighters are sort of starting to feel a little bit tired for this third round, but it might just come down to conditioning and being able to provide that explosive power needed to bring your opponents down round after round after round. Because third round is the round you don't expect to fight, but you absolutely have to. Again, Team US going out there with the poleaxes. You could almost mistake those ladies for being Danish. Because Team Denmark, big fans of the Danaxes. They don't call them Danaxes for nothing. Team Spain, pretty much doing more or less the same thing. They're just chilling out in the back. They're having some words with their support crew too, seeing if they can do maybe a little bit change of tactics. Because both teams absolutely have to win this round. This is for the winner. In the first fight of the women's 3-on-3. Colors of freedom being waved around there on camera, I see. Everybody's waiting for the marshals to finish their allotted time. Spanish helmets being strapped up. Already starting to have quite a good crowd here at Castle Montemor-o-Velho in Portugal, as the stands are already half full, despite sort of kind of having a Sunday brunch feeling with a lot of overcast weather. And off we go, shouts USA, USA, coming from right underneath my ivory tower. And come at me, bro, says the big Polex lady. Come at me. Oh, this is very interesting. So neither side opted to go for the list, so they're just circling each other like vultures. Will they go for the center play? Because wrestling people in the center of a muddy field is much different to when you have the list, which is what we call the big fence, for support. So when people use the fence or go near the fence, we call that working the list, and obviously it gives you a bit of an advantage in wrestling. Spanish fighter going a little bit forward, perhaps quite bravely, because her two friends are a little bit more behind. Maybe they're trying to lure somebody from the USA team to come towards them, but USA playing a defensive tactical game there. And there we go, there we go. They're in a national, they're in a V. They want blood. They're coming for them. And again, we've got a V versus a line. Polak's lady trying to bind up her opponent, wrestling on the list, wrestling in the middle. Spanish fighter seems to be losing her X, and she cannot take that takedown if she has lost a weapon. So, but apparently that is allowed. Because she did take that takedown without the axe. And we've got a lot of wrestling going on the list. Now, if the American Polak fighter can get free, she can bring that axe to bear. And the US fighter takes down the Spanish fighter. What a fantastic takedown. Unfortunately for Spain, they only have one fighter left, and the 2-on-1 is such a difficult situation for the Spanish to win, but they seem to have stuck it out in the last round, so perhaps they can make this work. And American girls are going to bring those big axes to bear, and certainly the Spanish fighter being bound up there by Ironsides, and just using all that weight advantage to throw the Spanish fighter around. And the Spanish fighter slips in the mud, and all the Spanish fighters are down. USA takes 2 rounds, Spain takes 1. USA is the first winner of the day with a women's 3-on-3. Stay tuned for more excitement, and I believe everybody's okay. Just a bit of a slip in the mud, hopefully. And yeah, check it out, thugs and hugs. The camaraderie in the sport is amazing. Both the teams are just such friendly ladies, and go have a chat. And obviously, if you're a lady watching, or you're a guy who likes the sport and you have a girlfriend you want to support you and come along and maybe get involved, and there we go, ladies categories. Start training, start bringing on the pain. If you think you can do better, join your local club, work out, really good exercise, and then beat some people up. And the Spanish fighter is just being helped up there a little bit. Certainly I would not want to be in that 2-on-1 situation with a big American Polexes working me. Just American captain congratulating the Spanish fighter, just saying what a good job she did, trying to mitigate that 2-on-1. And I do think USA had a slight size advantage and a slight advantage in wrestling, and I hope to see more of them in the day, with them in their very shiny helmets, with the colors of freedom. And I think Team Spain will now just be getting warmed up and wanting to play that chaos game that they have been bringing along all weekend with all their fighters. So lots more to expect from both teams, but that could have gone either way, but US takes the day. And there have been shouts for one more round, but some slight confusion. In the back we had Team Quebec shouting French things, slightly different French things to what the French team was shouting, but they still shout them in French.
Please return to the list.
America, please return to the list.
Is 1 win to Spain, 1 win to the United States, and 1 tie. So we'll be going for a
apparently, the last round was declared a tie. I'm not sure, due to a technicality with the marshals who know the rules far better than I, which is why I'm up here talking over the radio / live stream, and the marshals are down there actually making the calls. My best guess would be that one of those takedowns would have been declared illegal, perhaps, or perhaps one of the American fighters touched the ground, but due to technicality, that round was probably a draw. I'm not entirely sure why, but you know what? We're going to get to see these girls fight again, which is absolutely fantastic, so I'm all happy for more fights. But round 4 is really the round you do not expect to fight, especially when you thought you've won. So Spain is certainly going to try and clinch that round away from the jaws of defeat because they thought they lost, and now they have another chance to come back. And will USA keep their advantage? USA fighters ready as ever. Spanish fighters just sorting out some gear there. Lots of fighters watching, obviously. All the teams are being supported by the compatriots, and see some of Team Poland there in the list. Chat with the dreadlocks with a pointy Polish helmet, usually with a big axe. I'm sure he wants to see some big axe hits. Marshall's waiting, sorting stuff out. Marshall's have been doing such a fantastic job all of this festival. We wouldn't be here in all pieces without them. They're there to keep us safe and to keep the game going. It is a hard and thankless job, and we love them long time. They've been doing absolutely fantastically so far. So everyone just getting kitted up. It takes quite a while to get kitted up. You know, we do appreciate all the help of our support crews and staff. We also love you. We couldn't be doing it without it. And being a medieval knightly sport there, a squire or two is always appreciated. Because it's very hard to put some bits of armor on by yourself, especially like the helmet and gloves and shields towards the end when you're walking around with all those extra kilos on you, perhaps slightly limited mobility. But do not let the armor fool you, because these fighters do move phenomenally fast in the armor. Do not let Hollywood fool you. And set for another round. Just waiting for the third Spanish fighter. The one that was lying down towards the end. I hope she's okay and didn't have an armor fail. Perhaps her armor snagged on something, but I just see her helmet being done up. And Team USA just talking over some fine points over the rules down there. You're just waiting for everybody to get ready. So waiting is actually the hardest part of the sport. Usually you get all kitted up, you get worked up, and it's very much of a situation of like being on a movie set is hurry up and wait to go on that waiting, that expectation before the battle can really get people going. You know, you see a lot of people chanting, do sort of a little hacker maybe even. I don't know, bros from New Zealand, maybe we'll see something, maybe we won't. They should show us their warrior dance. And round 4 in a surprise turn of events. And shots of USA and Spain going up to support the girls in this. A battle of endurance by this point almost. Who can wrestle the best? Spanish fighter doing the come at me bro back that we saw from the second round from the US. Some gesturing with the hands. There's a lot of back and forth between these fighters, I have a feeling. Down here from the camera, we don't see this much of it, but from inside the helmet, you can really look your opponent in the eyes as you go mano or womano or womano, as is the case here. And you can really start talking to your opponent, maybe throwing a bad joke here and there, try and distract them, just look them dead in the eyes and bring your axe to bear, which is obviously something we like to see. Lots of wrestling. We've got 2 pairs on the list. We've got 1 pair in the middle. So it could come down to the slippy conditions. Spanish and US fighter go down in the middle. We've got a 2-on-2. US fighter loses her weapon. Spanish fighter needs to capitalize on this advantage very quick. Can they bring down the big Pollock's lady before the American is back into the fray? Doesn't look like they could capitulate on that 2-on-1. An American fighter running back in there. So trying to do a bit of a running charge on Hispanic fighter, just powering her back to this. USA girls very strong there. Now we've got a slightly mixed up 2-on-2 where we've got 2 Spanish fighters trying to desperately take down the smaller American fighter, and the big American fighter trying to work that axe and being shut down. An American fighter goes down. The takedown from the tall Spanish lady. Goes down, and now we've got a very difficult 2-on-1 for the Americans. It looks like Spanish might just clinch this from the jaws of defeat. And broken up, the fight is broken up by the marshals. Stop fight. Back of the neck. Ooh, doing a little bit of a naughty there. You're not allowed to hold people on the back of the neck or wrestle in the back of the neck or hit them in the back of the neck, because you know what? Heads are attached to necks, and we want to keep it that way. Very difficult 2-on-1, but they don't call her Ironsides for nothing. Can the American poleaxe lady, I believe she won a medal yesterday. I believe she took the gold. Again, sorry if I'm wrong. There's been so much fighting. Lots of hits on that helmet there, but I'm sure she can take it. Doing a fantastic job of holding these two Spanish ladies, but the Spanish ladies do have the clear advantage here. And it's anybody's game. Anybody can bite the dirt, as Dale was saying yesterday. Just trying to lift those legs up. And lots of marshals around the fight. I think we've got 5 marshals trying to look down, sort of on ankle level, to see exactly what's happening. Spanish support crew shouting things. You, Captain America, the looking resplendent, shouting things. But it is a very difficult situation for both teams. Actually, it could still go either way. And that American fighter is not allowed to move. The one is on the ground. We hope that nobody hits her in the head by accident. Boom! A nice poleaxe. Certainly, American fighter is alive and kicking and well. Got her legs tied up with a Spanish fighter. And it's all about maintaining that good structure and that good wrestling position. And it could be quite... this is quite difficult, so this could be a strategy for the American fighter to tire out her Spanish opponents, because she does have... but they seem to have really taken... Oh no, the Spanish fighter slips and is back to 1-on-1. And the Spanish fighters might be more tired now. And let's see who can win the day for their country. It is mano or womano, whichever term you prefer. We're all very politically correct commentators here. But certainly American fighter does have that size advantage. I think she's the biggest female fighter on the list, which she's been using to her great advantage. Oh, wow, that punch must have rattled the Spanish fighter. Spanish fighter putting up a valiant defense, but not... And everything's kind of being overshadowed by shouts of USA from the crowds as they're watching. Look, USA fighter is clearly inspired by this and just keeps on pushing the Spanish fighter back. Ooh, those punches are starting to add up. Tell you what, I got punched in the face yesterday by an Estonian gentleman, and I absolutely felt that was a good punch, and they do rattle you. So, but Spanish fighter, slightly lighter, slightly faster, playing the distance game there, sort of tapping away at her opponent. The Spanish team telling her what to do. And it appears she decided to go for the strategy of going on the list, where she can use the list for support if things go awry. If I was her, I would be perhaps tempted to go somewhere in the middle of the field where neither fighter has a particular advantage due to the muddy ground when fighting a much larger and physically more imposing opponent. But it is anybody's game. We did see the Spanish team down the American poleaxe fighter before, so anybody can eat the dirt, as Dale was saying yesterday. So it's a very exciting 1-on-1, and sometimes it all just boils down to one-person fights, 1v1. So those light falchion taps, not quite rattling the American through her nice and thick, shiny armor. The shininess protects. Nice barge from the axe. Spanish fighter being pushed back. Boom, another little hook there, and then being barred there in the face. So I think the American fighter is getting a little bit more personal, because this isn't 1-on-1, this isn't for points, this is who gets to bite the dust. The name of the game is throw your opponent down onto the floor, and there we go. Yeah, there we go, she got her, twisted her around, and used that weight to bear on the back of the Spanish fighter, and I think the endurance of the American fighter won out there in the day, and better wrestling technique, and USA gets the round, and it's again in a surprising turn of events. She won that 2-on-1. You don't see that very often, folks. It's not like Hollywood. Usually when you have two fighters against one, the two fighters win, because after all, we're all only human, and humans fighting humans, more humans will win. What a fantastic job there, brandishing her axe. Certainly, I think her team is absolutely pleased with her performance, and the Spanish fighters having the hugs and hugs towards the end of the list. They've done so well. Again, could have swung either way there with that 2-on-1. Well, we certainly hope to see more from them later on in the day. And I do believe now we are going to see Quebec versus Poland. Both very strong teams. Lots of medals scored in by Quebec yesterday. I mean, they have been bribing me with maple syrup candy, so I might be a little biased towards Quebec by this point. They brought 6 kilos of maple candy to bribe everybody. And Quebec girls are a very strong team this year. They took out 2 golds in the sword and board and in the longsword. So, and they're going to be fighting Team Poland, I believe, which is a very historically strong team also. I've seen Poland fight, girls fight at Battle of the Nations, and they brought the pain. There's the very angry Quebecois man brandishing his Polax flag of province of Quebec in Canada. So Team Quebec have asked us, the New Zealanders, to teach them the haka, and well, we can't quite divulge all our battle secrets yet, so for now they're just shouting French things. Got 2 Polish girls on the list, 3 Polish girls. As sort of the charge of the hugs begins. Oh man, these girls are ready to go at it. I think we're going to see a much more mobile game here rather than the tactical wrestling from both teams, because I think both of these teams would like to stay mobile and would like to run. So from the Polish team, we've got 1 Polax from, I believe, Camilla Henkelman, and 2 girls with sword and board. With Quebec, we look like we have a matched combination there, with a girl in a Mongolian armor having the Polax, and going with a sword and board for the other fighters. So both teams seem to be evenly matched for size here and speed. Quebec playing very mobile game, advancing rapidly. All spreading out. We've got a pair on the list and 2 pairs in the middle. Oh, and that blind side goes down, and that is a Polish fighter out. Very, very mobile game, very different to the previous round. Such an exciting match to see. And it looks like it is a 2-on-1 for the Quebecois. Go Quebec, use that maple syrup. There we go, a sacrificial throw from Betty, the Quebec captain. Means 1 Quebecois fighter stays up and they win the first round against Poland. What a fantastic job, Quebec. Very strong team this year for the girls and the blokes too yesterday, as we've seen. And we see Igor there, one of the marshals at the back from Quebec, not marshalling this round for obvious reasons. A lot of the fighters do marshal, but obviously we try and keep them not marshalling their own matches. They're all absolutely impartial, but, you know, for reasons of not complaining, usually marshals are adjudicating matches not belonging to any of their countries. And Polska shouts are going up, and I think Poland will want to see that speed game in the second round. I do believe Quebec got the early advantage there with that a little bit of a side charge there from one of their fighters. It was very quick, so Poland is going to try and mitigate that, and again, probably keep playing them at their mobility game. We shall have a look, see at what happens, because these 3-on-3 fights do snowball quite rapidly once a fighter is lost. As I say, not much can really happen in a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-1 apart from the side with a larger amount of people winning. And by larger, I do mean greater. So everybody's ready, everybody's pumped up. I think these fighters have been sort of jogging and dancing around the list. The Quebec team singing lots of songs. They really like their songs in Quebec, which is great to see. We have a fast run of play on both of the flanks and down the middle. Again, blindside from the Quebec fighter. Oh, but both of them go down, and the Quebec captain goes down. Camilla Henkelman running in with that big axe of hers, bringing on the pain, and we've got a 2-on-1 towards Poland. Poland swinging it round in the second round. How exciting. Again, these matches are so close. Anything can happen at any point. It's anybody's game. And a Polish fighter does stay up. It does look like Camilla takes the Quebec fighter with her. So, shouts of Polska celebrating the victory in that round. But of course, it means we do go to round 3. This is a much faster fight. Quebec subbing in a fighter in and out. Of course, having subs is such a huge advantage in the sport in case you do have a fighter lost due to injury or tiredness. Rotating fresh personnel in and out is hugely important. And sometimes, especially when these things go to 3 or 4 rounds, the fresher fighters do have the great advantage, as you just have to keep the mental stamina to keep fighting no matter how tired you are. doing the little cross there, I believe, from the Polish fighter for good luck. No. Lots of running, a little bit of a crossover. The Polish are unfazed by all this running around by the Quebecois. I hope they're singing songs inside their head as they're all fighting each other. And a charge to the back, and both fighters go down, 2-on-2. And again, it's a 1-on-1 of the Quebecois captain Benny versus Poland. And who shall win this? I do believe the Quebec fighter has a slight height advantage, and she won the longsword competition yesterday, so she's probably a little bit of an experience advantage over the Polish lady. And there we go with the trip. Quebec takes round number 3, and Quebec wins. Go Quebec. Oh, look at how happy they are. The happy little, totally not Team Canada. No, they're Team Quebec, of course. Team Quebec and Team Canada are very different things. Both of them came here on dog sleighs, though, so we hope they shared the ride. And there we go. We got one of the marshals, Igor, congratulating his teammates. Team Quebec, so nice. Team Poland, so nice. The reason why my voice sounds so hoarse is combined efforts of Team Ukraine and Team Poland yesterday, so I do apologize for the state of my voice. However, I am just so excited to be here. That was an excellent match by all teams. Could have really swung anyway. Both teams very mobile, very fast, like to play that red zone in the center of the field. A lot of teams refer to the center of the field as a red zone because you never know what happens there. You don't have the help of the list. The list is your friend, so anybody could blindside anybody, and chaos reigns, and you just try and stay in your formation and not go flying. I went flying yesterday in the list. It is quite fun. I had a Italian chap be sent after me in the all-in-alls yesterday, as he sort of doubled to the back of the list and back and hit me from behind on the behest of the rest of Team New Zealand. That was fun. Thanks, guys. But meanwhile, now the marshals are just having a little bit of a chat, probably figuring out what to do next. Marshals are good like that. They know everything, and we trust them explicitly to keep us safe. So it looks like next up we have a little bit of something different, just to mix things up for you folks back at home. We've got France versus Spain 16v16, which might take just a little bit of a minute to set up here, because the larger the fights are, the obviously more fighters you need to check and get kitted up and get on the field, and then you have to count everybody, and it gets kind of hard to count past 5 for me, because as Dale said, a lot of us did have 3rd grade knocked straight out of our heads in a few hits. So 16-on-16 is the biggest category we have here at IMCF World Championships 2016. If you are tuning in, this is the channel you're watching. You're watching the Medieval Violence channel voiced by Eli at the IMCF World Championships, where we have 22 countries. Some of these countries is France and Spain, and they're going to duke it out in the largest category we have here. So a lot of people ask why you have different group categories. Obviously, we have 3-on-3, 5-on-5, 10-on-10, and 16-on-16. And we have the same size box to fight in. So all these games actually play out very differently. It is not a brawl. The more fighters you have, the more compressed they are. So yesterday we saw in 10s, where there's a very tactical game. There's lots of running around, lots of blindside from people running through the line. We'll call those guys runners, because we're very imaginative like that. So lots of runners going around trying to blindside people. It's going to be a lot harder to do that in the 16s-on-16s, because we have 1.5 times as many people, and they obviously occupy more space, and there's a lot less gaps between the fighters, so this is going to be more of a compression battle. But again, so tactics do change up with the amount of fighters. So we shall see what happens in this most exciting category. Again, 16 on the 16s. These are all quite impressive fights to watch. It's great to see so many fighters on the field bashing the living bejesus out of each other. Stay tuned for more violence. Team Spain, of course, kings of chaos yesterday. They really like to disrupt other people's formations, and they seem to do really well in that little red zone in the center of the list, where they just run around and cause havoc, and they seem to come out on top in those little scenes of chaos every time. So I wonder if that will be their plan here. Team France is just very classically strong, very adaptive. They've been adapting their tactics to deal with whoever may come. And French people sharing French things again. They seem to be rather big fans of that. And like the Quebecois people shouting Quebecois things. Do not get confused between the two, although the language is the same. almost. The Spanish fighters are now all making their way to the list to see the French opposition nice and ready. France, they're getting warmed up, doing little jigs, doing the getting quite warm. It is a little bit chilly here today, but it actually probably works out in the fighters' favor as they don't overheat quite so much as they did in the previous days. So these are all the fighters, probably full squads for the male category of 16 versus 16. Very fun. I do hope we see a lot of crazy action here today. Again, taking a little bit of time to just get all those fighters out onto the field, and one of the Spanish fighters came to say hello. Perhaps they'll swap tabards, maybe fight for each other's side, you know. The camaraderie here has been absolutely amazing at IMCF. Everybody's just been absolutely top-notch, banterific towards each other. People help each other out, and this is such a friendly sport. People help each other out all the time. You lose a gauntlet, sure, like your opponents will start taking off, asking for gear from their team because people just want to fight each other, and everybody's just super happy to beat each other up and then have a beer afterwards. That's exactly what we like to see. So here we kick off the day with our 16 versus 16 with 2 European nations. Both are quite closely matched, I think, in terms of skill this year. So it's certainly going to be a close one, folks. And I think they're just going. I'm not sure whether Marshall waved his flag, but they're going. So France in a blue line, a little bit staggered. Spain seems to have that center field presence there. They have more fighters concentrated in the center because they really do like to work that center list in that red zone where anything could happen. And now breaking off into lines, a little bit of a mosh pit going down in the left as a couple of Spanish fighters try to take on 3-4 Frenchmen. Lots of French being shouted, French people shouting French things. My French is terrible, but hopefully somebody on the thread can explain what they are shouting if you can hear. Perhaps Spanish people shouting Spanish things now. Again, very slow paces battle. Lots of back and forth, no decisive push. A little bit of mosh pits there on the flanks, on the left and the right. Just a little bit of fighting here and there. In the center, mostly fighters are holding. French fighter tries to make a run through. Spanish fighter being ganked on the left. There we go. There is a one-on-one in the back, and we have a Spanish fighter in the back of the French line. He downs a Frenchman, but somebody's on him almost straight away. But both fighters. Oh no! The French fighter tangles up in his comrade, and let's see if Marshall going to put him down. Lots of mosh pits down on each flanks. There we go. Everybody getting stuck in. Fantastic. That is what we like to see. Lots of running now. Spain, kings of the chaos. France, very strong team. Sort of generating into 2-on-1 on the right. Lots of French guys working, a couple of Spanish guys on the left. One-on-one going here towards the back. Sort of in a kind of almost tango-like fashion. And it is hard to say which team is coming out on top. There is, I think, just slightly more blue tunics there in the field. We've got 2 Spanish fighters in the center of the field. And, a blind side charge that doesn't quite work. And everybody's just piling onto each other. Fantastic to see. One-on-one right underneath me still going on. Spanish fighter jogging back because he wants a cup of coffee. No, he wants a halberd. Of course, he doesn't want a cup of coffee. He wants to hit people. We have 4... Oh, those poleaxes coming in. Nice side charge, but unfortunately the Frenchman goes down with his opponent. We've got that French poleaxe trying to work his opponents. He got very close. Down towards me. It also brought down into 2-on-1. And I do think we are seeing more Spanish colors out on the field now. So we have almost a 2-on-1 in a lot of places. The Spanish fighter from my side is running across. 2 Spanish on a French guy here, and as I keep on mentioning, it's very hard to win those 2-on-1s if you're the one man left standing. Boom! Straight to the back, sacrificial throw, and now a fight is stopped because we have no. French fighter takes out a Spanish fighter, goes down with him. I think Spain wins by about 4 fighters. And it looks like I might have some help up here in the booth as Brendan is making his way up. We weren't quite sure what happened to most of Team Ireland after last night's festivities, but here he is.
I have finally resurfaced.
Yay! Now we can have some more banter rather than you just listening to the sound of my voice. Let me know what you think of the sound of my voice here on a Sunday morning as we continue the many, many festives through the season. Like us on Facebook, watch our live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. How's your morning been, Brendan?
I'm not even sure if I'm going out. I'm not getting any feedback from my headset, so...
I can hear you, it's okay.
Oh.
Which I'm pretty sure our viewers can hear you too. And the wires are a bit wet here and there.
Going, but we'll make do. I think I'm going out live, and if not, well...
I think you are.
What do you think?
I think all is well. Of course, we are stuck here on top of a tower with a lot of electrical equipment, and there's been some thunderstorms because we like to live dangerously. The teams are just resetting now for the second round of our first 16 versus 16. We do have quite a crowd here now watching all this violence.
And that was an excellent round from Spain, but from both sides, it lasted quite a long time, and you get to see the action and the tactics involved in the 16 versus 16. It's a very exciting game.
It is, it is. So again, these matches swing back and forth in the second round. So can Spain keep that advantage as kings of the chaos, or will France take back the day? Obviously, there's been some probably substitutions on the field. I see some fighters chilling out there in the back with the French, and the French are ready to go.
And what can often happen in these fights, the final tally of fighters left up on one side can be a bit deceptive. And I'm not sure how many of the Spaniards were still up, but there was quite a number of them. But it doesn't take much for a fight to swing in one direction, even though it can be very evenly matched, right up until a certain point, and then suddenly
Absolutely,
one side
good
gets an
take.
advantage, and then down the other team go.
It's all about working those local advantages, creating those 2-on-1 situations or charging people from behind to get those easy scores and easy takedowns from the opponents. You don't want to play a wrestling battle 1-on-1 because it is very 50-50. We're all human after all, and if a human fights a human, it's very coin flippy half the time unless one of the fighters is supremely experienced, but it's anybody's game and anything could happen. You really want to maximize the advantage for your team, that you work together and work to your strengths and sort of buddy up to pick on a poor person and just make their day suck.
And especially in these bigger fights, the ability of an individual fighter doesn't matter quite as much as the ability of the team as a whole to operate
It's more of the,
together.
or rather the abilities of individual fighters are very different. We have the positional ability of the fighter probably counts for more than the individual fighting strength, because if anybody hits you from behind, you're gonna feel it. And
Both teams more or less lining up in a single line. The French seem to be keeping a few behind.
it's a bit more Spanish. No, the Spanish are very even. They're trying to have more people towards the list this time. We have about 5 on each side near the list,
Well,
and
given the
6 in the middle.
slippery surface, sticking to that list is probably a good idea.
Absolutely, it is the safer play, but we have seen the Spanish do great work in the middle of the field.
Generally, the Spanish have excellent footwork.
Oh, there we go. A charge
there goes
through, and he's tripped.
That was Martin Garcia taking down that French fighter with a nice trip.
Nice trip. And a French runner does get through, but he now has 2 people on him at the back of the field. And, oh, look at that action.
And we've got
Just
a
piling
Spanish fighter
in.
down, so it's all even again.
Absolutely, it is anybody's game, and
That's
1 for 1
each side
again.
down. We've
Yeah.
got 3 Spaniards, 4 Spaniards down, 3 French, 4 French.
Certainly, the
Still
French
neck and neck.
making a very aggressive start there.
Another 2 on each
Boom!
side.
That poleaxe. Ah, that poleaxe gets taken down from behind.
I think France are starting to have an advantage in this. I think they might have a 2-fighter advantage, which is going to make things tougher. And here you have a charge.
There we go. You just saw the end of that charge, but the poleaxe does stay up. But at least he's not hitting the French guy's friend.
Wait,
Boom!
I
Do love to see those punches in the face. French fighter looking around. French fighters running about. Lots of French fighters.
It really is starting to tell on the Spaniards. I think now it's just a waiting game.
It is. It is.
I think 4 Spanish fighters still up, 3 Spanish fighters up, 2 Spanish fighters up, 1 game stopped.
And stop fighter. We have our Polish marshal there, who was around yesterday at our camp with a nice bottle of Old Krupnik, which is I hear is a nice Polish liquor, and I do agree. Nice guy. And, good. All our marshals are just really top blokes and girls, keeping us safe. They're absolutely mad to be there unarmored in a field of 32 armored knights just running about. You really need to be aware of what's going on if you hope to keep yourself safe.
It's pretty tough work out there for the marshals. And a lot of time in these big fights, they rely on the marshalling staff outside of the list.
Yeah, and we
to
have
see what's going on.
have a Spanish fighter who does get up with perhaps a little bit of difficulty with some medics there trying to look at him, but it does look it's more of an armor malfunction, or perhaps he caught an unfortunate poleaxe to the leg, seems to be limping a bit off, but
We do have one off screen who is being attended to by the medics. They are bringing in a stretcher to him, but I think it's just, by the looks of it, it's a knee problem. It's a very common when that amount of force is going on.
Oh, and I do apologize. There is another Spanish fighter down, being treated by paramedics to the left of the list.
But he's sitting up and he's responding, and like I say, I think it's just his knee.
Yeah,
Not a fun injury, but
no,
nothing we consider serious. It's part of the game, really.
It is a very active fight. There's lots of fighters, so obviously the more fighters you are, the more risk of injury you run, purely by statistical numbers.
And when you're just trying to stay up against
4 Frenchmen trying to whack you with their nice big axes of theirs, it's hard out there, folks.
Just trying to hold out until
help
get some
comes.
support. And yeah, they're taking off his leg armor, and they're, I think, about to move him onto the stretcher.
Meanwhile, you're sort of seeing Captain America there with the Spanish team. Great camaraderie. Nice to see both those teams get along quite well.
And there's French more or less ready for the next round.
Yeah, the French, I think, are just chilling out. They're really happy with that swung about victory in the second round. But yeah, as we've seen with a lot of fights today already, it's anybody's game. It's a very wet field. Anything could happen. Any mistake could cost anybody the match. So maybe it is a game of making the least mistakes.
And with how close most of these teams are in terms of skill and ability, it really does come down to who makes the least mistakes.
And a little bit of luck as well, I think.
Yeah.
Where
there's no accounting for slipping and landing in the dirt.
Absolutely not. And certainly, it's all about being in the right place at the right time in a group battle sometimes, and making that decisive charge. But it did really look like
that Spanish fighter who they had the stretcher out from, but he's walking off the field. He's taking his leg armor off.
We have applause from the crowd for the Spanish fighter, because he really gave it his all probably in the last round against France, which is great to see.
Probably his fighting done, but it's good to see that stretcher being taken away empty. We don't want to see anyone on stretcher.
No, we don't.
Even if you got an injury, you're still able to walk off the field.
Oh, just walk it off, mate. Yeah. There's nothing that beer can fix, probably.
I think he's definitely earned a beer anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we saw a very aggressive play from France yesterday, where they just all really piled in, and I think took the initiative away from Spain in their second winning round. So can Spain bring that back for them?
The French team tend to be one of the heavier hitting ones historically over the last number of years. They tend to be a pretty brutal team.
They did, and they had a good run in the sword and shield yesterday, with one of their fighters taking the 3rd place medal.
Yep, very impressive.
He's a very, very large chap. I wonder if he's out there today with his signed shield.
I can't spot him out there, but
I'm sure
it's
he's there.
to tell.
Yeah, of course. Everybody is the only way you can tell fighters apart really is by their distinctive helmets, because they're all wearing the tabard of their team and their country. Sometimes fighters have individual shields, so you can tell them apart. But shields and helmet is really the only way. And there's, 4 or 5 types of helmets, maybe tops.
And I don't know if you've ever experienced it, but I did have a very strange situation when I saw someone else wearing one of my fighter's armor. It was like seeing them wearing someone else's skin. It was a very strange experience. I got so used to seeing that helmet and that armor on a particular person, and then seeing the person standing next to his armor was a very strange experience.
Absolutely. Well, one of my friends, we won't tell who, but he's mentioned that while he does particularly appreciate how the female fighters look, he always finds it strange when they wear brutaches because it makes him look like Russians. And that really confuses him in some way or other. We won't say which.
The Spanish
And-
seem to be having a bit of a thicker line rather than a deeper formation rather than one line.
Yeah, and guy in the middle doing the come at me bro. This is the third come at me bro we saw today, which is always fun. Lots of shouting and communication between teams. Communication is key in a battle like this. You need to know what your buddies are doing because they need to guard your flank and your sides, and you need to work together. A little bit of baiting there.
On your fighters to watch your back.
A little bit of a push down on the right, a little bit of a clash. Nothing here or there.
About to connect on the left flank as well. They're just starting to trade blows, especially with the pole arms.
Polearm does have a little bit of a reach advantage.
The center still deciding whether to commit or not.
Absolutely. But this isn't quite as a compressed battles as you see in the other tournaments. It's still a very large list, and there are empty spaces. There is just less of them than there are in the 10
Well, I'd like to see room for fighters to maneuver.
Spanish fighter goes down on the right. There's just lots of people piling into each other.
I think I see at least 2 French down and 3 Spaniards.
French fighter gunning down a Polak's guy.
I think France are getting the numerical superiority.
I don't know, Brennan. 2 Frenchmen just went down on the right because the Spanish Polacks did take down a couple of guys from behind.
Good charge from the Spanish.
Spain working that middle of the list quite well, and it's pretty even. There is a Spanish Polacks just hanging back in the top right corner, seeing what he can do.
He's about to commit.
French runner running about doing his thing. He's just happy to be here. Look at him run like a little Energizer bunny.
But I think he might be a little bit late to get in there when needed.
Ooh, good sweep from one of the French on the side. We do have a lot of blue now. I think
it's 2 Spaniards, 3 Spaniards maybe.
I do think the French play the game a little bit better on the list than the Spanish, and they just got those 2-3 extra fighters down, and we had a lot of mutual takedowns too. So
I think
we have 4 guys up from Team France versus 1 fighter left from Spain, and France, I think, will take this win.
Yes, the Spanish, I think, tend to be better out in the open field. Running and maneuvering, certainly over the last number of years, that's what I've seen.
Which is actually very, very good, because mostly it's the opposite for most teams, where most teams really like to stick to the sides of the list because they're stronger there. So I think Spain is stronger in the center field. But such a close series of matches. Spain won 1 round, France won 2. And lots of camaraderie, lots of fist pumping, hugs and hugs, Brendan.
A lot of that all over the last 4 days. We did have a Spanish fighter who had their helmet come off during that fight. Not sure exactly what the incident was. Might have been a strap broke. Might have slipped up.
Anything could happen.
Luckily, no injuries.
And we want to see everybody go home safe by the end of the day. For those of you watching at home and liking the violence, this is a violent sport, but it is very, very safe. The armor is there to protect us. We're not trying to stab each other on the ground like in the olden days, or ransom each other prisoner to each other's families. If you down a fighter, their family has to buy them back from you.
So thankfully, going down in a fight here isn't going to cost you a year's earnings.
Absolutely, or a horse or anything. It just maybe dirts your tabard up a bit, and certainly if you've been down this round, you got to go just harder in the next one.
Victory in the match to France. USA and Poland.
Victory goes to France, as the announcer says. Caitlin there on the mic, dropping them sick beats of announcement. We have Poland versus USA, women's 3-on-3s. We thought we'd mix it up today a little bit for your viewing pleasure between the 16s and the 3s, so you don't get bored of watching the same thing over again. And it's not the same thing as we've seen. Team USA and Team Poland have done a very different thing in the last rounds, Brendan. Poland liked to play that little running game against Quebec. They're a very fast mobile team, whereas Team USA worked at the list. What do you think they'll do this round?
I wouldn't expect to see Poland trying to draw the American fighters out into the field and the Americans trying to get them onto the rails.
I think you're quite right there.
Before in other clashes between USA and Poland in men's categories, it's both teams trying to get them to fight the fight that suits them.
Absolutely, I do think whoever can take the initiative will be at an advantage. I do think US has that strength and size advantage over Poland, and Poland certainly are very mobile and very fast, and are a bit faster than the US. So we have sort of a speed versus strength battle here, which is always interesting to see. Um,
And it looks like the three American fighters are all using two-handed weapons.
I know it's been great. They're
gonna be
like the
hitting hard.
Danish or something. Yeah, and
They're
thugs
aiming
and
for
hugs. We do have quite a crowd here. Again, shouts of USA, USA, and I'm sure Polska is not far behind there.
No, and if I know the Polish, they'll be getting a bit of support going when they need it from the crowd with that flag
Absolutely.
bearer.
Poland, obviously, crowd favorites with their impressive uniforms and that big eagle banner.
They look good out there.
Is it an eagle on the Polish banner?
It is.
It is. I do believe it is an eagle. Birds. I'm not very good with the wildlife, so I can tell it's a big bird and it looks pretty angry, like the Polish fighters.
Kind of looks like it's just smashed into a windscreen and been flattened out. So
Don't say
I'd
that.
be
That's
pretty-
their national flag, man.
I'm sorry, Poland. I love your country. I was there last year and it was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, Poland is absolutely fantastic. We love Poland. Poland's strong, as the internet would have us believe. For all of you folks watching at home, all the families of the fighters. And the fight starts. Both teams holding their center field on muddy.
The Americans seem to be moving towards that rail.
Yeah, slowly
Sauntering towards
creeping
us.
towards the rail, trying to draw the Polish towards the rail. US standing in a bit of a
And
V.
again, the Poles trying to draw the Americans out.
Yeah, they're not having that. We're not coming towards that list. You're big and strong, and you'll just throw us down.
I think this might have been the very first prediction I've gotten right all
Yeah.
tournament. I said that the Poles are wanting to go out into the centre of the field.
Absolutely, and USA is slowly creeping forward. USA has been, with the men's teams, playing the very tactical strategy mind games with their opponents with that crescent of doom formation
There
yesterday.
might be a moment here for the Americans to charge and push the Polish back onto that rail.
Absolutely, if they can just trap the Polish in that corner, that would be really advantageous. But it is a
Poles
very
moving out of there.
slow-paced game here today, with both teams moving in unison, nobody breaking away. Sort of just a little dance of the V's. Nah, Polish trying to bait them with a shield clashing. Obviously, these fighters can look each other into the eyes, and there's a little bit of back and forth, and the Polish fighter goes, come on, fight me.
But there is just a big tactical game here going on. It's not just squaring off against each other.
Yeah,
Like we've been saying, they both want to fight the fight that suits them.
absolutely, and nobody wants to commit unless they are absolutely sure it is going to net them a down fighter from the opposition. They certainly
Now,
do not want to...
Again, Poland are in the position that I think USA should be going for a charge. and they've moved
Absolutely.
Back out of it.
But you never know. The Poland might be acting, luring him. There we go, a little bit of a back and forth there. Sort of Polish team getting perhaps a little bit impatient and just trying to go in for the kill. So we've got two on the side. Camilla, I think, smashing in there.
And good switching up there from Polish fighter.
And Team USA is working that corner and working that list. I do think USA is an added advantage here. We've got a free Polish lady to get stuck in and try and push people, but USA does have the classical advantage of size, so we'll see what
That can make a
happens.
difference. Just trying to push around a heavier weight than you is going to tire you out.
Absolutely, lots of leg hacking going on back and forth. USA, of course, did fight 4 rounds in their previous fight, and they were long fights, so endurance might be coming into play also, whereas Poland had a very quick 3 rounds.
And
Oh!
2 down.
We have 3 down, I believe. We have a Polish fighter and 2 American fighters go down. Now we have that 2-on-1. Again, that American fighter did win a 2-on-1 in her previous fight.
Well, that's got to
So-
be exhausting.
Stop fighter. Stop a fighter. Not resume a fighter. Just hacking him that legs. Iron sides there, trying to bravely hang in as she did in the previous round. Can she wear out her opponents and make them slip? We generally allow hugging the rail for up to 3 seconds, but the marshals are just telling them to get off the rail because we want to see people fight and not hug the fence.
You can rest your arm up on the rail, but if it goes over the side of it, you have 3 seconds to remove it, or you can be sat down onto the ground.
Yeah, you can. For repeated offenses, you do get yellow card. Like any sport, we do have rules. It isn't just people bashing each other up. And there are cards, there are yellow cards, red cards, and certainly one of the rules is you cannot hug the list for more than 3 seconds. Poland shouting encouragement to their fighters, or perhaps lots of leg hacking technique we see from the Polish fighters, just trying to break down that structure of the American lady.
And I think that American fighter is going to have to try and break out of that and do something. She's
gonna have to do something. That's for
amount
sure.
of punishment. But she's got no one coming to help her.
No, she is there all by herself, but never give up, never surrender, as the name of the game, and lots of hugging. She could try and attempt to take both of them down with her, or maybe push the Polish fighters over the fallen comrades. But the Polish girls are strong. Don't let their size fool you.
She's grabbed. She's trying to grab the Polish fighter in a headlock. She
lost her axe.
Dropped her weapon.
And she cannot actively fight the Polish fighter. She can do nothing but slowly try and creep back to her side of the list to be given another weapon. And I believe it might be all over.
I think they're gone to Poland, yeah.
I think the fight is stopped there because the American fighter gets disarmed, and they decide to stop the fight either by fighter's decisions or marshal's decisions because well, there's not a lot you can do when you don't have a weapon. You have two Polish fighters on you, sort of working away at your legs and your head.
Yeah, and
it's just gonna hurt.
If she was free to run back and get a weapon,
that would be fine.
Something, but
we did see, of course, Justin Harris, the New Zealand Stormtrooper at Battle of Nations, do a similar thing with 2 Czech fighters. He sort of crawled his way through half the list, so it's not impossible. I think he did get sent down because he just got bored and punched one of them in the face with his buckler, which is a little bit of a no-no. So I think that his little charge ended there. But it is certainly absolutely possible to crawl all the way up, but there would not be a lot of tactical advantage in that, I think, for the American fighter.
Oh, it's going to leave her completely exhausted.
Absolutely, and I do not know how many subs the Americans have. They are all so shiny, it's a little bit hard to keep track of who's who in those Clapvisor bassinets.
I think they have 4 fighters.
I do think they have 4 female fighters, and it's such a help to obviously have that substitute position. But again, we see these fights swing back and forth in the second round, and so will Poland be able to win this one, or will USA come back with a vengeance?
I think USA are going to want to try and... well, they have to take this round if they want to stay in this.
Absolutely, I think they really do. And Poland, having just lost to Quebec, certainly do not want to lose to another North American nation.
No, they don't want to lose to anyone, really.
They're in it to win it.
Of their losses.
Absolutely.
With Quebec, I've been really impressed with their female fighters.
Absolutely.
All through this tournament.
Their female fighters are just absolutely top-notch and on form in this tournament. They've been training so hard for this.
And I know that at least 2 of them are very new, at less than a year with any sort of experience in fighting in this.
So for you folks watching at home, you don't have to be a terribly experienced fighter. All you have to do is have the dedication to train and to put your everything into this very physical sport, and you can achieve great things if you just turn up and fight over and over again. Just train and fight. Absolutely. So if you think this looks cool, you may be a girl that's wanting to get into a physical sport, hit up your local club. We would love to see more female fighters for female 4-on-4s and 5-on-5s in the years to come. As the sport starts to grow more and more, we've had a big influx in the last couple of years of female fighters, which is fantastic to see.
The standard has just gone up massively as well.
Through the roof. These girls are all professional athlete standard. They've got great stamina, but they are looking about 20, 30 kilos of armor, which for a slightly lighter human being is starting to take a bit of a toll. Your armor should ideally weigh about 1/3 of you, wouldn't you say?
It's going to be around that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less, or a little bit more depending on your layout.
Absolutely, and having lighter armor does help, but obviously it is a very personal preference. As you said, it is like your second skin, so if somebody wears your armor, it looks weird, like they're wearing your skin. But of course, fighters do lend armor to each other a lot of the time, because everybody is super friendly, and we're having quite a bit of a break here. They're
ready to go.
Ready to go. Poland's just been chilling out there in the back of the list. They're feeling confident and strong. And
Well, so all in the Americans' hands now. They're the ones who have to bring it in this round.
absolutely, they're gonna have to drag this out to 3 rounds. So, will they play an endurance game? Walking across the list, I wonder if they're heading towards the fence or the list.
Yep.
Poland dead center. On that little nice patch of sand that was used to cover up the mud from yesterday's carnage.
Just try and make the ground a little more stable.
Sort of destroying this castle one patch of grass at a time.
And the fighters committing a lot quicker in this round than the last round.
So darting in and out, again, Poland using the probing game, trying to lull America out of their nice formation. I do think the Americans do like to work together a lot in their defensive formations. So, again, lots of debating, lots of the shield punching. Maybe she's just a drummer and she likes to tap stuff out onto her shield while she thinks. Ooh, and a side charge from the American, but it goes nowhere, unfortunately. The Polish fighter is still up. Now we have 2 Polish fighters and the American. American goes down. Playing that wrestling game.
So early in the fight. And
another one on the knees. And the fight is stopped with 3-on-1. The 3-on-1 fight stoppage rule is there to keep the last fighter safe, because it won't be stopped in the case of a 2-on-1, which is winnable by the one fighter, but 3-on-1, there's only one way that's going to go, and that's going to go to the ambulance tent.
2-on-1 is possible, but it's going to be very tough. 3-on-1.
Impossible, and the only thing that can happen is just the lonely fighter will just get beat up more and more.
The longer they stay up, the more likely they are to get injured. And Poland win.
I think that was a very clear win for Poland there, having those good 2 takedowns, very crisp, very clear. Polish fighter losing her shield strap there, I think, a little bit. You can see that these are quite violent actions by everybody. American fighter flicking up her gauntlet. Maybe he got a bit of a hit on the hands there.
Quebec coming into the field now.
But I think USA will certainly be back with a vengeance in the next round.
Yeah, they're going to want to salvage something from this.
Absolutely. Well-deserved win for Poland there. They're looking quite happy there in the back. Captain America walking away from the list. Getting his folks ready for your
Spanish
viewing
female
pleasure.
Fighters coming towards the list. So Spain versus Quebec.
Spain versus Quebec. We saw a good performance from Spain in the first round, but I do think Quebec are just absolutely beastly this year. So Spain, I think, is going to have to work quite hard to try and mitigate their fast and strong game of the Quebecois. Of course, as Brendan, as I mentioned earlier, the Quebecois have been bribing everybody with maple syrup candy, so we might be a little bit biased by this one.
Yes, they are really delicious.
Yeah, they are so tasty. Absolutely friendly teams, both of them. Great banter. And I'm just trying to find a timetable to see what's happening next.
So I see that the Quebec have 4 fighters, and Spain, so far I'm only seeing 3.
I do believe, Spain only has 3 fighters, and it's very hard to do these kind of things without substitutes. I do think that was the problem of the New Zealand team in the last years. It's the first years we brought substitutes, and I think it really paid off. And obviously Team Ireland, where you only had 5 fighters, and if something untoward was to happen to one of them, then you're in a lot of trouble. Certainly this is the case here.
And that's exactly what happened to us last year in Poland. We had 5 fighters going in, and after the first fight, my hand had been cut open, so I was out, and we were down to 4 fighters.
And you do find that in sort of 5-on-5s, certainly if there are a team with just 4 fighters left and everybody else is injured, the other team will do the honorable thing and sit one of their fighters down, so you have a bit of a 4-on-4 instead. And it's just great to see such chivalry here. We saw that yesterday with Spain versus Sweden in the 10-on-10s, where Sweden had 8 fighters and Spain sat 2 of their fighters down. But in a 3-on-3, it's very hard because... well, 2-on-2 is probably the smallest group fight you can have.
Yeah, it is, and 2-on-2 is generally going to end up in a lot of draws.
Yeah, because that's sort of probably too few people. 3-on-3 is probably the minimum tactical game we're going to play. So Quebec advancing forward confidently, and so is Spain trying to avoid that little bit of mud there in front of them.
Quebec look really, really relaxed and at home out there.
Absolutely, and they're just being so animated in the previous round that you can see them just run forward. So Quebec a little bit more of a loose formation. Oh, nice kick. Just in the far corner trying to take him down on a 2-on-2. Ooh, there's lots of wrestling. And the Spanish fighter goes down in the back from the Quebecois fighter. I do believe that is the sword and board champion. really working her gold medal there. Now we have a 3-on-2, and it is again going towards the Quebecois side.
Just
So a
big
bit of a mosh
crush in
pit,
there.
yeah.
Hard to see what's going on, so hard to commentate, but eventually bodies will start falling out.
Absolutely, and that's when we see, a bit of violence there, lots of punching to the face. Ooh, those got a
Great
count
hits.
from the Quebec captain, just punching her Spanish opponent in the face over and over again.
Spanish fighter really just trying to step
And
back.
leg
Down they
over
go.
through Judah. Oh, but no, she goes down as well, and we have a 2-on-1 here. Marshals are just
There was
just clearing up of what exactly happened in that throw there, because it is sometimes hard to see what's going on. And yeah, they're just gonna keep on jigging it out in a 2-on-1. Obviously, very hard to win a 2-on-1 for the disadvantaged fighter. The Quebec captain loses
broken,
a shield there.
Yep, shield strap broken on.
They were gonna sacrificial throw over a fallen Spanish lady.
And you'll often see that. It's not about your personal pride. If you know you've got a good grip on someone, and if you taking a dive with your opponent's going to win you the fight
Do it
for your team, you go down and
it'll probably
win the fight.
cost everybody much less stamina, and you win the fight. So
Yep.
why not?
Just get a nice death grip and drop yourself.
We call that the koala bear sometimes. As you sort of do the koala on the person's face and sort of smile, say something tender in their ear, and then you both go down and have a good sleep on the ground.
Go to sleep. Slide out.
Round 1 to Quebec.
Round 1 to Quebec.
Again, a slightly stronger team from the onset, but I think Spain are going to try and win this back. They do have very animated fighters, and maybe we can see some of that chaos reign on the Quebec side. Obviously, everybody is in it to win it. And the Spanish are going to fight quite hard up. And, well, you know, mistakes do get made and people do slip up. So we have seen things swing back and forth. I do think Poland did win a round against Quebec earlier.
It can go either way. Just because one team has won their first round, even
Nobody's
to win it
invincible.
impressively,
Yeah.
it can change so easily. And especially when there's so few numbers, all it takes is one fighter slips, and then the other team has a massive advantage.
The snowball effect in a 3-on-3 is quite profound. As I say, the less fighters there are, the more it comes down to individual wrestling skill more than anything. Spain hanging back, playing a defensive game. Quebec advancing, chilling out, doing their thing. They have had one substitution in the field, so the captain's off the field due to a broken shield.
Chloe, who did polearm for Quebec, coming in to replace her.
And then just sort of,
She
again,
was one tough
1-on-1
fighter.
in the back, a 2-on-2 in the middle. Probably Quebec has the slight advantage in those grapples currently. For those of you that think that this looks like
And
a brawl, it's not good. There we go,
Great
Quebec
takedown
fighter.
from Chloe.
Oh, the
Spanish
Spanish
fighter
fighter is
doesn't
not happy, is she?
No, I think she was the one to go down first in the last round as well.
Well, sometimes it's just not your day, and it's obviously people shouldn't be too harsh on themselves because.
And the fight is going to be stopped.
And to stop,
Round
Quebec takes it. Go Maple Candy team. Quebec, of course, being a small country inside of Canada. With a very
not
strong
officially
team.
country, but very, very proud of their heritage.
Absolutely. They're super proud to be French Canadian.
French Canada is the best Canada. Don't let the other Canadians hear me say that.
Don't let anybody hear you say that. Good job no one's listening, right? It's just me and Brandon just having a bit of a chat up here, like the blokes that we are, because we just like to watch some people fight and just, you know, have a beer or so on the side.
And I don't know about you, but when I haven't been up here commentating, I have found myself down there commentating as well. Just, I can't stop now describing what's happening on the field.
Oh, you mean we're not the utmost professional commentators doing a specific commentary style instead of just two blokes talking about what happens on the live feeds?
We are just
What is
entirely
this?
amateur at this. And one thing I was going to mention is I have to apologise for not knowing a lot of the names of the fighters. It's hard to keep up, especially with the armour they're in, and it's hard to tell who people are. And all our notes got absolutely destroyed in the rain.
Yeah, that sort of happened on the first day. We didn't really have a tent for any of our electricals or any of our notes, and we had some freak thunderstorms and sirens and aliens landing and that sort of stuff. And we used to know who everybody was, and now they're just dudes and dudettes in helmets.
So I hope no one will mind that we're just calling them by, for the most part, by the country they're representing.
And we do know a few people here and there, but sorry if we miss you out. Hopefully we'll be back next year so you can find us and tell us what's so special about you or if you want to fight. And, we'll try and remember something.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Now, I do recognize some of the fighters in the American team that are out in the field. We have Andre Sinew up at the front, Captain America. He's the shiniest of the people on the field, really.
He's the most shiniest, therefore he's the most captain.
And
we have a lot of other American dudes. They all have a little card each that you can collect from their team, I do believe, with their name. So if you're a fan of America, you can go around and ask them for the little cards. It's kind of like a trading card game. I think they should do stats for each fighter next year. Yeah, they don't have that at the moment. I think that'll be a great idea for Team America. We've got Spain coming out onto the field. So we saw
down there on the American side, we got Jay Brooks, who's the vice captain of the American team.
And he's a chief officer of being important. A nice guy all around.
He's wearing black armor with a brass trim, and he's got a two-handed axe, and he is lethal with that.
Absolutely,
I
have seen him.
There's a lot of bigger axes on that field, but he really knows how to use it.
Absolutely, he really brings that pain to bear.
What you want to look out for is when one of his teammates is holding on to another fighter, and Jay Brooks just comes in and starts handing out naps with that axe.
And I think the most I've seen is about people take about 3, and then they just sort of go good night.
For most people.
Yeah, it's good night and goodbye. And
I also see we have Bill Bam Bam Woodbury wearing the. He's got wearing stars across his shoulders, and he's got an eagle punch shield on his left arm.
Eagle is, of course, the bird of freedom. Slightly second in freedom to the kiwi, which is also a famous bird of freedom. We do have in the American team the fighter from Texas also, who did the one-on-ones. I do think this is pretty much the full American squad. This is their 10-on-10, 5-on-5, and all individual male fighters sort of banding together as a band of brothers to fight this 16-on-16, which is really great.
Yeah, pretty much it's the vast majority of their team anyway.
This is basically the team. Is what we're trying to get across. And Spain again got lots of fighters to bear this year. It's really nice to see such a large turnout from Spain. A little bit closer to Portugal than the USA, so they do have
a slightly easier trip.
Slightly easier trip, but I'm sure the drive across the mountains can't be an easy thing. So it's fantastic to see so many of them come down here and just have fun. I do believe we have a Spanish Viking on the field. But he's wearing a Mongol hatanga with a sort of a Mongol/Rus helmet with a nasal. Sort of for the blokes that like to be a little bit of a 13th century Viking, that's kind of a look they look for, with a little sash.
It stands out quite a bit from...
so I guess we're going to pick on him when we're going to come in, because he stands out.
He stands out. And we do also have on the field, I think I'd seen him, Martin Garcia, who is a great fighter on the Spanish team. I can't see him at the moment. He might be on the bench.
I do think we've got Jose
he lives
at the
in
back.
Ireland, and he's trained with us a bit, so I'm very familiar with him. He's a great fighter, and always impressive to watch. He's a great mover.
Absolutely. The Spanish fighters are just have got a lot of technique and a lot of speed. We've got actually the Spanish, I think, Poland fighter Jose at the back there of their list, helping his friends get up. So.
And the American team, in the 16s, they fight in 3 distinct groups. They have the good, they have the bad, and they have the ugly. You can see them acting as individual teams, really, on the field, and they'll come to each other's defense when needs be. But each one of those groups has a captain in charge of them, and Andre Sinew then in the center, commanding his group.
Which isn't the worst idea. They sort of split them into little sub-units, which is very interesting to see, which really helps with that formation, structure, and leadership.
It works well.
It does. And they're again playing their defensive game, America, so they're holding 2 of their flanks quite well. A Spanish fighter goes down on the right. Oh, there we go. Look at that charge. Yeah, so they're just piling in the middle. I'm not sure whether they're the bad or the ugly, but they certainly can bring the pain.
And Captain America still in the center of the field.
Yeah, on the left flank.
He's charging in, and he knocks down the Spanish fighter, and he's going for that
Yeah, and
Spanish
Jay Brooks
Viking
charging in with
versus
that axe.
Tanga.
Boom! Something is gonna go good night very soon. He gets tangled up with the Spanish fighter, and Spanish fighter goes down. Boom! They get
And with
that
another two down,
poleaxe.
one on each side.
Do not want to be in the receiving end of that. And he gets poleaxed in return by the Spaniard in a red hatanga. Meanwhile, in the back, we got a little one-on-one going on. These guys,
Heavy hits from an American axe there.
there we go. Just the mosh pit is coming over,
I
and
can
I
see Jay
see
swinging in with that axe.
seeing a lot of freedom, Brendan.
And they're stopping the fight.
Seeing a lot of freedom.
Freedom
color.
wins.
Freedom wins. Well, I think friendship wins the day in the end, but for
Friendship
now,
is
freedom.
magic.
For now, it's freedom.
A great performance from Team USA. And Spaniards have a lot to do to return.
Absolutely, I think USA really took the initiative there with their defensive play, and they held the flanks. And there was that huge charge from the center group, all moving as one unit, which is really what we like to see. This is what the USA is good at, is that military leadership structure. They do have a lot of ex-soldiers and currently serving soldiers.
There's a lot of them in there.
And a lot of guys from active professions like firefighters and police, and they really can play that leadership and organization game well and work together as a team, which is what it's all about. You don't have to be the better fighter, you have to be the better team.
Definitely.
And there is no I in team unless it's in the A-hole. It's like, you can draw the little A and there's... Okay.
But it really comes down to that the individual teams on in the American 16s teams, those three groups, all they have to do is wait for the captain in the individual group to charge, and all those 5 or so fighters commit all in one burst, and they're delivering a lot of power all together.
Absolutely, moving with singular purpose, certainly not 100 kilograms or 150 kilograms of a guy. Sorry, I don't know everybody's weights in pounds. For you, obviously, watching in America, please switch over to the metric system. Because it'll make my science a lot easier. Yeah, so certainly about not 100 kilos hitting you, but several lots of 100 to 150 kilos, and that really makes a difference.
It's a lot of weight coming in there in one go, and they can charge in, do a lot of damage, and they can do a lot of damage.
That's it. They
blast
win.
people down, and then that group is then free to move on and help out the other group on the other side of the field. And to be honest, I'm not too sure why I haven't seen other 16s teams from other nations adopting this 3-team approach.
Well, we've seen one 16 before, which was sort of quite a line battle. So there's only 3 teams in the 16s this year. This is just USA, Spain, and France. We really wish to see more next year. To have some amalgamated teams would be really nice between nations, for those nations that just don't have that many fighters. So, but yeah, certainly USA. Oh, well, it's not the first charge. Getting lost for words here in Hangoversville. I do apologize. Chargers have been foiled in the past, so round 2, everything to play for.
And the Spanish are a lot more active in this round, really committing and charging in.
There we go, trying to play that chaos game.
They're trying to break up
Oh,
those teams.
nice takedown from the back there by an American. I see lots of working the list. The Americans are trying to push back to the lists and really use that to their advantage.
Well,
And Spanish goes down there in the back. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of freedom colors.
Hits with that axe.
Yeah, I do think America has mitigated that charge quite well, and individually they won most of their
And
fights. The Viking
that's
goes
it.
down.
Oh,
Armor fail there. We hope that fighter is okay.
I'm not sure if I made it onto the screen, but there was one of these Spanish fighters running back to his end to get a weapon, and just as he was about to get to the rail, he got smashed in the back of the head by Bill Bam Bam Woodbury. He bounced off the rails and down into the dirt.
And I
There's
think
a
he's still,
reason
is that the guy still down?
He's still down. There's
I
a reason
hope-
they call this guy Bam Bam. It's Bam when he hits you and Bam when you hit the ground.
Absolutely, and as we can see Bam Bam's work in action there. I think the guy's just standing back up. I hope he's all right.
And Andre from Team USA, the team captain, going out, thanking the Spanish fighters for the fight.
Absolutely, what a great fight. Very
You can see
animated,
Piper
lots of
smashed axe on the ground.
Yeah, we got a couple of axes
And
on the
dropped one
ground
as well.
from both teams, so probably gonna
Oh,
go to
no.
the marshals pile.
Yes.
There we go.
Hand axe.
The Team USA taking that victory with them back to the tent. And while these guys are going away, what we are going to see is, I believe, Quebec versus USA in the women's 3-on-3. So we're going to keep on switching up rounds of 16v16 versus 3v3. And we've got 2 rounds. We've got round 1 and round 2, so stay braced for all this fun stuff for now.
No, I see that Spanish fighter who got the hit just as he was about to grab his weapon. He's on his knees and he looks a bit dazed and a bit unhappy.
Yeah, he'll be feeling that for quite a while now. Hopefully he's okay and can keep on fighting. But yeah, I do not fancy being in his position right now. Certainly a lot of big head hits, they do start to add up.
The Quebec fighter is starting to enter the list. And actually just at the end I can see Bill Woodbury checking on that Spanish fighter, making sure he's okay and not too rattled from that hit. As we keep saying, we're pretty much all friends out here. We'll fight as hard as possible, but no one wants to see fighters go off injured. And the Quebec ladies taking the bow. And again, a bit of support from especially the French team there. Fellow French speakers. And really trying to get that crowd going.
Yeah, Igor there, who's one of the marshals, trying to get the crowd going. Team Quebec, very close team this year. Who've got great camaraderie inside their team, and outside are just incredibly friendly. Same as Team USA. This is the battle of the friends. But it's going to be even more violent as a result, I'm thinking.
I think a lot of these guys are going to quite... I'm not sure where all these female fighters are located, but if they're within range of each other, they've probably trained and fought. I know a lot of Quebec fighters have gone down into the United States and done training there, competitions there.
Absolutely, there are 2 quite close teams, and there is a lot of communication between them. And even if the girls haven't fought each other, we'll certainly be aware of each other and
using
probably studied.
tactics.
So 1 Quebec runner going around the side, American in that close formation. Nice open with a kick.
All fighters committed.
Big
And
pile in the
down
middle.
goes.
Down goes the American, and we got a Quebec from behind. Is she going to try and pull the giant poleaxe woman down? Yes, she is. Look at her jumping on her. And there we go. Quebec captain also free, and we got this 2-on-1 going. And
free up one of their fighters just to do some damage to this American, and down she goes onto her knees.
Absolutely excellent takedown by Team Quebec. Really, absolutely superb performance this year. I think it's going to take something quite special like Poland to upset them again.
No, they have been so impressive, and just their takedowns are so good. Each one of these fights that I've seen, each round has just been a Quebec fighter comes out, grabs a fighter and puts him down onto the ground, and then suddenly it's 3-on-2.
Absolutely, it's very impressive. They're not the most physically imposing of girls, but they do run fast and they do work out a lot. So you can really see that physical training and that wrestling training coming in hand. I've been told that all the girls train with the look. Sorry, there's a siren going on, so I'm sure nothing is wrong.
So we may have an airstrike or aliens landing or hurricane. We're not too sure, but if the feed cuts out.
When I said something special is going to take out, it would take something special to take out Quebec, I didn't mean them to send them bombers. U.S. Air Force to the rescue. But round 2, again, I think U.S. is going to come back strong. They want to win this. As we said, there are 2 quite neighboring actions, so we'll see how they change up their tactics to mitigate the Quebec advantage.
I think maybe... I was going to say the Americans might want to charge in and try and be more physical and take
I do think they could certainly be more physical if they wanted to.
They're backing away, and I don't think it's going to go well.
Good kick there. Oh, what a takedown. And
that's it.
That's it. That's all over for you. No. It ain't over till it's over. Now it's all over for the U.S. with 3 Quebec.
There's a bit of confusion there about whether the fight was on or not.
Yeah, we couldn't quite see what was happening there in the lower corner, but it looked like an American fighter went down. And she does have Quebec going up. Quebec team absolutely superb this year.
That was so impressive. That fight couldn't have lasted 10 seconds. Maybe a little bit longer, but that was a very short fight.
Yeah, that's a well-deserved win. USA putting up the good fight, but Quebec just being incredibly strong. The Benoit with a big Quebec flag is totally not overcompensating for anything. He is the other commentator from Quebec, and there's Igor running around with the flag now. They're all very, very proud. They're supporting
It's great to
their
see
team.
the Quebec celebrating, and the whole team, not just the female fighters, but everyone coming out and celebrating with them, because that was a great fight, a really impressive display.
Absolutely, and obviously coming from a smaller nation, they do well, county, from a smaller area, they have the advantage of training together, and I think Benoit mentioned that they've really put in the hours trying to train as a
I
team
should
together.
point out that Quebec is
Huge.
huge. It is a massive, massive province.
What, Canada's large?
And especially, I don't know how many Irelands fit into Quebec, but I think Quebec is 5 times the size of France.
Quebec
But
is
a lot,
a rather
most of them
large
would
place.
be centered in Montreal or Quebec City, so
Yes,
would be
I think it's quite a
incentivizing that.
concentrated region in terms of population from Quebec, the
but I
city.
just don't want any angry tweets or messages coming into us going, Quebec is huge!
And very, very important.
And it is a fantastic country. I was there in the whole Canada is a fantastic country. Quebec's a fantastic province.
Very friendly.
I was there in
great syrup.
February, and I loved every minute of it. I was there for a tournament, got to fight with some of the female fighters down there. I was on a team with Chloe, who did the pole arm, and she was up on her feet a lot of the time after I'd been knocked down onto the ground.
Absolutely, these fighters are absolutely top-notch athletes, and certainly will bring home the pain. And obviously, the great thing about this sport, as Brendan was saying, you get to go to a lot of places to fight. It's actually really great. We're now in Portugal. I've went through Czech Republic earlier last month for the Battle of Nations tournament. So you end up going to a lot of cool places. The Australians come over for the New Zealand tournaments. Some New Zealanders come over for the Australian tournaments. People do fly to the US, to Canada. There is lots and lots of exciting places to go and beat people up.
Yeah, you can just travel the world beating people up, and with the friendly element to this fighting, this sport. I know a lot of people who, if I was to visit their country, would be terribly disappointed that if I didn't come to see them. These might be people that I've met once at a tournament 2 years ago, and
you just hear that a fighter is coming and come around my house, we'll have fun.
Yeah, they'll put you up, they'll feed you, they'll take you on tours, they'll show you everything.
Absolutely, the hospitality is just incredible between
and
the
they
fighters.
know that if they come to your country, they'll get the exact same reception.
Absolutely. Speaking of, anybody is always welcome to come to good old Kiwistan in New Zealand and go out and do some Kiwi stuff with us. Visit our beautiful country, and certainly visit Ireland. Ireland is also a beautiful place. I really want to go one day.
I think basically they're kind of the 2 best countries out there. They're
definitely
quite similar. There's a lot of sheep.
Absolutely.
Green, rain.
So best countries.
Those are your 2 choices. Come to Ireland or go to
or New Zealand. Your passport has been revoked for your country, so you now have to move. You don't need to double check this with the government. We just thought we'd let you know over the stream. But yeah, obviously everybody feel free to come visit, chill out, travel the world, beat people up, and here in an exciting international level tournament for women's 3-on-3, we see Spain versus Poland women's. So Poland's been playing a very mobile game. They have, I believe, won against the USA, so they just want to keep that advantage. Spain
sending in a runner.
Spain have switched up, to a slightly more mobile formation too. Sort of, her friends are actually moving up.
She's trying to draw those Polish fighters in, and if we get a charge from the Spanish fighter here, no, she's going to walk in.
No, so we're again mitigated on a one-on-one and a set of another one-on-ones.
So it's going to come down really to
who will win their one-on-one. Everybody's kind of penned up. So we usually do see this in a 3-3. We sort of see a little bit of a mosh pit with the 2-on-2s. And a one-on-one off in the corner, and whoever wins the one-on-one first runs in and helps their friends. Or they both go down together, and it's a bit of a whitewash here at the moment with Spain versus Poland. And I think Polska does have the advantage over the Spanish fighter. Yeah, there we go. Spanish fighter down there and pushed on her knees.
I think we're going to see that They're
And
just trying to kick the legs out from that Spanish fighter, put him on the ground.
so the main thing for the Polish now is to not make the mistake and just keep on pushing that 2-on-1 advantage. And marshals are shouting at each other,
sure
doing
exactly
their
what's
things
going
with the
on.
sticks. And then resume fight. Oh, and now
Axe was in between the Spanish fighter's leg.
that
They were just moving out of the way.
that reset worked really well for Poland. Then now they can play the holder and poleaxe play really well, whereas the Spanish fighter was tying up two of the girls.
And
There-
the sacrifice.
And Spanish fighter, I think, doing very well there to make the best of a very bad situation.
That was impressive to hold out that long against that
Absolutely.
kind of punishment. Very hard position for you to end up in.
But we have seen it go both ways. It is not impossible to come from those odds.
No, and sometimes there have been some of the best fights I've seen have been when it's one guy left standing and managing to take out two, break out of a good position or bad position, and win it. And that Spanish fighter needing a little help getting back up onto her feet. I hope it's just fatigue and not an injury. She seems to be okay. Bit wobbly maybe, but she's still up and she's still fighting.
Which is always great to see. No surrender, and obviously it's quite important because I don't think Spain has any substitutions for their fighters. So if they lose a fighter, I'm afraid that might spell certain doom for their attempt at the medal.
It would be very difficult for them to achieve much with 2 against 3.
Yes, but it is really good even for teams that do lose their fighters to clearly just go there and get the experience from fighting the best people in the world at this. Certainly, there's no shame in losing.
Just because you don't go home with a medal doesn't mean you haven't taken anything away from this.
You learn so much for these international fights. Obviously, fighting people from your own country, you start to learn very quickly of who's who and what's what. And
you learn all their tricks and the way they like to fight. But you come out here and you're into a whole different set of tactics.
Absolutely, it makes a world of difference fighting new people all the time. You learn so much new cool stuff and how to deal with problems and how to not go flying.
So you can get a great masterclass here against some of the best fighters in the world. And here we go for round 2, Poland against Spain. Women's 3v3.
Poland keeping a close formation here.
Spanish
Spain
spreading out a bit.
swinging round, sort of playing again that pacing game. One Spanish fighter hanging back, looking perhaps a little bit tired there. The other 2 Spanish fighters are looking very animated. The Polish team also a team very much who are fans of singing various things.
They like to enjoy themselves.
Trololola, Polska, Polska.
Oh, we got another
a one-on-one
on each side
whitewash.
down.
So it's going to come down to these next set of one-on-ones.
From what I've seen so far, I'd probably have to put my money on Poland just for their
They're a much
skill
more
and ability have been
experienced
very
team.
good.
Yeah, Poland
Those
does
Spanish
have
fighters have been quite tough.
absolutely. I think Polish girls are wearing much lighter, slightly more optimized armor, and they do have the element of experience
Oh,
to
and
help
it's
them.
2-on-1 again.
Oh
No,
no,
it's
it's
one-on-one.
one-on-one.
This is great. Let's see if the Spanish fighter can do anything with this.
Or whether Poland's experience will come to the fore. Sort of casually pacing back and forth. So
Spaniard
usually the more
keeping her back to the rail, trying to.
Usually the
use
more
that for
confident
support.
fighter takes the advantage in this, but anything could happen. Spain could clinch this round. Or
They also have the
could play
option
for
of-
the draw.
Grabbing and dropping, doing the koala.
Yeah, do the koala. A very angry koala. Covered in metal. Drop S. You really got to watch out for. Oh, there we go. The Polish girl seems to have her in a good position. But she is slipping on her feet.
Get a chance.
She's coming in there.
Leaning on that rail.
I do think.
There she goes.
With a very nice leg tap. The structure of the Spanish fighter is broken. And,
And she's looking for help getting her helmet off.
it looks like she's quite tired there. But Spain putting up a very, very good fight against one of the best teams out there. Team Poland, we love you.
A very impressive display on both sides, but Poland just had that edge.
I think Yeah, Spanish fighter having a little bit of trouble there. She did really give it her all.
I think she's just tired.
No surrender. As Dale was saying, people do give it their all, and you just burn an incredible amount of energy fighting. And we have seen people throw up in the inside of their helmets from exhaustion,
That
and
is not pleasant.
not pleasant. Not a place you'd want to be, but guys do absolutely give it their everything. Every last ounce of energy goes into that fight, and she's alright. Alright.
She's back on her feet and she's congratulating the Polish fighters.
Excellent. Just a bit of a breather. Walk it off, mate. She'll be right.
Shake it off.
Shake it off. The Spanish team are doing very well this year, but Poland does take that win.
And a wave for the crowd.
Wave.
We're walking off. And we've got
Do a little dance.
USA walking back onto the field. The men's.
And I believe it's USA 16s with their superior tactics versus the world. It is, I do believe, France versus USA, and the most exciting round one match of the 16s. Because obviously there are not very many 16 and 16 teams. There is just 3, and there will be 2 rounds worth of fighting for the round robin. Just for your viewing pleasure, these men will fight each other again and again.
And it means that if one fight goes badly for you, they have another chance to win it back. It might not. Like
Absolutely.
fights don't just come down to
Just that one match.
an
So
accident or one fighter slipping at the wrong time. They get another chance.
But mistakes do happen, and a lot of the time it's your ability as a team to capitalize on the enemy's mistakes that does come to the fore. So all the fighters going at the field, getting checked. This might take probably a minute to 30 seconds, but everybody looks pretty ready, pretty
But for this
kitted up for this.
the 16s competition, you really want to make sure you have really solid protection.
Absolutely, there gets a lot of snowball situation. We have 3-4 guys just working on you, and you
could end up under a pile of 5 guys wailing on you and
getting stuck.
just
My arm
holders.
got ripped off, or rather, my Gamson and armor got completely sheared off in some 21 fights that I did earlier. So you just get a big pylon like back in the school days of dudes in armor, big dudes in armor.
Scary stuff.
Team France, Team USA, they're all quite big boys. Certainly don't want them lying on top of you, and certainly not to. Unless
Just
that's
counting
your
up the
thing.
fighters, making sure that the numbers are correct. You don't want an extra one sneaking onto the field.
Or not having enough. It's equally as bad.
The American team captain
Doing the bow.
forward and giving a bow.
Very chivalrous. Of course, I've been informed that Team USA do have an actual nightly order that a lot of them are in, approved by the Senate of their government, which is completely badass.
That's pretty impressive.
So the guys who fight for the USA do get to be actual knights approved by their government, which is just damn neat. Because some senators like the sport. If you like the sport and you're in an important position, please love us.
If there's any royals out there watching and you want to start
Approve a
handing out
nightly
knighthoods to
order.
us,
Yeah,
let us know.
just, write us a letter. It'll be cool. I do know Polish uniforms are sponsored by a town in Poland because the mayor of the town is a big fan of the sport. So the nice Polish uniforms do come from another form of government type sponsorship. So
That is pretty cool stuff.
But these are national teams, and there are usually national selection tournaments. Not everybody gets to go to these teams. These aren't just random 16 guys from the USA. This is the USA team. These are the best fighters from USA. They got selected for a series of grueling tournaments and selection processes to have the honor to fight for their country. And I believe it is
They've had
the
to go
same with
through
France.
a lot of work to get here.
There are a lot of fighters in US who are not on this team and would love to have a place on it next year. And you guys work hard and be there. And same for France. France is a very large pool of fighters. They have a lot of full medieval contact events like Chateau Thierry, where everybody just turns up to the castle just to have a big bash, which I really want to go to. That sounds absolutely fantastic.
And they're doing a check on one of the American fighter's armor. That's just off screen at the moment. But just double checking, there's a bit of a gap by his neck. And they just don't want any risk of injury.
You will notice that a lot of people have these little metallic discs hanging in the back of their helmets, usually a little bit decorated. These discs are called rondelles, and they're there to protect sort of the back of the neck and the spine. In case anybody was wondering what the random bits of armor do, that's precisely there to protect your spine. Of course, the hits along the spine are not allowed, and to the back of the neck are not allowed because we like to hit our heads attached to our bodies.
But when you got a guy raining down blows on you, accidents are going to happen. You got to keep your neck very well
guard up.
protected.
And speaking, US is going in the Crescent of Doom. We've got a team on the left, we've got a team on the right, we've got a team in the middle. France, a lot of presence towards the right, mostly concentrating on a very sort of thick formation.
I see one of the French fighters who's leaning up against the rail. He looks very relaxed and comfortable.
And just chilling, yeah. Playing mind games with his US opposition. And France does not want to walk into the defensive formation of the US. They saw what happened to Spain. They do not want that to happen to them. Lots of baiting, trying to bait the US out. Don't let them play their game.
Now we'll wait for one side to commit, and then it's all going to kick off. And it looks like
US
is
is
take a few steps forward,
but not too much. Hopefully, lulling the French into a false sense of security there, but not giving up their own advantage.
At any moment, there could just be a burst from one side.
Absolutely, and I think that is what we're going to see probably from either one of the US teams, or probably the French right flank. French people shouting French things. Again, little French guy going up, doing the come at me bros.
Playing their mind games, some of the French dancing around, readying their weapons.
Of course, I say little French guy, he's actually quite a large chap. It's just that people look tiny on screen, like tiny little fighters fighting for ours and yours viewing pleasure. Oh, come at me, bro.
Nice
again, number 5 or 6
achieve
of the
much,
day.
But,
Yeah,
just
he's
something to
unfazed by
wake
that
everyone
axe.
up.
I'm not sure if I was as unfazed as that guy is, but certainly more mind games. Oh, yeah. Hit me in the head, he says, because being hit in the head with an axe is fun. Like, come on, hit me. They really want to lull US out of that defensive formation, because if they break the formation, they can cause a lot of chaos in the back, and the French like to cause chaos too, like the Spain. They really know that US strong point is their formations, and they just do not want to.
I think that's going to be the advantage the French have to get if they're going to win this, is chaos. Just get in amongst the Americans, get in behind, and cause a bit of anarchy.
There we go. Right flank pushing up to the French line, trading some blows, just more to bait than
Still
anything.
not fully committed, and there we go. The French are starting to move in.
France keeping a very tight line there, not wanting to let anybody through. Of course, trading blows, these blows are very heavy and you do feel them, but they're not game-changing critical blows. They're just trading, again, trying to get the fighters out of position, maybe giving your friends a chance to close up and throw them down to the ground, because the name of the game is throw them down, not to beat them in the head with an axe, although that helps.
You just have to do whatever you can to get them onto the ground.
And there we go.
Center's committed.
Big center charge from the US. France left.
Oh, Captain America is down.
With the French fighter. Nice.
2 French down. There might be
big
more.
rush pit to the right.
3 French down.
4 French down.
4, possibly 5. 6.
Seeing a lot of freedom. Colors of freedom. There we go. US working on those guys to the left. And I do think US just won a lot of those one-on-one combats pretty easily there, and now making short work. Ow! Wow. That French guy just refuses to go down despite the incredible amounts of pain towards his helmet. Being headbutted and punched.
And it's been stopped.
Yeah,
I think I got distracted there. There was a moment of like when the French fighters went down, and he's trying to hold on to or trip up Jay Brooks in that black armor with the brass trim. And Jay did not look happy. He's trying to, because of course when you're on the ground, you are not allowed hold on to or impede fighters in any way. He did not look happy with it. The marshals came in, and I think they had a brief discussion. And someone seems to have lost a piece of knee protection. The marshals are trying to find out who it belongs to.
Round 1 to USA.
Knees, of course, are important, and you don't want to lose them. Unless, of course, you want to be the captain. Team New Zealand will know that in joke, everybody else not. Um, it's been a reasonable amount of in-jokes on the commentary so far. I hope you've been enjoying them.
We've been, I
Sort
don't
of-
know how long we've been here. It's been a long few days doing commentary, and I guess the mind wanders after a while, and you start messing with each other and making jokes.
Yeah, well, we have to do something while the people are not fighting, because we're mostly here to see people fight, and, well, the rest of the time we're just trying to have a bit of fun with everybody. Yeah. Team US getting ready again. Team France discussing some tactics, how they will change their plan to play the US at their own game, because the US so far is looking like they're the strongest 16-on-16 team.
They really do look like they're the standout team in this.
I think that superior charge tactic working really good for them. But I do wonder whether they'll change it up, because chargers can be foiled, and certainly if they do it every single round, their enemies will expect that and act accordingly, and see how they can counter it with a counter charge of their own. But again, it is very difficult to get that many people moving in unison. Even getting 5 people moving in unison is quite hard, unless you have a prearranged plan of just, when I shout go, we all go. But they all need to hit together.
Yeah, if you have one and then another one behind him and another one behind him, you're not going to achieve much. You all have to hit pretty much simultaneously.
Yeah, like one big wave instead of lots of little ripples. Because none of these ripples are small, because everybody in Team US is a pretty big guy.
Yes, there's some fighters on that field who look pretty tiny next to some of the American fighters, but really they're
They're
probably
above
around
average size.
Six,
Yeah.
6 foot tall, but some of those Americans are 6'5" or more.
The sport does attract a lot of large men and women to it. Certainly of great physical stature.
But you don't need to be a giant to be good at this sport.
Absolutely. We saw so many little guys take out many
We saw
giants.
there's a very small Swedish fighter we saw yesterday. Very impressive he was.
Absolutely, just charging around like a little bull.
I think a lot of people underestimate him because of his size, and then they go down into the dirt and he stays up.
Yeah, he's just like a little powerhouse. Again, US in their 3-team formation, jumping up and down, doing a bit of the jumping jacks.
That is Dustin doing his calisthenics.
Yeah, I mean,
You got
probably just getting that extra exercise.
Exercise.
I mean, if he gets the extra exercise now, he'll have more cardio later.
Yeah.
So that must be what he's doing. French in the center, sort of looking around, seeing what the haps is. Again, sort of battle of the wills here between our 32 fighters. A communal battle of the wills, seeing who shall be lulled into a trap.
All
Le trap for
sizing each
you.
other up, deciding what they can do. Oh, we have some piece of armor on the ground. There's an armor plate seems to have come loose, but I don't think
Otherwise,
there's
not
anything.
much is happening. The guys are just chilling. The US slowly advancing. French
And
push
we
on
have
the
French
left.
committing.
4 Frenchmen committing on the left. 1 Frenchman hanging around to intercept. Their center,
He's
not
about to get hit.
2 of the centermen
stays
committing from US.
I think I
On the
saved-
right, not much is happening. Just I think they're talking to each other a bit. French runner from the back being chased by Captain America.
Is it 2 on each side down? Oh, I think that's 2 more French and another American.
Oh, another Frenchman goes down. I do see a lot of Americans still up on the left. I think they won that
That's a big crush.
little battle. And
This-
unless
I think it's probably the best fight for the French.
absolutely,
It was a messy fight.
but unless the French right does something really drastic right now, they're all just going to get trapped by that big American wave. And from
The
behind,
French
Jay
runner
Brooks
takes
goes
down
down. That fighter doing well to survive
Right
into
down. That was kind of exactly what they needed. Runners free, getting deep into the field.
And that runner gets punished by 2
Well,
of the
I'm
US
seeing a lot
poleaxes,
more
and he's down. And we've got 2
American
Frenchmen,
surcoats.
3 Frenchmen up versus sort of 5 or 6
Jay
Americans.
Brooks charging in and knocking down that French fighter.
Pardon me, Jay Brooks didn't go down early. There's several guys with black trim armor. Jay is still up there in the back.
It can, as we say, get very confusing out there.
But that was a beautiful charge by the French runner against the USA Knight in the other black and gold armor. Well, who knows who they are? We don't, because all I know it's got completely soaked in the rain. Plus, I don't think our notes actually frequently said of who's wearing which helmet.
To USA. Victory in the match to USA.
Especially unless you've got particularly distinctive armor, it's not going to be much good to hear. He's the one wearing the 14th century clap visor bassinet, because there's a lot of them on the field.
Yeah, there's a lot of very popular styles of helmets that are frequently adopted by fighters, like the Hetangers and the clap visor bassinet. Clap visor bassinet is like the guy in the black helmet that just went past, and the guy in the black helmet behind. Sort of the standard visored helmet,
Ladies
really.
and gentlemen, and right now we have the fight for the bronze medal in 3 versus 3 female Bohurt category.
Oh, and I do believe
So,
we're not doing 2 rounds of
Spain
the.
and USA, please prepare.
We're not doing
And
second round
after
of
that,
women's
we'll
fights.
have
We're
the
doing
fight
straight
for the
to the medal
gold
rounds. How
medal.
exciting! We have
Poland versus
3v3
After
for
that,
Spain
we'll have
versus who was it?
16 versus 16
Sorry, I got
finals.
distracted. I just thought there was a
USA
French fighter, I think,
versus
down on the ground being attended to by paramedics. So I was distracted looking at that. It's not on our screen at the moment, but hopefully it's nothing major. I think
Spain versus USA for the bronze medal
versus
fight.
France again.
And then there will be more 16s to come.
nice.
I wonder
Still
what
not
time
on
it
our
is.
screen, but hopefully that fighter isn't too badly injured. He's still on the ground, but he will be well attended by those paramedics. And thankfully, we haven't seen too much of the paramedics over this 4-day tournament.
Absolutely. Certainly everybody being keeping safe and not too injured, I hope.
And they've lifted him back up onto his feet.
And yeah,
He's
he's
hobbling
walking it off to the applause of the audience.
I think it was an arm injury. He seems to be cradling that arm.
Yeah, there's a lot of shots sort of to the arm or the shoulder from the pole axes. The pole axemen really like to hit you in the soft parts, and quite frequently you get quite a dead arm from that. Certainly a lot of bruisage. And he's being attended by his mateys, har har har.
And I'm sure the American fighter who did the damage will be coming in to check on him as well.
Because you don't want to hurt anybody actually too bad. You want to get them down, but you don't want to hurt them.
It can be a very odd combination. You're not going to hit them where their armor is at its best because it's not going to do much. You got to find those gaps, but you also don't want to see anyone get injured. So
That is the knife's edge that we walk on the precipice of the pole axe.
at the end of the day, it really comes down to each individual fighter making sure their armor is at standard.
Absolutely. Team USA versus Team España.
And their opponent, Spain.
And a bow from Team Spain for USA.
The dragon, yellow, red versus the colors of freedom.
Fighters
Well,
ready.
ladies, you can do it. Big shout out from the crowd. They definitely can. And this is for the bronze medal.
Round one.
Here we go.
Fight.
I wonder if the Spanish team might be a bit tired, especially that third fighter at the back. I know she had a very tough last fight.
Absolutely.
And I think she might have taken an injury as well.
But that is where the cardio
pushed in
comes
onto
in
the
and the
rails.
battle of wills.
And I don't think this is a position the Spanish want to be in at all.
That Polax woman coming to play.
She is doing serious work with that.
Absolutely, the US tank doing a great job of holding two fighters, giving US the one woman up advantage.
And the Spanish fighter there trying to... Oh, Spanish fighter is broken free.
Getting stuck in there. All now boiling down to a series of one-on-ones.
Tough hits with that mace.
To the back of the head, not very nice for the Spanish
She
fighter.
seems to just be hanging on there.
Certainly, once you got somebody from behind and you're macing them in the back of the head, you're in a slightly winning position. I think USA does have the superior wrestling technique a little bit, but it could swing either way in that very, very muddy corner. We saw a lot of action there today. And a USA fighter goes down, the Spanish lady downs her.
Could change it.
Oh, and she slips herself. And the Spanish, the second Spanish fighter is being put down on the ground by the UX Mace Lady Ironsides.
And I see Andre Sinew walking up
And
in
2
the
on
corner
1
of the list,
against
trying to give support to his
and a
fighters.
slip, and it's all over for Spain in the first round. It was quite quick with the amount of hugging that went on. However, anything can change in round 2. We saw US
you
fighters
see how
be down.
close that can get. That would have been a very different fight if that Spanish fighter hadn't slipped after breaking free.
But it's so hard, you tangle between several fighters and they're pushing you this and that way. And then the ground under your feet is moving too, so could happen to absolutely anybody. I do look forward to the 30 on 30s later that I hope you will be fighting into, Brennan.
I'm hopefully going to be in there.
Absolutely.
So I don't know who's going to be doing commentary. There might be no one doing commentary for that.
I believe
because
Benoit.
everyone wants to be in there.
I believe Benoit is gonna.
He's drawn the
do some
short straw.
Yes, because it is his job. He's gonna, I think, violently try and do the commentary, and hopefully we can leave with enough time to kit up, because it does take quite a while to kit up. Obviously, 30 on 30 New World versus Old World battle is coming to you as the final battle of the IMCF tournament. It doesn't really have a medal or anything. We just do it for fun because we're quite happy to fight for fun without any medals being involved.
And I think it's going to be some hell of a last hurrah for the tournament. A great way to finish it off.
Absolutely, it's just such a nice, friendly battle. But speaking of medals, the Spanish team there is getting some very animated advice there. And they really want to win that bronze because we saw such a great show from all their teams recently. But will the US be able to get that size advantage going for them? And certainly they only have to win one more round to take this away. Will it be this round?
I think that Spain might have to play a more open game if they're to win this. Although they did quite well against on the rail last time, but it just went bad for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that piece of the field there is looking super muddy.
And they all both seem to be heading for their favorite spot on the list.
Yes, again, we've seen employ a lot of defensive tactics in all their teams. But here we have a runner going around the side, and Spain is slowly drawing them out into the center, apart from the big tank, who's just holding one of the Spanish fighters. If I was a Team Spain, I would try probably gank one of the smaller US fighters first, and then work away at the tank, because it's obviously the tank's job to tank up and get as many fighters on them for as long as possible.
I see a headbutt there from the Spanish fighter. Not really too effective, but I also saw the American fighter just give a few light taps with that mace, just more or less for something to do while they're leaning up against each other.
Mostly being dragged around here and there, and US
fighter.
And
American very close to going down, I think, but she's back up.
In the middle, I think we're going to see somebody go down very soon. We're going to see them down first, but they're hanging in there. Both fighters, neither fighter wanting to give ground. And the fighter fighting Ironsides goes down, and USA there with a clear advantage of 3 versus 2. Oh dear, Spain.
It's going to be very tough for Spain.
It's going to be very tough to come back, but as I say, we have seen people slip.
And down they go.
3-1, the fight is stopped. Stop the fight, but the fighter gets thrown anyway. It's sometimes very hard to stop fighting because it's very hard to see those sticks and heroes whistles when you're out there giving it your all, trying to not be pushed over. And USA takes a well-deserved victory after 2 rounds of very hard fighting. Well done, Spain. Really, you can see giving it their all. That fighter is being tended by the support crew. I hope she's all right.
I think she had picked up injuries over the last couple of fights. She was slow getting up after the last round as well.
The fatigue and the injuries do start really adding up towards these final rounds.
But you have to give her respect for just
sticking it out. Never give up, never surrender.
And she's still
she's up. I think she's needed help with her helmet. And they're just having so much fun fighting out there today, and it's really, really nice to see that.
The third American fighter running back onto the field so she can be involved in the
jubilant
the
celebrations.
Congratulations.
I can hear him celebrating from up here on our ivory tower of commentating. And the sun is out for the colors of freedom of Team USA, as they will take a bronze medal.
I think they can be pretty happy with that.
I think they will.
Yeah, tough fights to get there.
I think they've trained very hard, all the ladies, and did so well in the one-on-ones. All these ladies have been fighting for the last 2 days. It's very impressive that they still got that much energy left for the last fights. And we've got Quebec versus Poland in the finals. No surprise there. 2 of the strongest teams from the onset.
Yeah, you'd have to, I'd say from the performances I've seen, you'd have to put your money on Quebec to win this. They've been excellent throughout.
I don't know. So Quebec do have the advantage of having a spare fighter But Poland are just as experienced, and certainly they want to win it.
Both teams are very good, and we'll see what it comes down to. And especially as we've been saying in the 3v3, it can change so quickly.
Absolutely.
From Quebec.
Little huddle. They're Quebecois people shouting Quebecois things. Certainly getting ready for the fight. Both of these teams play a very mobile game, so it should be a most interesting 3-on-3 match. The most tactical, the most mobile that I think we've seen at the start.
Referee's just doing quick check, making sure chin straps are in place.
Absolutely. In round one, Quebec did take it away from Poland. We did see them fight before earlier, but by the narrowest of margins, Poland won 1 round and Quebec won 2. So it's really 50-50 by this point. So all bets are on if you're running your illegal bookie session for IMCF 2016 3v3 women's final. Polska and Quebec shots going up. Quebec advancing forward in a loose formation. Polska keeping a nice little V with the Polacks hanging in the back. We're engaging that 1-1 from behind. The Polish fighter stays up.
And Chloe is trying to take her down. Chloe from Quebec.
Yeah, and a series of 1v1s all around. I was surprised at that. And Benny, the Quebec captain, puts down Camilla Henkelman from Poland and running in, charging in, pushing them both over. That is absolutely fine because there's now a 2-on-1, and that's going to work out well for Quebec, I think.
Going to be hard for that Polish fighter to...
Lots of pain there with the shield punches, those really count. Shields are very offensive tools. Their punches can be really felt. And they put her down. Two ladies that won the gold in the sword and board, and the longsword making short work of the Polish fighter left. And it is very, very hard to come back from that 2-on-1. The advantage of having an extra person really snowballs forward for the winning team.
A lot of medal winners on that field at the moment.
Absolutely. Camilla also did very well in the longsword, winning a medal.
Chloe, who has the kind of red and pink sash. I know she took a medal in the pole arm. I can't remember what medal that was, and if we had notes that weren't
soaked or a memory that wasn't destroyed by drinking Team Ukraine, drinking Team Poland, this would be absolutely fine. I do think most of the Quebecois do have those little sachets, which are traditional sachets for their region, which they quite like to display with a lot of pride.
And they do look good.
Yeah, looks great. Nice belt. I wear a little wolf tail on my belt. That's my belt. By wolf, I mean coyote, but I tell everybody it's wolf. I guess the secret's out now. And round two, crowd getting worked up of Polska, Polska, Polska. They really waving all those big flags around on the stands.
Trying to hype up the Polish team. They have it all to do now.
And again, very fluid movement from both teams. These girls are absolutely top-notch fighters. They're going to play the positional game and see if they can get those.
Looks like they're trying to box in the poles.
Not a lot of running there.
We have one of the Quebec fighters holding on to 2 poles, giving them a good advantage for Chloe to get in with that axe.
Absolutely. I think Poland has realized that the Quebec is slightly better at the mobile game.
Free.
So Poland is going to try and work the list, I think, here.
But so, I think this is
it's a nice lock.
A fairly standard tactic that you would have seen with the men's Quebec team, where they try and get a fighter to grab onto 2 of the enemy.
Good throw there from Quebec, yes.
Try and hold on to 2 while another fighter does the damage.
Absolutely. It is actually employed by a lot of teams. The fight is stopped and quickly reset. 3-2. Poland can still get this if that fighter can just win her 1-on-1, and because the fighter on the list isn't going anywhere from Team Poland, which is really nice. So she's got to just tank it out against the Polacks, which is always quite hard.
I think.
And Polacks from Quebec are going to help her. Yeah, there we go. Oh, what a massive hit there in the final, and it gets them the gold.
I'm pretty certain she does roller derby and ice hockey.
That's best hit for the gold. And the captain running onto the field to congratulate her teammates. And what a fantastic effort by Team Quebec just steamrolling all the women's categories.
And the Quebec men's team charging in to celebrate.
Absolutely.
As well as their support staff.
Look at them go, the happy French
I have
Canadians.
to say
commiserations
to Poland.
Poland putting up a very
fight,
absolutely. But no mean feat, they take the silver home. They did absolutely well. It just that axe hit towards the end, I think, spelled it all.
That was it, and there was the tactical awareness involved in that. She could have stayed in that fight, trying to wail on the Polish fighter that was up against the list, but she probably wasn't going to get anywhere with it. She realized that, broke away, and did some serious damage.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about, is having that free person go around and see whether the most useful that free. And yeah, there we go. The winners celebrating the final. Quebec take the gold, Poland takes silver, and USA takes bronze for the women's 3-on-3 category today. And that's all wrapped up. You'll probably see them in the medal awarding ceremony later on today, because this is a competition that does have real medals. I think.
And they're definitely well deserved.
And well deserved, absolutely. Well done, Quebec. There was no bribery involved here from the commentators.
North America. So Poland and Spain versus USA and Quebec will be just after the final fight of 16 versus 16.
We just had an announcement saying that we were going to have another women's fight. It's going to be Poland and Spain combining together to fight USA and Quebec. So we're going to have
a bit of a 6-on-6 for some more exciting group action. Obviously, these girls aren't quite done fighting. They just want to keep it going.
They haven't had enough, and it's a little teaser of the
All
intercontinental fight we're going to have at the end of the day.
Absolutely. All-in-alls are quite popular categories where anybody can rock up and fight with everybody else, and they are really fun, and they're really good ways to practice fighting international fighters, and you can maybe try out some new techniques, do some new things, or just have a lot of fun.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of the women competing in at 30v30 tonight.
Absolutely.
It's open to all comers.
I think we saw a Welsh female fighter representing Wales in the all-in-alls on the first day, where she did really well. So certainly anybody can come along and play.
Team USA and France have to meet again in the men's 16s.
For round 2, in case you're wondering. They like fighting each other so much, they're going to fight each other again, because there are only 3 teams, so they're just going to do 2 pools, and then I believe they will just do the final to see which 2 teams can come out with the most wins, and I do think there will be a final there, according to my handy timetable.
I have to see if France can bring the pain on this one and beat USA this time around. And it is a bit of confusion in the American side about who's going to be in and who's out.
A little bit of a last-minute switcheroo.
They're switching fighters.
Why not? They're allowed to do it. We don't know about the fighters very much, so to them they're just dudes in armor beating each other up, as they are to you, unless you intimately know the fighters, in which case you know the reason why they got switched, or do you? I don't know. Write it to me on Facebook or YouTube and let me know. We love hearing from you. And thanks for tuning in. And what we're watching here is the largest category, 16 versus 16, USA versus France. Of course, USA beat France in the previous round in this fight.
The gold medal, I think.
Oh, is it already?
Sir, I think there must have been a slight change up. Maybe
the original plan was to fight 2 lots of rounds, but
Team Spain might not have been able to keep up the pace.
Absolutely. So this might be for the gold medal. Either way, it is an important match, and it's very impressive.
Again, sizing each other up.
So possibly for the gold medal, possibly for round 2. I do believe this is for the gold. I do not see Team Spain anywhere, which means Team Spain gets the bronze as the bottom finisher of that pool. For the winner of the 16-on-16, we have again the battle of wills, and French people shouting French things.
And the Americans standing there, looking pretty stoic. American team captain Anders Inyo standing right there in the center.
We got Team America, World Police, ready to take on the might of France.
Still not much happening on the field.
We're just
sizing each other up, wondering whether they'll commit.
yep.
But at any second, really, there could just be a burst.
That guy trying to bait the Americans with a little bit of a fake charge. I think they're going to need to come a lot closer to worry the Americans. Americans have got a will of steel, and they really like their formations, as we've discussed.
They're a very physical team as well. They're not afraid of someone charging into them either.
They're absolutely unfazed. And neither are the French. We saw the French man get poleaxed in the head once and sort of come with a "come at me, bro," and hit me more last round. So
they're all pretty tough out there.
they're all tough guys.
There's no lightweights in this.
Absolutely, these are the best fighters from their respective countries. Both countries have a lot of pool of fighters to draw from, so this is the best of the best of the best, so to speak.
Still trying to, crowd trying to call them in to fight, encourage them.
Absolutely.
They're
They're still standing there and playing. I do wonder which team will make the first move, as I'm sure you are wondering this at home as well. US playing the very slow tactical game here. France not wanting to play into their hands.
There's neither side wanting to get
Well,
into a fight they don't want.
I think France also is very keen to hang back in their half of the list because they know that center group of US fighters is likely to do a decisive charge halfway through.
And I think they also want to keep as much room behind the USA team as possible. Last round we saw them fight against USA.
And did do successful
They got
running
fighters
plays.
into the back. That's when they start to get hits.
Yeah,
knock the fighters down.
if you get 2-3 fighters in the back of the enemy line, you can cause a lot of damage. By a lot of damage, I mean they'll probably win you the round. Big US poleaxe sort of taking pot shots here and there. Yeah, Cesar started closing on the flanks. It was sort of in the previous rounds of the US. It's
Got
quite
some French committing on that side.
two guys taking on about 4 again, but the rest of France not really following up anywhere in particular.
And not looking too decisive.
I do think the French need to do a decisive push forward
That's
in unison.
one on each side down.
And then I think that French guy is in trouble there as he's just getting mobbed
I think
by
the French are
US.
just going to have to commit.
Oh, there we go. They're committing. And again, 2 down. Yeah, big mosh pit down the left. French guy going to the back.
Get in. He decided he doesn't want to be chased by Captain America.
No, and hits one of the Polex guys.
Oh,
Yeah, he gets him
that guy
through.
down.
Lots of stuff happening
Good
on the
takedown.
right
This
as
is what I
well.
wanted to see. The French need runners out. They're active in the field. And another...
That's
a
lots of
stumble
chaos
from
from
the
France.
fighter.
This is what we wanted to see from France all along. Decisive chaos. But US is
Lot of
having
work going on
none
with
of
those
it.
Rails.
US has also got its own runners, and I do think they're winning those fights on the flanks as they have done in the past. 2 US fighters looking at each
more
other,
USA
checking if they're
fighters
not
standing
French. French guy kicks the guy to the left. There's exciting mosh pit action just outside of your view screen to the left. And
I've only got 3 French fighters standing up.
it's
2
all
French
over
fighters.
very quickly
I
for
think that's
France.
it.
I think US rolled that
That's
right
it. That
flank.
fight needs to be stopped.
That's it. Yeah, it's all over for round 1. But round 2, France did really well, I thought.
They did. And this is the fight they need to bring is runners.
Absolutely. They cannot engage US on those flanks because the USA will win it with their big guys and their advantage. Those 2 solid 5-man units on each side.
There are some great physical, powerful runners in the American team, but there are also some big, heavy hitters. And if those guys can get blindsided, like we saw there, they're just going to hit the dirt. It doesn't matter how big they are. If you get hit offline,
you'll go
hard
flying.
enough, you're going down.
Yeah. The fights are just resetting.
So if France want to achieve anything, I think we need more of that action.
Everybody's shaking hands, being real friendly, mixing the teams up a little bit. Dust in there, I think, trying to work up the crowd. But again, it is hard to tell the fighters apart in all the armor, and all our notes got completely soaked and drenched. I do believe Team Battle Heritage is making the way onto the field for...
Team England and the club then, as you say, is Battle Heritage.
Yeah, it is Team England with mostly wearing Battle Heritage tabards.
A very powerful team they are, and very proud of their club, Battle Heritage.
Absolutely, I think the English team has grown in the last 3 years with experience and active recruitment of fighters to be a force to be absolutely reckoned with. They have been taking home the gold for all the male categories apart from Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield went to Poland, the other two went to England.
The other two went to England. But that was their only defeat throughout the entire tournament, I think, was in the final of the men's sword and board. Everything else, England's just been steamrolling their opponents.
They've been doing very, very well.
And back to France and USA in the present.
Big discussion going on there with
I think Jay
Brooks in talking to the French about might have been a rules debate, but they seem fairly friendly in there.
Yeah, sort of slapping each other in the helmet, getting a bit of banter going on as everybody chills out and gets ready. And the rest of Team USA is just waiting on the sidelines there, as you can see on the stream. The man with the black hood has got the mirroring Hatanga to New Zealand's Stormtrooper Justin Harris. So I really wish they would have had a fight with the mirrored sets of kit. They're exactly the same, just one of them's in black and the other one's in white.
And both pretty cool looking.
They're very cool looking sets of kit made by Master Ule. Lots of talking. Not entirely sure what's happening here. Maybe they just decided to go to 1 round and not fight 2 rounds. Nobody tells us anything in our tower. We just, like you, dear viewers, we're sort of looking at stuff and then trying to make the best of it.
We just get forgotten about up here. We just try and figure out what's going on based on what we can see. That's the best we can do.
Absolutely, I'm just sort of eating cold chips and spending a lovely Sunday afternoon here with Brendan, enjoying all the violence unfold. Why aren't you fighting?
There's a lot of hugs going on.
Stop hugging and start fighting.
Hugs while people are also being hit.
Absolutely, no, the camaraderie is absolutely fantastic.
And it's
not clear whether they will fight around or whether one side withdrew.
And you can see, like, this is going to take a while, just because it's not just a cursory slap of the hand or handshake as you're going past.
This is everybody.
This is, you got to get, everyone's getting a hug. And I see Andre Signou, the American team captain, waving the French flag.
As a sign of respect.
Passing over the American flag now to a French fighter.
Who's waving the American flag in a gesture
opponents.
of mutual respect for both the fighters. Not uncommon for teams to swap flags and the flag bearers to swap flags. Yelling more French things.
It looks like from the sign that the French are being forced to withdraw.
It does look like
that. Or they reckon that the Americans had won this.
They certainly had those clear 2 wins in the first round of the competition and a clear win in one of the rounds, which was the previous fight, with a clear advantage with their tactics and making short work of their opponents on the list, working that list and doing this out of charge. But France did put up a very, very good fight up in that round. And
we're getting
Dale here is letting us ask to
us.
Let freedom ring, and freedom certainly rings so well. In this case, clanks slightly off the field.
And Dale is well known for being the worst fighter on the American team. He's only there because he's bribed every single one of the other fighters. A lot of fighters had to bribe back in the qualifiers to take dives.
No, there's a lot of mafia going on here.
Entirely untrue.
Entirely untrue.
Dale is fantastic, and he's definitely earned his position on that team.
And they've definitely earned their gold. Absolutely.
We salute them.
I am very much looking forward to fighting with Team America in the New World versus Old World 30v30 later.
And I am very much looking forward to fighting Team America and New Zealand in that.
Absolutely. I think that currently wraps up most of the action. I do believe we're going to have some finals, so 5-on-5s and 10-on-10s coming up.
Well,
I might just
I think we are also getting ready for
all the
Poland and Spain versus Quebec and USA.
Oh yes, the most exciting women's all-on-all fight. We shall stay for that for a minute longer before I go downstairs and see what on earth is happening. Come on, guys.
And hopefully we'll
get
have
some fun.
a short break in between the action here, so we can maybe get a bit of food, because they kind of forget about us up here in our little nest.
We have a tub of cold chips, and I don't see any members of any of our respective teams anywhere that we can wave across and bribe for food.
So if anyone happens to be within range, or maybe just order some pizza.
Yeah, you can order us to Domino's. We're in a castle. We're not that hard to find. Our address is the Tower of Ivory Commentator Turret Castle at Montemor-o-Velho. So maybe shout us a Domino's or something. No, it's okay. We'll go downstairs and we'll find out what's happening, because I do see the female fighters walking off. Anyway, this has been fantastic. I'm sure something will happen very, very soon with the finals. But if you want to go have that 15-minute meeting, if you're working on a Sunday somewhere in the world, grab yourself another cold one out of the fridge. You're more than welcome to. I'm Eli, the Flower of Chivalry, and I'm currently signing off to find out what's the haps.
And if he's the Flower of Chivalry, the Metal of Dishonor. I'm Brendan, and we'll talk to you later.
Catch you later, folks.
And we're back with the IMCF 2016 World Championships. We're here to watch the second round of the final between the 16 versus 16 between USA and France. A bit of confusion here and some rules inquiry. What I've garnered from the marshalling staff is that USA and France had made an agreement that they would fight one round in the finals and the winner would take all, rather than fighting for the first of 2 wins. USA won the round, and France were going to accept that as the win, giving USA the gold medal and France silver. But after a rules inquiry, the marshalling staff and the Presidium, who are in charge of the organisation, point out that the rule specified that it's first to 2 wins decides the match, and we're here to fight the second round of that. So a bit of confusion and hopefully no bad blood anywhere at all. We're getting ready for the second round. I think both sides were probably trying to preserve their fighters for the 5 versus 5 competition, possibly the 10 on 10s, trying to preserve their stable of fighters, keep them fresh. But rules are rules, and we have to have a winner of 2 rounds. And a charge straight in from the French. And a big, massive brawl. There's no standoff this time. This is more or less for stick to the rules of the as written. And one French fighter left up standing. And they're down. So the word of the rules has been met. USA takes away the gold. Honor has been satisfied. Everyone's still friends. And we're on into the next part of the competition. And more fighters hugging it out on the field. And congratulating each other, thanking them for a good fight and for their honourable play. So I'm not sure if there will be a break now before we have the next bouts, but we might be going straight into it. And last of the French fighters leaving the field. And I can see plenty of fighters around the list armoured up in preparation for the next rounds, for the next fights. We got Team England, Denmark, of course the USA still there, France still there. They got more fights to come, both those teams.
We will now begin the finals for the 10v10s.
And I've just heard the announcement they're going to have the finals for the 10v10s.
Versus France. For the bronze, USA versus France.
We're going to have USA and France back into the list again, fighting for the bronze medal. And then we should have Denmark versus England for gold and silver. And then in about 30 minutes time we should have the 30 versus 30. A lot of 30s in that sentence. In an hour and 30 minutes, sorry, we have the Intercontinental fight, and I'm joined back here again by Eli, the flower of chivalry.
Hello, hello, hello. Broadcasting you all the way up from this Tower of Ivory for the finals. Very dramatic.
So we had a bit of confusion there about the rules. We had USA and France in the 16s had to fight again. So they had only fought 1 round of their finals. They had made a gentleman's agreement that they would decide the winner based on 1 round. But it does state in the rules that they've all agreed to comply with that the winner is the first to 2 wins.
So
tough
rules are
act,
rules,
you know.
fellas and ladies, and rules have to be obeyed. They're there to keep everybody safe and there to keep everything fair, so nobody complains about nothing. And here we have the finals setting up for their 10 on 10, and it should be quite
USA
fun.
against France again for the bronze medal. So it's starting to get a bit warmer out there.
Just in
Hopefully
time
the rain
for
will stay away.
just in time for me and you to get kitted up in armor. In about half an hour, just all the heat comes out. So for the 10 on 10s, for the bronze, France and USA, obviously, probably their 10 on 10 team fights in the 16, so they'll all be a little bit tired now, I imagine.
I think they might have had a few spare fighters between the two groups, but the vast majority of them, yeah, there's going to be overlap. And they're just trying to rest them as best they can.
In between the rounds.
We will have a 10-minute delay before the beginnings of the 10v10.
Apparently, there is a 10-minute delay, so you can go and have a little bit of a break.
Make yourself some lunch or dinner, supper, whatever time it is. And 10 minutes, I guess, to give the French and American sides a bit of a rest.
Or due to some technicalities, to get some of the fighters. We don't know much. We are just get told things really, and then stuff happens. But the main thing is that they will fight. That is all that matters today.
But I guess we will sign off until then. I don't think there's much point in us. You don't want to listen to us banter badly for the next 10 minutes before the fight starts. You're here to watch the fights, so we'll let you go for now, and then we'll come back when we got the action starting.
Absolutely. Stay tuned for more action. So it's about running on time intercontinental.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of minutes, the fight for the bronze medal in 10 versus 10 between France and USA.
Well, hello there, all of you lovely people who are still watching the stream. I am Eli.
And I am Brendan, and we're back with the playoff for the bronze medal in the 10 versus 10, USA and France.
We know you really love watching USA and France fight, because I think this is probably their third fight in a row so far, but in a slightly different configuration. So we just finished with the 16s, with a slightly perhaps perplexing final there that they fought a round and then they fought another fun round because France decided to give that one to the US for the 16s. And now we have a bronze medal for 10v10 IMCF 2016 championship for the 10v10 category, which has been such fun to watch yesterday, Brandon.
Yeah, it's been very good, and 10 is a good number. You can get nice tactics going. The field is still very open.
Lots of formation play. We saw the Americans use the Crescent of Doom defensive formation yesterday, and sort of try and lure France to their half of the field and play that. So we'll see if that happens again today, because it seemed to work quite well for the US. They, again, France trying to wrestle the initiative off this fight away from the US, who have been beating them slightly more often than not.
And
well, very active two-runner play.
Yeah, they're going straight in there.
Something very different. No defense here. It's all out aggro.
And
Bit
French
of a
runner into the back of the field. This is what we were saying in the 16s. You wanted to see more runners from the French.
oh, US guy goes down.
2 Americans down.
Oh dear. France is taking back that initiative with their runners. They're a little bit better at the chaos game than the Americans from the look of things.
And this is
Americans piling back in.
Down. This team is the Americans' 10-man team is somewhat less experienced than their 16s team. Some of the same fighters on both teams, but
different kind of. Oh wow, those big axe hits coming in. That French guy is putting up a violent defense. Nobody going down yet. We do have a French and an American down, and a bam. Those are big hits, folks watching at home, and we all love to see that kind of violence. I could watch
4 Americans, 2 French down on the ground. There might be some more. It's hard to see.
Certainly, France working at the list have slightly better positions there against the Americans. Certainly, a numerical advantage, and I'm seeing a lot of fleur-de-lis in blue. Whatever the French people were shouting in French is working for them.
And France take it.
And the fight is stopped with the. No, wait, the fight's not quite stopped everywhere. There's a little bit still fighting because there's an American up. It's
back on his feet.
The fight is only stopped if there's one person left.
I have to say I missed what exactly happened there with that American fighter being stood back up.
There were 2 fighters being pinned by a lot of French guys, so there was some confusion to the marshals of who should be up or down, and then it was resumed when they found out there were 2 American fighters still up. But not for long, because the French did get that numerical advantage, kept it pushing from the start, and kept pushing that numerical advantage, trying to win those 2-on-1 type situations in the corners, bringing their greater numbers to bear.
The French really using that the extra room to maneuver here with less fighters on the field to get in behind and open up the field.
Absolutely. I think the French runners are very adept at causing that chaos behind the American lines, and I think the rest of the French team worked the list very well. And we got a downed Frenchman.
I just saw one of the Americans walking off there saying, "I'm out," so might have some sort of an injury there.
Or just exhausted or been hit a few too many times in the places where the armor is not quite covering. There we go. We got an armor fail from the big Frenchman in the back. Those axe hits coming down were really brutal from Team USA, so this really punished France for their victory.
It wasn't an easy victory.
And absolutely can swing around easy in the next fight. There's
And the Americans
some
are
discussion.
deciding who they're going to leave on the field. I think they got 12 on the field at the moment. They have to put 2 fighters out. I don't think any of the fighters want to leave.
Now everybody wants to fight here, and
the overall American team captain, Andre Sinu, had to come in and make the call on who he wanted in.
and who he wanted out. But it's okay because everybody gets to fight. So this is for the bronze medal, I believe.
Yep.
So this is a rather important match.
And
So
hopefully USA will win this round and it'll go to a 3rd round. I'd like to see the fight stretch out.
yeah, we can watch 10 all day, Brendan.
Yeah. It's easy to watch them from up here. It's a lot harder to take part.
Absolutely.
If it goes to a 3rd round, a lot of those reserves will be able to go back in and they'll be glad of the rest they've gotten.
Absolutely, it's all about stamina battles here on the last day of our competition, where the fighters have been fighting for several days in all sorts of categories, and this is the last day. And the injuries and the fatigue and the lack of sleep and the partying have been probably adding up to make our fighters a little bit more tired.
But I
But
think a lot of these fighters, they're in medal contention, have probably been avoiding the partying until
oh, absolutely.
tonight for the most part.
I think tonight is the big US party, which we unfortunately miss. But if you're here, come on down. Okay, again, US playing that defensive crescent formation, holding
Looking for an opening.
French looking for him, looking to send those runners through that worked for him so well last round. US and French goes down with a runner from the French side. Lots of clashes, one-on-one mostly. US puts a French man down. US is up 1 fighter.
Moving around well this whole time.
Could swing around either way. There's a French fighter in the back. Another French fighter goes down. And we've lost a weapon from the US. Big mosh pit in the side. You're seeing some one-on-ones unfold as fighters try to break away and assist their mates and just get that local advantage of numbers over somebody. So, very close this. So,
Seeing more.
yeah, there we go. It all boils
One American,
down.
one was still 2 French on their feet, just about.
2 French on their feet, 3 Americans. We have seen people beat greater odds. There we go now. American got his poleaxe free of a fallen US fighter. It's 4v4. So it is a very, very even.
And that French fighter has lost his weapon, but he's still fighting.
But he cannot actively attack.
He's going to be put down, and he is, with an American fighter wrapped around him. But I think the marshals are explaining that he was still holding on after he lost his weapon.
Holding on is allowed, but not actively seeking to attack. That probably worked out the best for the French fighter, and the American fighter stood out for that reason because taking down a fighter with you when you have no weapon does not count. But on the other side of the list, USA put down another Frenchman, and now that both the Frenchmen everywhere are down, USA does take that victory. And we are going to 3rd round, so your wishes do come true, Brendan.
And you can see those reserves who walked off the field in the last round. They're looking pretty unhappy coming back on.
I'm sure they're loving to be here, but they are getting tired. And there's a American slowly meandering back to his line, not rushing. I think switching
a
in
pep
and out.
talk before they go into this 3rd round.
Absolutely, there is Again, very strategic, these 10 on 10 combinations, that it really depends on which play one of the team wants to run versus their opponent's tactics can change dramatically from rounds. If a team was defensive in first round, they can go very aggressive in the second round. So far, we have seen a very aggressive play from US in the first round and quite an aggressive play from France in the second round.
I can see there's the French. Some of them are a bit slow to rise. There's still one down on his knees.
Just chilling.
He's just resting.
Absolutely. Speaking of chill, the weather is not too warm here, unless you come from the northern parts of the world, in which case it's pretty nice. But it is getting a little bit windy, a little bit chill, which is really good for our fighters because it means they don't get baked alive inside their suits of armor.
Now really the ideal fighting weather is good breeze and overcast.
As you can see, the American fighters are taking a rest there on the rail, just chilling out, having a little pre-battle nap. Which that rest is well deserved. The fighters do get rest. So, on the French side are going to work themselves up with their battle chant. So this is for the bronze medal to throw. You can see just how close these teams are matched there, Brennan.
They're very evenly matched. It could go either way. We've had one each, and it could come down to where they've picked up injuries. Might have some of the field still up on their feet, but
not at 100%. And you got to give you 110% in these fights if you're in it to win it. And you just have to keep on performing despite the pain, despite the tiredness.
You just have to keep going.
And that's it. It is a battle of will as much as it is a battle of flesh. The flesh is weak.
And even though a fighter might be injured, they can still play a very effective role on the battlefield. They might not, if they've pulled something in their leg, they might not be able to act as a runner anymore, but they can still just try and grab onto a more able-bodied fighter, or maybe two, and just try and take them down.
Absolutely.
Here we go for round 3.
They have 5s after this, and then they have a 20-minute break. 20-minute break. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So, stay here, chill out. My microphone.
I think slight technical difficulties there, what do you like?
Slight technical difficulties due to tiredness.
The two teams down there decided to have a bit of a standoff while
We see a lot of standoffs really between the USA and Canada. Not Canada, what am I talking about there? France.
Well, I think I had trouble earlier remembering the name of France. I went, USA, France.
France. It is definitely France that is fighting USA here in Hungoversville. And Americans go on that push on the left, very aggressive after the standoff. Sort of doing almost a Polish carousel type of play where they're all going a line after
American
another.
Fighters down deep into French territory. Right
The right flank is holding.
Got one American down.
They were outnumbered there locally. But ooh, that big axe in the back of the Mongolian chap from France. Gotta have hurt.
Fighter down.
Oh dear. Both go down together. It is not quite clear.
Sitting on the ground in that crush. And I can see just make out
another
one American push right down into a deep squat. Still up on his feet. With a French fighter, at least one, bearing down on him with all their weight.
The resilience of some of these fighters is absolutely amazing. So there we have a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1. And I'm seeing a lot of fleur-de-lis around. Certainly, I think a few of us
are looking for a weapon.
I think America is in trouble here.
I see.
And while they do
6 French, 2 Americans.
Yeah, it's very hard to come back from that.
It's 8 French and 2 Americans.
I think that
this
spells.
This is only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Unless, I don't know, a comet hits the field or something.
U.S. Air Force to the rescue.
As good as these American fighters are.
Look, he's trying very hard. Never give up, never surrender. There we go. Doesn't quite manage to take him down with the opponent with him, but France wins and takes the bronze for the 10-on-10. How exciting. Getting vengeance for the 16s.
But an impressive display by both teams, even though
absolutely
that end result doesn't really speak to how close these fights have been. 8 up to 8-0, but
it snowballs quite quickly, and I think France really used that advantage of having 3 players run around and help to out-wrestle their American friends. America here putting up a very strong performance, but both teams getting quite tired now, I imagine. Well, we'll hopefully see them both in the 30-on-30 later, New World versus Europe.
I think anyone that can still get onto their feet and hold a weapon wants to be in that one.
Absolutely.
At that point, all their chances of winning medal will be done, all the medals will be assigned, and they can get in and enjoy themselves.
Absolutely.
And that's why they're here. They enjoy this fighting.
That's what we're all here for, traveling across the world to beat the bejesus out of each other. And well fought, everybody. USA number 4th in the world for 10-on-10.
And the American fighters and the French fighters starting to make their way slowly off the field. I see a couple limping.
A couple limping, but they're all happy on the inside.
And they're still all upright. No major injuries, hopefully.
Yeah, we still have the finals of the 5-on-5s left.
The French celebrating on the field.
French absolutely well deserving of their medal. One of the top teams out there, clearly, because they won a medal.
Like you say, they get a bit of revenge for...
16s on 16s where USA took the victory in the 16s, but in the 10s, France has managed to turn it all around for them, because obviously they're two very different games and the teams that work in a very different way, as you have noticed. Certainly with the amount of players that can bring it to bear.
We see the finals.
Now we've got
And
England
we're
and
setting
Denmark
up
coming up next.
for the final, for the gold and the silver place. Whoever wins the next fight gets the gold in the World Championship. England just slowly working their way to the list with their St. George flag, the white and the red cross, and the Battle Heritage Club flag, representative of the tabards they are flying, and Denmark lining up just underneath our ivory tower as we look down upon them jubilantly in expectation.
The first Dane into the field is the Danish team captain, Jasper,
The
with that
green and
nasty
salmon.
weapon that he knows how to use.
Oh yeah, Danes, as we said, they don't call them Dane axes for nothing. And
I
there's a
think that-
dancing Dane.
I think that might be Casper, the friendly Dane.
Casper the friendly
Dancing
Dane
around.
dancing around, as he always does before the fights. Lots of axes from Denmark. What we've seen from Denmark is they're a very, very active, very aggressive team. They like to run around and use those big axes as shoving sticks and shove people around with a lot of runners and a very mobile, hard-hitting game.
They're a big, powerful team, but also energetic and good at running. And I know for a fact that there's going to be plenty of Danes watching at the moment, so big shout out to them.
Absolutely, and a big shout out to everybody
Team
watching.
Ireland and Team Denmark have had close ties in the past, so hi everyone out there.
And absolutely a shout out to watching everybody from England for the English team.
Whatever
Also,
part in the world you are.
and
hi.
whoever you are, we love your appreciation for medieval violence, so keep yourselves tuned.
If you like this, show it to more people.
First rule of Medieval Fight Club is tell everybody about Medieval Fight Club.
Exactly.
And Team Battle Heritage, very strong. Their only defeat in the whole tournament was in the finals of the Sword and Shield, where they got silver instead of gold. So far in groups, they're undefeated.
And both teams moving in quick.
Battle Heritage
Points
gaining
to stand
slightly
off.
more ground. Denmark holding off until the decisive moment. They're very defensive for Danes. We go some action on the right there. Little rider trying to see gaps. Britain is sorry.
Went down, but he stayed on his feet.
England is not letting anybody
Both
through the
these
gaps.
fighters both these teams are excellent at staying up on their feet. We've had one on each side down.
Yeah. Big mosh pit in the left. A Dane goes down. A big mosh pit on the right.
Big crush there.
Englishman
Another
goes
fight
down.
Pushed down. But
Lots of pole axing.
he's just sitting on one of his own fighters' backs.
Yeah, which is put down from the marshal, and lots of running around from the. This is very close.
I think it's evened up quite a lot. The Danish captain is down on the ground.
We
We've
have,
got another Dane down.
but I think we do have
Oh, he's
slightly
about to
more
take a hit
battle
from behind,
heritage.
but he stays up on his feet, that Danish fighter.
Oh, and
another hit,
almost a
and he stays
takedown
on
from
his
behind.
feet.
From behind, so we've
And
got two
it's now
Danes and
it's
3 battle heritage in the middle.
2 on 4.
2 on 4. Oh, England did manage to wrestle that away almost from the jaws of defeat, as things were looking troubling for them, but they did manage to come out on top in those little last fights, because
And his
England,
fight is about to be stopped, and there we go.
the big boys from England know how to wrestle really well, and certainly I think they have the advantage in that close quarter
That
game.
was a very physical fight, though, between both teams. Great displays, and especially some great displays of balance as well, taking hits from at awkward angles, being knocked off balance, but staying up on their feet.
Absolutely. Obviously, these two countries are from the same group in the playoffs, and I do believe Battle Heritage took that first win in the group, so they have fought each other before in this competition, so they know what's up.
Yeah, they're very familiar with each other. They've been fighting
Oh,
each other
maybe
for
not in the
years
10, but
and-
certainly in the 5-on-5s they have fought each other in the same group, because I remember fighting both of them in the 5-on-5s. Just having a rest there, Team Denmark, reassessing their plans. I would have to say that Denmark probably has the mobility advantage and playing the center field, but England certainly out-wrestles anybody.
I think England have some bigger fighters, especially their captain Luke Woods, who is just
Just machines.
nicest guy you could meet off the field, but he is a beast on the field. He's so powerful, and he's also pretty light on his feet as well.
Absolutely, all these guys have absolute superb balance. We saw a lot of people getting kicked about there and staying on their feet like absolute champions. Denmark shouting Danish things.
There's a reason these teams are in the finals. They deserve.
They deserve to be here.
They're some of the top fighters in the game, and here we go for round 2. Denmark versus.
They're advancing slowly. England advancing pretty rapidly, squaring off against each other.
Again,
sort of
Denmark
quite
giving
defensive.
up the field.
Lots of shuffling on left and right. A runner tries to get through the middle, but is stopped. Another runner tries to get through the middle from Denmark.
He tries again.
Getting poleaxed on the way, and he goes down. The runner goes down. Lots of Danes trying to run around, but several of the Danish runners do go down, get absolutely shut down.
A lot of fighters down. I think I've got 3 Danish fighters.
I think they're
2
trying.
Danish fighters on their feet, including the team captain.
It's not going well for
And it's
Denmark.
Stop the fight.
They stopped the fight. I think England managed to shut down those runners that turned to face him and really didn't let the Danes play their strong side of
Tried
running
to break
around.
out into that backfield, but
Yeah.
there was no getting through that wall.
England just shuts down their opponents and take the gold home. And they're rather happy about it. And Denmark, of course, takes the silver, a well-deserved second place in the 10-on-10s. A highly impressive category. Could watch this all day, Brendan.
And they're calling in the medics there on the ground. Now, I said that Jasper is the captain, but I'm not sure if that's just the captain on the field, because I know that Denmark have another captain. He's walked on there, he's inspecting his fighter. So any Danes out there and I've made the wrong call, but I know both those guys are very important to the team. So
Everybody's important to the team.
They both play a big part, but I know that unarmored guy in there in the Danish surcoat is an important member of the Danish organisation. And
glory for England,
the Danish
indeed.
fighters back on their feet. The paramedics looking a little disappointed they didn't get to use their stretcher, but that's what we want.
We're very happy about that.
And a well-deserved win for Team England.
And silver medal there, and we shall be seeing them in the 5s later. And
Come from both these teams, I think.
we shall be, hopefully, somebody will comment on it, because we do need to go and fight in the all-on-all with New World versus Old World, which is going to be coming up quite rapidly.
And I think everyone wants to be involved in this Old World versus New World fight. So if there's no commentary, well, you know where we are.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Everybody from the Americans, the New Zealands, the Canadians, the Quebecs fights on all the European teams. And we're going to see how that goes.
It should be a whole lot of fun.
I'll find you, Brendan.
I'll see you on the field.
I'll see you on the field, buddy.
And I'm not sure if we're going to have a bit of a break. I'll just give it a minute here to see what exactly is going to happen.
Third goal for England.
We have gold for England, silver for Denmark.
So right now, with 3 gold medals, they are
Very
equal
impressive
with
display
Quebec,
on both sides.
also with 3 gold medals. That shows
So I'm going to sign off there for a moment. I think we're going to be back to more fights pretty soon.
Quebec
So we'll be back.
Senhoras e senhores, estamos agora, a Inglaterra ganhou agora a sua terceira medalha de ouro. Está empatada com o Quebec, também já tem 3 medalhas de ouro. Só para demonstrar a qualidade de ambas as equipes. Não quero passar palmas para eles.
But England will fight in 5 versus 5 with and Quebec also, so they can get another medal still.
E entretanto vamos ter a final dos combates 5 contra 5, que por curiosidade será contra Inglaterra contra o Quebec. Ou seja, ambas as equipas vão dar tudo por tudo para ficarem por cima com o maior número de medalhas.
And both these teams will fight in the semi-finals. So only one will be able to fight for the gold. Quebec or England. In 20 minutes, everything will be solved in the lists.
Vamos fazer agora uma pequena pausa para dar um pouco de tempo de respirar aos combatentes, que daqui a cerca de 15 minutos vamos ter os quartos finais de 5 contra 5.
Excuse me. My mistake. In the semi-finals, we have Poland versus USA and England versus Spain.
Ok, uma pequena correção. Nas semifinais temos Quebec, desculpa, Inglaterra, Espanha, Polónia e Estados Unidos. Serão as meias finais daqui a cerca de 10 minutos. Portanto, não saiam daí, a ação continua. passar palmas para a Polónia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2016 IMCF World Championships. It's Dale Walt from the United States, signing back on with you today. I'll be with you through the end of the day. After our stunning victory in the 16v16 versus very good opponents, France and Spain. Now we have Poland and the United States on the field in the 5v5. And it looks like we have Benoit joining me in the booth. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, we're just sorting out what we're doing here. Wide field, unless it goes to a single spot. And I welcome in the booth.
Here we are.
My friend Benoit from Quebec.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I can't hear myself. Which is not going to be new. But okay, so 5 versus 5, Poland versus the U.S.
This is the quarterfinal for the United States team. Helps with my microphones in front of my mouth. Sorry, for the United States team, we have Andre Sanu, Captain America, Simon Rowich, Bam Bam Woodbury, Big Cole Fowler, ex-football player for Dartmouth College, and Cat Brooks, son of Jay Brooks, the executive officer on the team. For Poland, we've got some Polish guys.
Well, we got our favorite, the Dancing Mongolian, that's for sure.
Yes, the Dancing Mongolian.
Actually, to make sure, all the guys I recognize easily are not even on the field today. So.
That's the problem. Now, this is a highly contested spot, and last year Poland was able to down the United States, so you can bet the United States is going to be coming back looking for a little bit of payback.
Here we are.
All right.
Polish starting in a very close formation there,
Andre
as well as
Sanu.
the U.S.
Andre giving some commands to Bill Bam Bam Woodbury up front. Igor from Quebec, head marshalling this, very capable. Marshal signal they are ready. Igor checks. Poland says they're ready. United States says they're ready. And let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. All right, United States splits 3 out to the one side.
3 and 2, trying to get the defense.
Now, it's typical. They've got super powerful Simon Rowich squared off with the guy in the big guy in the Mongolian armor. The USA has dug into the rail, and Cole Fowler is punishing one of the Poles in the back, and now Andre Sanu engages.
He's engaging Rolo right now. They're fighting at corner.
And Andre is down.
Rolo is up.
So we've got
And
Bill
2 more
and
are down to
Simon
the
out in
ground.
front, and Simon
Oh.
dumps his opponent, and everyone goes down.
And the U.S. still have 2 fighters up.
And the United States wins round 1.
That was kind of a weird.
That was very strange, very strange. It looked like the Poles had the numbers initially, but excellent play there by Simon Rowich in the center to throw his opponent down. Bill Bam Bam Woodbury went down with his, and I could not see over Benoit's large head what was going on in the corner.
Well, it was a huge, weird pileup. That's all I can describe. People stepping over body and falling. That was pretty much what happened there.
All right.
My large head is actually quite stuck here. So
Yeah,
I'll
we're
be
a
describing
little
left
cramped
corner.
up here in the booth. So, but if it goes on in that corner, Benoit, make sure you commentate on it because
Oh yeah. Well, it was hard since it was all in 2 different corners.
you make a much better door than a window. All right, Poland is regrouping. Little shocked that the Americans were able to handle their big guys easily as they were, but Simon is incredibly strong. He was telling me he does side bends to work core strength with 150 pounds on his shoulders, and very powerful individual. This time, our lineup, it looks like we have Bill Bam Bam Woodbury again, Dustin Goodall, Simon again, got Jay in the Axe of Doom, and Big Cole Fowler again. This time they're sending Jay and Cole. I would square Cole off against that guy because Cole is easily as powerful as he is, if not more so.
There we got a lot of movements on the left side.
Dustin drive. Oh, and Dustin Goodall puts down someone down the corner. Bill Bam Bam Woodbury and Dustin immediately double team the pole. Dustin comes in. This is going to be a big hit.
His partner.
Oh!
Didn't work.
Was
Came
not
close
able
to
to
it.
capitalize.
Bad move by the Dancing Mongolian, dropping his own friend at the same time.
And now we've got Jay with that Axe of Doom hacking away at the big Mongolian while Cole Fowler punches him repeatedly. He's in a world of hurt, and in the far end, we've got Bill Bam Bam
2-on-1
Woodbury.
on this side and 1-on-1 on the other side.
And Jay comes in with a huge
Oh,
hit.
the glove is stuck to the face. The glove is stuck. Oh, it's out now. Oh, that's
He will
in the
not
knee.
be able to take that punishment for very long. Is a 2-on-1.
Shut in the legs.
And Cole's not letting him go, just setting him up for Jay to take him apart. And believe me, Jay with that axe can certainly do it. He hits harder than almost anyone I know. If that man makes it out of there with no broken bones, he'll be very lucky. Oh, Jay's axe is caught in his armor.
And that big guy is a tough son of a gun because he's not going
He's
down.
not going down.
And he's keep fighting it.
Oh, and
Oh,
his
the
armor
armor's
failed.
broken.
His armor tore off his shoulder, and he is down, which means the United States beats Poland in the quarterfinal.
Let's wait for the official
Well,
result.
you know, I'm always suspect when I see those Mongolian kits, because especially on a big guy, they seem to work very, very well on your flankers, on your fast runners and things like that, but not quite as good on the people that are tanking in the center.
Well, surprisingly on the legs, what happened is that most of the time you have soft kit that's really solid on the leg, but you double the number of plates with
Wait.
those big long ties.
Oh,
Yeah, because it was a pull off the axe of Jay Brooks that actually ripped off the shoulder.
the United States has allowed Poland to repair the man's armor, and they're going to reset him against Cole Fowler and Jay Brooks. Striking display of chivalry here by the United States team.
Yeah, great
Let's
sportsmanship.
hope it doesn't go badly for them.
Beautiful act of sportsmanship. Thank you, US.
You know, a lot of people at home have mentioned to me that this is so violent. It's so violent. But the thing of it is, it is when you're competing, but there's no anger toward your opponents here. I had, if you watch the 16-on-16s, I had a huge wrestling match twice with one of the French fighters on the rail, and then we just met up there, and we each wanted pictures with the other one because it was such a good fight. A lot of good sportsmanship. So they're going to reset the Polish fighter in the Mongolian armor. I would say that his chances against both Cole Fowler and Jay Brooks, not terribly good.
They're not good, but he was surprisingly strong in that corner.
He is very strong. He's a very strong man.
US fighters.
Jay easily has the power in that axe to knock people unconscious. Don't ask me how I know that, but I know that.
I know you went completely blank on that
I
one.
went out. All right, let's see what happens. We have Cole and the Polish fighter in the Mongolian armor engaging.
And it started again.
He
The
very
Mongolian backing
smartly
up.
runs out of the way, attempts to draw them to midfield.
Best movie ever done all day.
Yes.
And he's
And they
going
just
back.
stand there and say, you know what? You can come fight us on our terms.
Oh, nice move on him. Didn't work sadly, but that was a nice quick
Cole
change
is
of direction.
incredibly powerful. You're not going to get him like that. And now they've got him right where they want him. Cole's got a hold of him. They're going to break Jay loose. He's attempting to hold on to Jay, but Jay is loose. Oh, vicious blow to the head. Cole's pinning him, and Jay is just going to take him apart. You can't take that kind of damage for very long. You can hear the blows up here, just raining down on this Polish fighter. He's showing incredible fortitude. And they're down.
But
Cole manages to wrestle him to the ground.
that was an amazing display from the Polish fighter.
Incredible strength shown by him, incredible fortitude. He's been very pumped up the entire week.
Oh yeah, this guy has energy for his whole team.
I tell you. To be young again. And Captain Andre Sanu, the United States team, helping the man to his feet. Balin, also from the United States team, coming out to help him.
Well, I know one thing, he's going to need some ibuprofen after that.
Probably a couple handfuls. And he
Ooh,
is
no,
a little bit.
He's not good.
He
He's
is
dizzy.
not good. I would say he is definitely concussed. He pumps his fists in the air, but having been on the receiving end of those axe shots from Jay, I'm betting he's seeing little birds flying around his head right now.
He seems also to have something to his hurt hip. For God's sake, I'm speaking 5 languages at once now. He seems to be hurt on the right leg as well. Has
Yes.
a bit of a problem to walk. Remember, we're getting slowly ready for that 30 versus 30.
Yes, we'll be ending up the day with a 30 versus 30,
We are waiting for
which will be very exciting.
England. This is the second
All right.
final.
Second
have
semifinal,
second
Spain versus
semifinal.
England.
Yes,
For the
Spain
final.
surprisingly strong this year.
They have something really, really special about Spain. Is the fact that he can run dead center of the field and nobody can take them down dead.
We've commented on this before that usually the teams will go to the rails, attempting to support themselves, dig in on the rail, but the Spanish team does not seem to do that.
Well, yesterday our experience for the Quebec team versus them was that they can create a lot of chaos in the center,
Absolutely.
really confuse you, and if you don't fall into their game, that's not gonna last because they can really take a lot of speed and take you down anywhere on that field.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to you, Benoit, on your win on the women's team this morning. Excellent fought.
Yeah, there was a few jokes pulled out by the referee saying they should actually check if there really were girls. So
Well, my girlfriend's on the team for the American team, so I can assure you she is.
I know our girls. I think their longest round was exactly 16 seconds.
Nice. Yeah,
That was
they were fighting very well together. Unfortunately, our big anchor on that team, Janelle, was injured. And
Yeah, I know, I noticed
her
that.
Shoulder was she was unable to lift her arm basically higher than mid-chest. She managed to get off some axe shots, but just really could not capitalize on her strength today.
Report to the Red Cross.
All right, here we are. We have España, Spain, in the beautiful red and yellow, and England is in the red and blue, and then the 2 Mongol fighters. And it begins.
Really want that fight. I can tell you, I was talking to them before. You really want that medal this year.
Oh, absolutely. And
Ooh, that was an-
whoever wins this will go ahead.
Oh.
We have one of the Spanish fighters down. The English fighters this year, very powerful. Oh, that got
See?
him no money there.
See what I'm saying? This guy just got hit really hard by 2 guys and didn't fall.
Yeah, the Spanish team is excellent in the open field.
God,
Yeah.
they're tough.
We have 2 Spaniards, 1 Spaniard fighting against the 2 Mongol fighters here.
Cannot use the advantage.
Spaniard
it's Luke
comes in
Woods with one of the
chopping, and
Spaniards.
we have some sort of mosh pit over here in the side.
Oh,
another
another-
Spanish down.
Another Spanish went to the
Spanish
floor.
down in the corner. And that's going to be the end of that fight. With England taking the round.
The thing that's funny is that England and Spain worked a lot together, trained together, and
they?
do tournaments together as allies, so they know each other very well.
Excellent. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, this is a small community. We work with Quebec all the time. They come to our tournaments. We go to theirs. We're a little more difficult for us to work with the European teams because we have to cross an ocean to get there. But I know all the European teams, they meet constantly and work with each other. It's really a community of brotherhood. Each team helping the other team out because we want everyone to get better. The Spanish team that we faced in Belmonte 2 years ago was nowhere the level of the team that we're seeing today, and it's excellent that they were able to improve their training and recruit some new people and come out here and be in the quarterfinal. I mean, I'm doubting they're going to be able to beat England in the next round, but if they don't, they will be contesting for a 3rd place medal, where basically they were blown off the field in Belmonte, and excellent to see them come this far. All right. England is using a little different set this time. They've taken their 2 Mongol fighters off the field. A little easier to tell who's who now because we have everyone resplendent in the Battle Heritage England tabards. And the Spanish fighters are, again, resplendent in their gold and red. Head Marshal Bjorn from Sweden gives the signs.
Second round, Spain versus England.
And the fight begins.
In the center for England is Luke Woods, the captain, also ex-rugby player, very strong and very fast.
He looks to be a big guy.
He's a big guy.
But the Spanish fighter is trying to get in the backfield. He might have got himself a handful of trouble right there.
There you go. That was a good try, but he's down. 2-on-1, and
Again, the Spanish fighters showing excellent skills at midfield. Oh, and they put one of the English fighters down.
Good. This is an amazing fight now. They're even. Luke just threw another Spanish down. Oh, now it's going downhill.
We looks
4
like
to
4
2.
on 2 right now.
In the corner, one of the English is trying to leg hook on one of the
And
Spanish, and it
that's
worked.
gonna be the
He's
end
down.
of
It's 4 to. It's 4 on 1 right now. So
and
fight
England
is done.
takes the round.
The second round, and the victory goes to
So, in the bronze medal bout, we will have Spain and Poland, and going for the gold medal, the United States of America and England. Didn't we do that once, a long time ago?
I don't remember one.
It was around 1776. There was a big fight between the United States and England.
Yeah. Okay. You know, they never really got over that.
They're still a little touchy about it. I think we probably fixed some of that, coming in wars and helping them. So, but we'll see what happens in the war here today.
England.
All right.
So,
Ladies and gentlemen, after we finish with the finals of 5 versus 5, we'll have intercontinental clash.
We are just currently listening to the announcements here, so we know what's going on. And what they're saying is that after this competition is completed, we will have 30 versus 30, a New World versus Europe. So we'll have the United States, Quebec, Canada, New Zealand,
and
Mexico versus everybody else.
That's going to be very interesting
It
because
should be a lot of fun.
30 versus 30, and it's a flag game.
Oh, it is a flag
The
game.
goal is to grab the opponent's flag and bring it to your own side.
So it's
So we'll have 2 of those big yellow poles that the referee carries. They're steel. So I don't know if we can actually use them as weapon. That would be funny.
I did last year in Melbourne.
Yeah, as a ref, to
yes.
split people.
I was trying to protect a downed fighter who we believed had a spinal injury, and I hooked a gentleman, I don't remember where he's from, under the arm and tossed him because he was about to crash into the paramedics who were trying to help the downed fighter. But they are very stout. Those poles are quite heavy. They are
very
steel, and sometimes that's all you have between you and doom.
Actually, I really like those sticks when I was refereeing because you can really push somebody off.
Yes.
Because usually with wooden stick, all right, we can stop somebody, but it's not that good. Those wooden sticks are going to have a flag on it, making sure we can identify which team they belong to. And, well, it's really simple. Almost everything is allowed. You just need to carry the flag back home. I know the European has amassed a huge team for it.
Really?
Well, there's a lot of small countries that
only
I've been eliminated in the pool section. Those guys are eager for more fighting, and a 30 versus 30.
That's something you don't see every day.
Exactly.
So that should be very exciting.
For the New World, what happened is that a lot of fighters have fought today for the U.S. In the
Yes.
16, in the 10, in the
Yes.
5s. I mean, so the main force of the New World, which, I mean, we have 5 countries,
Yes.
is going to be quite diminished. But I know Quebec is having most of its fighter coming in. Mexico has a few fighters. New Zealand is bringing all of its fight force in.
Excellent.
And also,
Well, I see
Canada is bringing most of its fighters as well.
I see a lot of the American team still in armor from the earlier fights hanging around. I am not in armor. I won what I had to do, and now I'm having a nice cold drink of water.
The medals and the cups for the winners. We'll have also Portugal winning 1 bronze medal. So stay with us.
So if you watched our exciting competition earlier in the women's division, that was taken by Quebec. Second place was Poland. Third place, the United States. In the 16-on-16, the United States swept all rounds, taking 4 bouts from France and 2 from Spain to advance to get the gold medal. And now we are in the finals on the 5v5, where we will see Spain square off with Poland and England square off with the United States in just a few minutes. They have to give the teams a little bit of break between. This is incredibly strenuous, especially when it breaks down into those wrestling matches. It really, really burns your energy. Got a great day here. It predicted rain all day, but fortunately, we have cloud cover and pretty nice sunlight and a good crowd. The stands are completely full, and we have
And I can tell you, in Portugal, the crowd, compared to last year in Marburg, the crowd is loud.
yes, much more jubilant crowd than there was in Poland last year. Although when the Polish team won almost every event, they got pretty loud at that point.
There they were loud.
But this team, this very receptive crowd, very responsive, very appreciative. It took me much longer to get back to camp than I wanted it to because I kept having to let children hold my axe and pose for pictures.
Actually, I think the biggest and loudest crowd that I've ever seen was actually in the U.S.
Really?
And actually in New York when we were fighting at the Cloisters. 70,000 people came to visit the festival. So you're talking about a lot of people coming to cheer us on and fighting.
Team Portugal coming in. Obviously going to be on the 30
Getting
on
ready
30.
for the 30 versus 30. But first, we got to finish.
Yes, we've got to finish the points. Figure out who's going to be the champions.
They're being introduced by the local announcers. Every single fighters that are going to fight. Sorry, every single Portuguese fighter is going to fight.
Well, when you're in front of your home crowd, you wanna make sure it goes well. They're showing the arming tent right now. You can see fighters from Denmark. There's that crowd we've been talking about on this beautiful day here in Portugal.
Denmark always big, strong, dangerous team.
Yes.
And also one of the biggest party team, but let's not talk about it.
Well, that'll be tonight. Benoit and I are neither of us are in the condition that poor Eli was yesterday. Eli was riding the hangover train pretty heavily yesterday. And if you were listening to Brendan's commentary earlier about how I'm actually in the mafia and bribed my way onto the team because I'm the worst fighter on the team, you'll notice he's not with us anymore. I'm not saying something happened to him, or maybe I am. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. He just sort of vanished. So I hope eventually he'll be found. But you never know.
And not in a mattress at the bottom of the rice paddy over there.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm not saying something, but maybe I'm saying something.
Don't know.
All right, we have a Polish fighter out waving the big eagle Polish flag. So Poland will square off against Hispania.
And they're announcing, because here also they're selling beautiful T-shirts, and for you out there, you won't get any. Unless you really rush and come before we close.
Yes, which will not be very long. It's been a great 4 days, though, Benoit. I really think it has. We had some terrible rain the second day when Benoit and I had to don our beautiful chair hats.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pictures that are going around. I'm sure you can find one.
Yes.
For some reason, I don't know. I see Dale only in one picture. I see myself with my chair hat a lot. Always the same picture, and I think it was taken by Dale.
Oh.
So.
All right. So we're getting ready here.
Whoa, Rolo took the big axe out. That's gonna hurt.
Well, I took several axe shots fighting the French team, and then I decided, I've had enough of this, and just took the guy to the ground. The people with the axes, oftentimes you will sacrifice a team member like that to take out an artillery piece. And after being hit by him several times, I thought, I don't really want him getting behind anybody.
Personally, this year, I take my helmet, which is actually a tank, has been in use for 3 years and a half now. Seen 3 world championship. Is now retiring due to 2 head axes raining on it yesterday. Actually, it seems to have been. You'll see teams going into kind of trends and fashions for weapon and helmet. And last year we saw a lot of short weapons and punching shield combos.
Yes.
This year it's the return of the 2-hand axe.
Mm-hmm. A lot of two-handed axes.
And those axes, they hit hard, they go extremely fast, and good fighters can really grapple using them because the handle is great to control your opponent.
And it's not so long that
That it's in your way like
exactly
like
the
an
long
Albert or
pole
something
axe.
like that. All thought in the 30 versus 30, you'll probably see a lot more pole arms because to go over your
Yes.
partners to hit the guy in front, it's extremely useful.
You were in Agmort.
Sadly, I was.
Oh, you were not. There was a friendly fight. We have friendly fight. And then like 50 Russians with 9-foot-long pole axes came out. I said, I don't think this looks so friendly to me.
Pole axes are never friendly.
No. Especially when you get that kind of mass coming down on you.
I had a big British guy raining shots on my shield yesterday to the point where even in my glove, padded and everything, my right end refused to move this morning and was in pain.
Well, and it's amazing what the severe impacts can do to your body. I was hit so hard in a tournament in Sacramento that my hand went into spasms. And I could not close it. I just could not close it. And I'm sitting there over on the sidelines, opening and closing my hand as much as I can, as fast as I can, trying to get feeling back because my team's still on the field and I can't hold a weapon. All right,
here we go.
Igor out in the center, checking with his marshals, making sure the head marshal says everything looks clear. We have
By the way, the Polish have a steering sections. They're fans. They travel from Poland to here just to watch them fight.
Wow.
They're the one in the stands with a big flag, if you can see them.
Well, this is going to be good. We've got a lot of fans cheering for Poland, and the fight is on.
We're on.
Polish team spread pretty evenly around the field.
It's the amount of energy the Polish team can deploy. Always amaze me. Personally, I don't move that much in an armor.
Yeah.
They can run, jump, do whatever they want. And Marcin attacking the Polish there, hitting him hard. Sorry, not Marcin, Martin.
Got a battle here on the rail, now breaking up. We have one of the Spanish fighters down. In the 5-on-5, the minute you lose one fighter, numbers start really causing you problems. Oh, and one of the Poles goes down with one of the Spanish. Spanish excellent at controlling that midfield.
They're
We have
amazing
quite a
in the
battle.
Oh, it's one-on-one.
No, it isn't. We got one
No,
over
sorry.
in the corner.
It's 3-on-2.
And it looks like Poland.
Actually, I just found that funny that our local commentator right now, Hubert Filipiak, president of the IMCF, calls stop the fight before the referee when he sees it's 3-on-1.
Well, it becomes really dangerous because the fighters don't realize the numbers that are going on out there. And, you can be coming in with a huge axe shot and the other fighter has heard stop fight and he's no longer defending himself. And we, as I've said many times, we want everyone at the closing ceremonies, always at the opening ceremonies. And so far, we haven't had any really serious injuries, and I definitely attribute that to the marshalling. And
He had a broken hand, I think, from Laurent that I know of, but he still fought the next day.
Yeah.
And I think he's fighting today in the 30 versus 30. That man's a machine.
Well, nobody's been taken out on a backboard or a stretcher that I've seen.
From this side, I can see the Spanish team getting ready. Christian Bernal giving them instruction as their coach. On the other side, really quite in a really relaxing pose right now. We have the Polish team waiting.
Well, and interestingly, in neither one of these rounds have we seen the two fighters in the Mongol armor. They are actually not even at the back of the field. They are off on the side of the field. So Igor in the center from Quebec as our head referee. Checks with his marshals. Marshals
Second round.
ready. Polish fighters ready to charge. Spanish fighters ready to charge. Whoa, a little, not quite sure what that was. And here we go, the second round.
There we go.
Whoever wins this gets the bronze. Whoever loses goes home with a copy of the home game. And got a 2-on-1 on one of the poles over here, but the pole's very hard to take off their feet. No decisive advantage. Again, the Spaniards showing great ability to control the
in
midfield.
the center, they don't fall. Oh, somebody attacked by the back. Rolo's still up on right side.
So we now have a 4-on-4. We have a 2-on-1 over in the one side and a 3-on-2. Here comes one of the Spaniards over to help. Squares off with the Polish fighter, digs into the rail.
Very smart fighting from the Spaniard right now.
And again, so good in the center. Spaniard comes in to attempt to drop the Polish fighter, and the Polish fighter comes in to attempt to drop. Oh, and one of the Polish fighters loses a weapon. Oh, and a missed kick. So it looks
One
like
of
we
the
have a
Spanish fighter has been dropped for broken injury,
yeah.
and
There are 2 Spanish fighters up.
versus
Versus
4 actually Polish.
4 Polish. And that's the end of that. Oh, and a brutal axe shot right there at the end.
And the bronze medal goes to Polska.
He did say bronze medal, not...
Yeah, that was for bronze.
Okay.
I got to say, Poland is always one of the strong team, but
Absolutely.
the evolution of the Spanish team this year was amazing. They are honestly the best dead center of the field.
Unbelievable, their ability to control the center and keep their feet despite multiple hits from multiple directions.
But you see, this time the Polish didn't do this mistake we did, try to fight in the center. He kept to the fence. He kept where the Spanish were not at their best, and got them where they wanted them.
Absolutely. And well done. You can see both teams, there's flags on our live feed. Polish team very happy with their medal. And they're traded flags. The Spanish fighter waving the Polish flag, and the Polish fighter waving the Spanish flag in a show of solidarity. You know, you fight these people for 4 days, and most of us have been fighting each other for numerous years. So you know the people that you're fighting against, and there's definitely a camaraderie. And after this is all over, we will probably see each other all in the pubs about town, because when you get through something like this, you're very, very happy. And the Polish team should be very happy with their bronze medal. I know they wanted gold, we all do, but the American team just had them a little outmatched.
Actually, the man that carries the flag right now, Martin, actually fought for the Polish team, as he says, half Spanish, half Polish. And he was their champion for duels for a long time.
He is up on the rail there, waving the big flag. See the fighters congratulating each other as they come off the field. The one Spanish fighter who fought so well in the singles, resplendent in his surcoat.
Now we're going for the fight for gold.
Yeah, this is going to be a
U.S.
war.
versus England. England try to win back its colony.
Well, the American team, after their incredible victories in Belmonte, were a little shocked at the beating they took last year in Malbork.
Well, this year they've been doing good.
Yes.
But not as great as we could have expected to us.
Well, you know, it's we put a lot of emphasis on both the 5-on-5 and the 16, and the 10-man team was also very good, but didn't quite have some of the experience that we had. You notice the commanding ability of the American team on the 16, able to anchor. You know, we run 3 squads: the good, the bad, and the ugly, and
You were part of what?
the ugly.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
We're the grind line. If you remember, if any of you are Red Wings hockey fans there, out there listening to us back in the 90s, the Red Wings had the grind line, and that is what we patterned that line after. Their job was not really to score a lot of points, it was just to wear the opponent down, and we definitely were able to do that. But let's see, on the field right now for the United States, we got Simon Rowich. We have Cat Brooks, Big Cole Fowler, Bam Bam, Bill Woodbury, and Captain America, Andre Sanu.
For England, I know we have right now Nikolai and Luke Wood. The 3 other, sadly, I don't know their names. And the rain last time made this place a huge mess, and we don't have any
We lost
notes
all of
we
our
used to have.
sheets. They're sitting around us in big, kind of mulched up mess. All right. Bjorn from Sweden, head ref. And let's see what happens. The United States team coming left. They're going to put, looks like they're going to put Simon and Bam Bam against the two fighters in the Russian kits. Cole hanging with Andre Sanu, blocking off the attack there. Both of those men
Luke
able to
center,
deliver a
just
lot of
looking
damage.
really quietly.
Got Cat Brooks holding off. Cole is engaged in the backfield. Andre Sanu coming in, holding off the other fighter.
Andre's
Oh, and
down.
Andre is down. Now Cole is in a 2-on-1. Hopefully Cat Brooks will see that and be able to come back and add some assistance.
Campbell's kind
But
of
Cole
blocked by
is
Luke
definitely
Woods
able
right now.
to hold his own against these fighters. He is big and he is
Oh,
powerful.
the two other couples are down. Luke Wood just grabbed a hold of Cat Brooks.
So we have a 3-on-2 now. Cole Fowler taking on 2. And Cat Brooks over in the corner. Oh, that may have been a tactical error, letting that man go. What? Oh, and Cat loses a piece of armor.
Oh, that's not good. So now it's 3 versus 1, end of the round.
Oh, and that is the end of the round. So England
So England
takes
wins
that.
the first round.
Oof. That's a tough one. You don't want to lose it due to an armor failure. All right, the United States will make some substitutions. They're bringing out Dustin Goodall. It looks like Micah.
They're bringing the big Mongolian in.
Yes. Dustin, one of the biggest guys on the team. Cole did very good, trying to hold
Is
those
it me
two
or
up.
the English didn't do any substitution?
It appears the English have not made any substitutions whatsoever.
Wow.
The United States is going to have to come out with some power here if they're going to stop this big English team.
Jay's in and Dustin is in.
We got Jay, Dustin, Bill Bam Bam Woodbury, Simon Rowich, and Cole Fowler. Cole is one of our rookies this year, and he's just a machine. He comes from us from playing football at Dartmouth College. And very, very powerful man, and a really, really nice guy. Very soft-spoken, very thoughtful. He and I spent some time together in the tent today discussing philosophy. All right, the United States is going to have to make up some ground here. So we're putting some serious force against the two fighters in the Mongolian armor. Cole takes it to the rail. Cole easily a match for 2 men. No one really able to make any ground here. Simon Rowich over there taking on one of the Mongolians. Oh, and Bill is
2
down,
couples are
Simon is
down.
down. So we now have a 3-on-3.
3-on-3.
2-on-2. We've got Jay with the Axe of Doom and Cole Fowler. That's a very tough combo in there. Big Cole Fowler has a hold of the English fighter. Jay keeping the other one off with his axe. Blocking with it for Cole. Cole definitely powerful. Has this man in a good grip. Trying to sweep his legs on him. And, we have Jay's axe is caught on the shield of the English fighter. Now the fighter is attempting to pull Cole's feet out from under him and is doing a pretty good job. And we're not sure why they stopped the fight here. But now it is 2-on-1.
Visor, broken visor.
Oh, we have a
British
broken.
fighter.
We have a 1-on-1. It's Jay Brooks versus the Polish fighter. Jay in excellent shape, using that big axe. Jay knows very well that if they lose here, they go home. He's looking for the leg sweep. Driving that knee. Jay, very dangerous. And the referees are cautioning the English fighter to not
British
hook
trying
the
to
rail.
hook the leg to make sure he doesn't fall.
Jay in a good position now. He's got the man's back. Of course, choking is not allowed here. Jay very tough on that rail.
That British won't fall. He just doesn't want to fall.
He wants the gold as bad as Jay does. Jay, of course, runs the Knights Hall back in the United
stuck in
States,
an
a
headlock
training
now.
facility. And this is a superb test of his ability. He is trying very hard to put the fighter down. And it looks at this point like he might be winning the battle. And the English fighter is down. He's
No, he's not. He's not resting his hand
Oh,
on the floor at all.
the marshals are right
He's
there,
not.
right
They're
on
right
top.
there. They're really
he
checking
can't,
close.
He can't keep that position for long. Jay is putting the pressure on him. And there his hand is down, and the United States takes the second round. Yes, the English fighter definitely had his hand down. So round 2 should go to the United States.
It does go to the United States. The British fighter did put his knee
He
down.
obviously did.
And he
From
was
our
out.
perspective here, we can't see everything, but we certainly saw that. So that's the way a final should be, Benoit. It should be, you know, right down to the end.
Oh, yeah.
So the United States making some changes, bringing back out Cat Brooks. Hopefully has repaired his armor. Micah Johnson is out. Bam Bam, Simon,
The
Dustin.
British are still not changing their
Dustin
fighters.
is telling Cat to pull out. Obviously, Andre Sanu making the decision.
Oh, one of the fighters has been sent back because his armor doesn't cover his arm properly. The referee have been very, very, very
And
precise on
that's
how to
good.
wear the armor.
All right, so in the
For
final
some
fight,
reason, the British hasn't changed their fighters at all.
very, you know, you have 8 fighters for a reason, and I don't know if these guys' conditioning is just amazing, but I would certainly get somebody a break, especially that gentleman who was in that long clinch with Jay Brooks. I have Jay Brooks right below me. He looks tired. He takes a knee, dumping water over his head. So this is for all the marbles. The head marshal, Bjorn from Sweden, checking. And the striking Eagles move out. Again, the same formation. Now we've got Simon over there with that axe, and we know Simon can deal incredible damage. Oh, and Dustin.
Oh,
yeah, Simon
big
puts
attack.
down one of the Mongol fighters, and that gives us a quick double team with Bam Bam and Simon on the one. And we have one-on-ones.
Oh, he got rid of Bam Bam.
Oh.
And he's still up. Luke Wood is still up.
So now it is Simon.
It's quite
and
even.
Luke
Simon
Wood.
against Lockwood in the center. 2 more fell on the left. Luke is still up. Simon is down.
Oh, not looking good for the United States
Not looking
here.
good.
We got one-on-ones.
A big man like Luke Woods, you don't want him free.
And he is coming in. There's going to be a big hit.
Oh,
And he
big hit by the
chops.
leg of Andre.
Chops to Andre Sanu's legs. Now we have a 3-on-2.
Now there's a huge pile up against the fence.
Oh, and
Andre's
Andre goes down, and that should
2
be the end of
against
that
1,
fight.
3 against 1. That's the end of that.
And England.
And the gold goal to England.
England takes the gold.
That's without changing a man for 3 rounds. Okay, those British are tough.
Definitely tough. So, the 2016 IMCF World Championship. United States silver. England gold. And the bronze medal went to Poland.
The 3rd round. And 2 rounds to 1. They won the gold medal!
That was an amazing tournament, everybody. And that was an actual surprise.
English team jubilant in center field with their win, their gold medal. Very powerful English team this year. All the flags coming out on the field now. Now all the flags out on the field. We have Poland, England, United States. You can see the good sportsmanship between the different fighters here, all congratulating each other, all definitely tired. Very hard fought matches. Crowd is continuing to grow. We're about 6 deep at the rail now. Stands are completely full.
It really attracts a lot of people.
English team lining up. Waving to the crowd, very jubilant with their victory. Hard-fought battles there, 3 rounds. And the United States talking to the Polish fighters over here. One of the Polish fighters. English team very happy with their victory. So again, with 2016 IMCF World Championships in the 5-on-5, England takes the gold, United States the silver, and Poland the bronze. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as everyone gets off the field, we will be resetting this, and we'll be holding the New World versus Old World Championship. It's just for fun. We'll have about 60 fighters out there, 30 per side.
This year is just for fun.
This year is just for fun. Well, when has it not been for fun?
Sorry?
When has it not been for fun?
It's always for fun.
Why?
It's always fun when there's a medal at the end of that.
Well, that's fun.
This
too.
year, there's no prize.
There's no prizes.
But
And that's why Benoit and I are up here, because we're medal hogs. You know? If we're not going to get a medal, we're not going out there. I need another one to throw in my drawer.
all right.
Okay, they have cleared the field.
Actually, on the medal count, because we're also are going to announce who was the overall winner by medal count. I believe right now it's toe-to-toe between England and Quebec.
Could well be.
Because the Quebec team has been doing extremely well for the women's side. England's on the men's side. That they
I've always said your girls are tougher than you.
Canada, USA, and New Zealand. And they will face.
It's funny,
Oh
Benoit
my
was
God,
saying,
the captain of Europe is already standing there. The captain of the Old World, Laurent. Laurent broke his hand in a polearm fight
and he's still
on
out there
the
fighting.
first day, and he fought every single day.
Amazing. Amazing fortitude here. Still the people flooding in now. There's not much room there. The only parts of the spectator area that are open are the ones you can't see from. So we're waiting for the 30-on-30 to begin. We'll have the United States, Quebec, Canada, Mexico, and New Zealand
I think
teaming
there's
up.
a fighter from Argentina as well.
Oh, there's a fighter from Argentina. Oh, all right.
I think so.
That would be excellent. And they will be squaring off against all the European countries. Oh, all right.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, vamos ter agora o combate final do dia. Europa contra o Novo Mundo. 30 contra 30. The series is for you. Vamos lá, palmas. das bandeiras. Com a arma da haste, chapéu de ferro, capitão de Luxemburgo, com a cota de armas azul, com as riscas brancas à frente e o leão vermelho. Ele é o capitão da Europa. E temos agora a entrar na lista os 4 combatentes portugueses a participar. Então, vocês nem apoiam Portugal. Onde é que está esse apoio? É isso, apoio em Portugal! Temos aqui à frente o Sérgio a lançar para vocês. E agora, entra na lista do lado da muralha, o capitão do Quebec, o capitão do Novo Mundo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the 2016 IMCF World Championships with the 30 on 30.
The Intercontinental Clash.
I see that's Regis from your team out there, isn't it, in the front?
Yeah, Regis is the coordinator.
Okay. So
For the 30 versus 30 for the New World side. Well, apparently on the New World, we got a guy from Denmark.
well,
I think we had to borrow from the old world. They're Vikings, you know, they were there before.
That's right. They went all over the world. So we have a fighter from Luxembourg.
Machucan brought all the force he could bring. Del Sarin seems to be the weapon giver on this side. On the European side, it's freaking huge.
There's a lot of Europeans over there. We've got a lot of Poles. I see some Portuguese.
I only got 17 guys,
España,
18, 19, 20 on our side. We're missing 10 guys.
French. I think.
Here comes more.
I think Brendan from Ireland is out there.
Yeah, Brendan wanted to fight us really bad. Eli as well wanted to fight.
So for those of you that were concerned,
Eli's right there getting dressed up.
For those of you that were concerned that I may have done something horrible to Brendan, he's on the field. So.
But something might happen on the
I'm
field.
not saying one way or the other. But, you know, accidents happen. Things go wrong.
So remember, it's a flag game. This one is not only to take the opponent down, but to steal the flag and bring it back. So if you're fast enough, you can probably go without getting too much damage.
Well, let's hope so.
And it's a fight to, I would say that, to the death. It's until one team decides, okay, we had enough rounds now, we can't move anymore.
It's a fight to the finish, which is usually a good place to stop a fight. Benoit's doing a quick count, seeing how many we have on the New World side. We might have to pull some of Denmark in.
Still missing a few on the
what was our
New
count there,
World
Benoit?
side. Oh, one more Canadian in. The Canadian, which were at their first presence here.
Really?
As the Quebecians that we are.
Yes.
Do not fight for Team Canada.
and
And Eli, Mr. My Little Pony.
Yes.
This Quebecian has your number now.
If you've been listening to the feed all the way along, the various different announcers, we have been
I think we're still
razzing
missing a few
each other.
Kiwis on the field.
Nah, we've been
That's
razzing
probably
each
the
other
guys that
pretty
are missing.
badly on various different things. And I think at one point I said that Eli, been known to many people as the world's largest My Little Pony collection. Well, and Regis is organizing here. Surprisingly, no Germans on the field on the other side. Oh, it might be one in the back. No, that's a Dane.
Here's Brandon.
Oh, and we're going to send Ireland over to fight with the New World team.
Yeah, that's what happened because of the British and their potato thing.
Yes, yeah, well. We definitely welcome the Irish team over here to the New World.
I am actually really, really sad I'm not in kit right now, fighting alongside. Sadly, my kit has been pretty much destroyed yesterday, so there's not much I can do about it. There's two guys from Mexico, the Guadalajara Scorpions.
There we go. Got a couple
Those guys,
of Mexican fighters.
They're the two heavy Mexicans, really good fighters.
Very tough.
Brand
very
new,
tough.
tough guy, enthusiastic as it comes, and extremely nice people.
All right.
30 versus 30. First of its
one more
kind.
coming out.
Oh, Dustin is going
Dustin
in.
Goodall coming in for the United States.
Here comes the heavyweight for the United States.
He is a big man.
For the New World. The flag bearer will actually be Danish.
We have Dale
Norwegian.
Saran down
Yes,
there checking, appears
Yep.
Eli's armor.
fixing this.
Oh,
That's Eli. Yeah.
so they're
Eli's
giving
on.
us France too. So the French fighters come over, join with their Quebecois brother.
I got to admit, when you walk through the camps this week, we had an actual French ghetto. Quebec, Belgium, and France all hang out together. So you would walk down the streets in this incredible castle, all down the little alleyway, and you'd pass this huge camp where nobody would speak anything else than French. We named it the French ghetto. They've been friends with Quebec forever. They're all brand new guys, but their leader, Julien, and if you were talking about a friendship and a brotherhood. Last year, for some reason, my bank account was frozen because there was a fraud while I was at Malbark.
It happens sometimes when we come over here.
Exactly, and Julien gave me or lent me the money for the week to be able to survive in Malbark.
Excellent.
The time that everything is fixed. At the same time, the Danish fighter who holds the flag right now, Jesper, my helmet was not fitting. It was a brand new helmet, and he lent me his to do the competition. Mind you, that was double-edged. He found me quite fast on the field on our first fight to try to knock me out. He said he wanted to dent his own helmet.
There you go. All right, so in the New World, we have United States, Quebec, France, New Zealand, Canada, Mexico, and Ireland. On the other side of the field, we have Denmark, Portugal, Luxembourg,
Spain,
England, Spain, and Portugal. It's going to be difficult to figure out who's who on this. And we have a Danish flag holder. So this is like the United Nations, but something
the Danish flag holder is at least wearing the tabard of his...
Yeah, this sort of like the United Nations, but an organization that might actually accomplish something.
All right, that's going to be a blast.
All right.
There's very little on on this side, on the New
we have
Worlds.
Scotland too.
Oh, that's the other side, yeah.
Portugal.
The New World side, USA, Canada,
USA, Canada, Mexico,
South Africa,
South Africa. We have a
But
South
it's
African
one fighter from South Africa.
New Zealand,
France,
France,
Ireland,
and Ireland represented.
Only two fighters from
wait.
Quebec.
it's Danish.
So we're sending
after
the
all-
Irish. We're sending the Irish back to the other side.
They're Irish. They keep crossing the pound every time.
All right. So referees counting up, making sure we have equal numbers of fighters here. Got a pretty strong American
That's a
force
lot
on
of
one
people
side.
on that field.
It's a lot of fighters out there right now.
Remember, they're different teams. They have different captains and different strategy. So it might turn really chaotic, or it can be absolutely beautiful. I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm not sure, but
And
if
it's
I were a betting man, I would bet on the really chaotic.
And remember, all thought this was announced. We didn't organize team before this afternoon.
Nope.
To keep the surprise, to keep the game interesting.
Regis attempting to put some order to this mob. And our referee...
Regis is really good at that, actually, putting order in a chaos in a quick time.
I remember he and I putting order to chaos at the Halloween party that we were all at.
From the picture, I thought you were part of the chaos.
I am kind of on the edge of the chaos. You know, sort of like the eye of the storm, that sort of thing. All right, Igor calling out the rules. He said that if you have a fighter that signals they want to go down, to let them go down. Because, you know...
The 30 versus 30, sometimes the referee won't be able to intervene.
Exactly. Now, the referees are probably going to get the heck out of Dodge the minute this thing starts. Because 60 people in there fighting, there is no space for a referee. They'll be working around the outsides. I see Klaus and Steve over there, and some of our marshals from all the other countries around the outside. Igor in the center. Yes, is the old world ready? They signal they are. Now we're seeing a lot of axes on the Old World team, and a lot of sword and boards over here. Swords and shields, short axes.
I don't know where Igor is going to hide.
I think he's going to run. And he is saying, oh my gosh,
Oh, we
what
got a
in the
maneuver
world?
directly on the right.
Oh, and here comes the English clashing with the
England.
American force.
Remember, the goal is to capture the flag. We got a movement on the right.
This
Big British going around. Nobody's on the floor yet.
Yeah, nobody's down yet.
But you have a beautiful big maneuver.
We have the Guadalajara Scorpions engaging the English in the center, the Portuguese.
Oh, big axe shot directly on a Polish fighter.
Oh, we have one of the Canadians down. Looks like he's okay.
Somebody lost his weapon.
We have a couple English down. Dustin Goodall slugging it out over in the corner.
There's a huge pileup of American and British on the right side, dishing shots to each other. British have brought polearms, which give them a great reach advantage.
And we have
over the
one of the Americans, looks like Damien DeGrazia, goes for the flag in the backfield, but is taken down. We have a force of French and Quebec guarding the flag, along with
the two New
looks like they're
Zealanders.
from New Zealand.
Yep.
The English, along with the Spanish, pushing the side. Pretty much chaos. In
Oh,
this
there's
field
an
right
injured. There's an injury on the Danish desert.
now. We have an injury. One of the fighters from Denmark. Hopefully
I
he'll
don't
be
know
okay.
anymore.
And the medics have been called to the field.
It's actually Dustin, I think.
I think Dustin might have been the one who hurt him.
Yeah, Dustin has been
Yeah,
hurt.
it appears Dustin Goodall has been injured from the United States. He is taking a knee. They're checking him now. We've got paramedics are out here. Hopefully he'll be okay. He's got his helmet off.
It's the shoulder.
Oh, yeah, he appears that maybe his shoulder was caught in the fray.
Everybody who was down, stay down.
All right.
Fighters who were down, stay down.
Well, Dustin is up on his feet and getting out of the arena, so nothing life-threatening. Glad to see that. We don't want to see anybody hurt out here. Definitely.
From the position, it looks a bit like a dislocated shoulder.
I'm willing to bet that could well be it.
That hurts like a...
It does, and it hurts when they put it back in too. So one of the Kepakwa
Something
fighters
major, Ike walk.
coming out, speaking with the English. Everyone is sort of regrouping. Still have a solid American force. French are guarding the flag, helped by the New Zealanders.
There was also a French that was kind of knocked out on the side there.
Nothing serious happened, so we can soon continue.
So at 30 versus 30, accidents are bound to happen. Hits are going to be hard.
There's a lot of chaos going on. A lot of, when you're most likely to get hurt is when your back gets turned and you take that shot from behind. And when you have 30 people running around, your back is going to get turned.
Pressure against defense is enormous when you have that many guys.
Definitely.
If you fall wrong and your arm is outside, you can easily get really
Paramedic Corps is going over to talk to Dustin, make sure that he is okay. I don't think they probably need 7 people to go talk to him, but they're just being safe.
So we can continue. Fight!
And the fight is back on.
I can see that from here.
The old world is
has
pushing.
a lot more fighters in, and they're pushing in.
Justice Clough makes a good run there from the United States. Not able to make any money on it, but he did drive some of the fighters back, and he comes in again, looking for drop that big axe.
They're getting dangerously close to the flag, and a Portuguese running for the flag.
And he is being
beat up.
punished by one of the French axemen and one of the Quebec axemen.
The flag bearer trying to defend itself against, that's actually Mauricio. Mauricio, the Portuguese fighter. Nasty shots from the British on the flag bearer.
The New World better get back to protect their flag or they're going to be in a world of badness.
Mauricio with headbutts to the flag bearer.
Uh-oh,
Flag
and
has
the flag has been taken and is being run back by one of the Spaniards. And it looks like Spain wins the day. Stop the fight. Stop the fight. Stop the fight. Yes, you
First
guys.
round goes to the old world.
Yeah,
It's an
well, all our
actual
stuff is
Portuguese that created the opportunity.
Yes.
Local crowd is going nuts and the flags are running up and down.
well, okay, you won that one, but all our stuff is shiny and new. And we have Disney World. So, of course, I
That's
did
a huge mess.
All right, fighters.
I think a lot of the fighters had enough,
Yeah,
especially in the New World side, because we don't have that much switch. But there's a few guys ready to go in that weren't there before. So maybe we have a second round.
Bill Bam Bam Woodbury just pulled his helmet on, so evidently.
Oh, we're getting some heavy cannons in
yeah,
there.
he's
Also,
definitely a strong
two New Zealanders have just come in. James Bennett, the captain of the New Zealander team, is walking out. There's switch also on the old world side. Really pushed in the last second.
Yes, they definitely did. Well, that break in the action there sort of, I don't know, galvanized them maybe.
Sorry?
That break in the action, got them together
Yeah.
on as a force. Referees discussing.
Matthew Khan, the captain of your all versus all team for
Yes.
USA, discussing with Regis.
You're looking now. over
Regis
the-
is out. Regis Detard, and Matthew is getting the control of the new world.
So
I'm happy
Matt-
the little man is getting a chance. He has
Matthew
heart
Khan,
of a lion.
He's definitely an up-and-coming fighter. He tends to be a little bit like Leroy Jenkins, however. All right.
I think he's missing a few fighters.
I would say you're correct. They're locking the gate. So here we go. 30 on 30 or however many we have here versus however many they have over there. Boy, the crowd just keeps coming in, doesn't it, Benoit? There's a lot of people here.
I can tell you one thing. They're really ecstatic about this version of the fight.
Oh, they're having a lot of fun with it.
First and foremost, having the flag. It's a very simple goal, but it's still... I understood all of that.
I got it too. We just had a cameraman run by, yell something very quickly, and run off. And since neither one of us speak Portuguese,
Simon Rorich is going in, is it?
oh,
Big Simon is walking in. They're really getting the big guns in now.
well, anytime that you're squaring off against Bam Bam and Simon, you're taking your life in your hands. I fought with them and against them, and let me tell you, I'd much rather fight with them. Oh, it looks like Ireland is coming back over. Ireland is sort of like a late draft pick. It keeps getting sent from one side to the other.
You know, they're the most friendly fighters out there. We want them everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they got whiskey.
And of course, our friend Brendan is out there, one of the other announcers. With the New Zealand team, we have Eli, one of the other announcers, and Benoit and I sit up here safely under our tent watching this chaos.
Now it's Laurent commanding on the other side, dead center. And you can see actually the old world has an actual strategy. See, they massed a lot of troop on the left,
It looks like
far
they're-
right side.
It looks like they're going to push the flanks and leave the center
Again,
open.
same flanks. They have their lighter fighters on our left.
Igor gives the sign, and the fight is on. And here they come, charging! Oh, and running away! That was entertaining for a moment.
Oh, they isolated a small group of Americans on one side.
Oh, Simon says, I'll have none of that. Drives the guy back. Got some power here. They've attempted to go quickly for the flag,
that
and the
Polish
Polish
is taking a
fighter
beating
is
right
getting just beaten by a bunch of men with axes, but he has not yet gone down. I think it would
He's
be,
not falling down.
he is not,
just
and,
hanging in
and he has
there.
a group of men with axes tracking him now.
You know what? I realized that 30 versus 30 is going to cost everybody a fortune in armor.
Probably. We have Denmark squaring off with France on the far side. New Zealander
Quebec's fighter
slams
just
one of
rush
the
it.
poles and throws him to the ground. Excellent move by New Zealand. We have one of the Quebecois moving in to support the American forces on the right. And one of the...
Simon is holding almost a flank by himself.
Simon is not human. And he's being pounded now with axes. But, and he slips away again. Simon with that incredible core strength. We have the Irish attacking England. That's interesting. And we have our New Zealanders, our Kiwi friends, along with the Canadians, guarding the flag for the New World. Some brutal fighting across the board. Simon dropping that big axe again and again and again. He tossed one of the English fighters about 6 foot, just with arm and upper body strength.
Oh, nice move by the British there. Oh, sorry.
One of the British fighters is coming in for the flag, but he is chased away very quickly.
Laurent still occupying dead center.
The Luxembourg fighter is starting to try to organize a
he
run,
got him down.
and he puts down one of the Kiwis. And it's not looking good for the New World.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of English on that side.
Martin trying to charge. Got stopped. That would be the time to try to mess around the flag if I was the New World.
Simon right now.
Mauricio going in again. Blocked by one of the French fighter. Mauricio trying to capture the flag from Jesper.
They try to capture the flag or break the flag. It appears he just broke the flag.
Oh, big shots on Jesper. Jesper is down.
And
the flag is carried by Mauricio, the Portuguese fighter. And the crowd goes absolutely wild. And you'll notice if you look in the crowd, you'll see a small Irish flag, which is, I believe, Brendan's mom. His parents used the IMCF as a reason to visit Portugal.
He told me his parents were going to be here today. So, all right, an excellent second fight there.
I think
aggressive.
that might be the end of our day.
I am betting that might be a good idea. It does look
Before
like
we got injured.
No, Igor's asking.
He's asking
Regis
if they want to go for a
they
third
want to
round.
go one more.
Fighters, like I said,
They're checking with the fighters.
Asked, you fight as long as you wish.
Yes.
If you guys are done, you're done.
Fight to
So
your
let's
satisfaction.
see if Regis wants them for a third fight. Regis' arm is broken. You can see his arm is flapping, so I know he's out.
Regis checking with Matthew Kahn, leader of the American All-in-All team.
I believe if you listen to Matthew, you'll fight 18 rounds. Everybody will be crawling, but we'll fight 18 rounds.
He came to me today and said, you know, I'm probably going to need you on the all-in-all team. I said, well, it's good to need things.
Most intelligent answer ever.
Yes.
It's like drugs. You know, when you get on that feeling, if you love what you do, you don't want to get the hell out anyway.
Well, and I fought several rounds wrestling the biggest guy on the French team, so.
They're big. I got to admit, the French fighters are big this year.
And I had the biggest one in a wrestling match twice. So, and I did win both those, so that was good too. Well, the second one was sort of a draw. All right.
Oh, the flag is broken on the world side.
They damaged our flag. See, that's why we can't have nice things. American squad figuring out who they have back. Damien DeGrazia is on the field. I see his distinctive kettle.
Bradley, we're going in for a third round.
They're going to do a third round. You're looking here almost from the perspective that we have. Looking down on the field. He's a little bit to our left, the cameraman right now, but we are just to the right of those flags. So this is the view that we've enjoyed for the entire tournament. Oh, now it's changed the corner. We have multiple cameras around the arena. And we even have, if the wind doesn't pick up, you may have seen it used the first day, we have a drone camera that can fly high over the arena for pictures. However, when it gets windy, the drone has a little bit of trouble. I did see it out earlier today when I was fighting, but I was not up here, so I don't know if you got that feed or not. So, the marshals.
We have really just encouraging the troops, saying we can still do this.
España, Denmark,
We just need a flag. Do we still have a flag, or what are we using now?
Luxembourg, Poland, Wales,
And for people out there, you don't know, that never tried. It's so taxing out here, fighting in an armor, fighting with 70 pounds of steel. But in such group fights like this, you have a lot of people beating on you at the same time.
It can go very wrong very quickly.
and the Dane with the flag.
And the Dane with the flag.
He has defected from Denmark and come over to the shiny newness of the New World. He said, no more castles and cobblestone streets for me. I want shiny skyscrapers and Mickey Mouse.
Well, that's your version of the New World. We don't have shiny skyscrapers. Well, yeah, we do, but they're small.
Well, because in America, we build everything as big as we can.
Welcome to Quebec. We just, eat poutine around it. All right.
And what is up with poutine? Did they sit down and say, let's try to design the least healthy food ever conceived?
No, that goes to Scotland with fried Mars bar.
Well, I was in Oregon, and they had fried butter.
I didn't know that was even possible.
I didn't either. I did not try it. All right, here we go again. American team holding line, and they're pushing hard on the left flank with a good amount of people.
Oh,
the Irish fighter goes for the flag. That is our friend. That is our friend
The flag,
Brendan.
the old word flag, is running all over the place, trying to save itself.
The force on the right, easily keeping they are beating the daylights out of one of the four Spaniards. And the Spanish fighter
nice
comes
jump
back.
shot by a British fighter, by an English fighter.
Quite a fight in the backfield as they go for the flag.
It's all over
Brendan
the
is
place.
down. Brendan, one of the other announcers, just got dumped. Good fights going on all over the place. Appears that the old world might have the numbers, though. They may have a sweep here today. Yeah, looks that way. And here they come in mass.
And the flag man is down. Again, Mauricio has the flag. Taken by Laurent Mauricio. There's a fight between the two fighters on the same team to carry the flag.
The
Laurent's
Portuguese
dragging
fighter will
Mauricio.
not let go.
This is
Portugal.
working.
I'm taking the flag. And they hug, and the third round is taken by the old world. Excellent fighting by all the fighters here. In the crowd, you could not put another person in here with a shoehorn. And they are all on their feet. In the stands, are on their feet. All over, they are just really appreciative of this.
Will they be able to do a fourth one? That's not a question.
I am betting they're not going to.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Most of the American fighter looks broken right now.
Yeah.
It seems like, I think that's the end of that. The guys cannot take it anymore.
We may need a paramedic over here on the one side. We have a American getting up very slowly.
Oh, we got an American with a bit of a situation here. The one that was taking him.
So, Bjorn? No, it's not Bjorn. One of them and he's on his feet.
That's
good.
Matthew, actually.
Matthew is, it's Matthew Kahn who was down for a very, very long time.
He took a good beating in that corner.
Maybe
He was
maybe
isolated.
he won't yell Leroy Jenkins anymore.
I don't think so. He's crazy enough for that.
And there's our friend Brendan coming off the field. Hi, Brendan. Of course, he can't hear us. We just yelled to him up here.
Even if you yell with the armor on your head, you don't hear much. Funny, you can hear the sound of your own teeth clacking together when you get a good shot at the axe, but can't hear when somebody yells from the outside.
Well fought by all teams involved. Next thing we have up will be the closing ceremonies. I will be
I actually will have to go down and change now for the closing ceremony.
Yes.
Because I have to try to look good, and that's hard.
Well,
that's really, really hard for me.
What? With your Quebecian fashion sense?
No, the fashion sense is good. It's my face that's fucked up. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it like that. Hey guys.
There.
We got Swedish visitors upstairs.
Yes. The order is rapidly breaking down here.
What? There's fighters still willing to fight. Guys, those guys are amazing.
Well, let's just have some one-on-ones. Just pick random people and have them fight each other.
They're really reorganizing for another tour.
They're going to try to go again. I'm looking at the
Mexicans are getting back in.
I sent another Mexican in.
Well, you guys know how to do that, right?
What?
Send another Mexican.
No comment.
All right. Why do I feel I'm going to get comments for maybe saying stuff I shouldn't stay on the microphone?
I don't know, Benoit. I don't know. We'd just like to state that all comments here are property of the International Medieval Combat Federation and cannot be used without express written consent.
Oh, Mr. Bennett, the captain of the New Zealand team
Zealanders,
just
the
walked in.
Kiwis, are out on the field. We have one lone American.
I didn't want to say the Kiwis, but since you said it, the Kiwis are in.
Well, that's how they refer to themselves. I was in New Zealand last year, and certainly no problem with that. So all the fighters who are not yet broken are still out on the field. Now the thing of it is that in a fight, if you get taken down very quickly, you might spend most of the fight just sitting on the ground watching other people fall down around you. So you're pretty fresh for the next fight. But if you end up in one of those long, protracted battles, you're not going to really be thinking about doing anything other than trying to figure out how to breathe.
All right, everybody's in position. They're counting, so it's fair. Jesper, the representative from the Denmark materials, still holding the piece of flag that's left.
Regis out at center field, discussing with the marshals.
Jesper is a tough nut as well, because he took a beating on the last one.
Yes. Oh, they're sending, looks like they are sending Belgium.
Oh, and the Belgian are sending the chocolate on the other side. By the way, for camping with the Belgian for the last week and for the year before as well, they always bring really good beer.
Yeah.
They're and thoughtful themselves. When you meet them, they look like really, really nice people until you fight with them. They're nasty, solid fighters.
Most of us out of armor are pretty affable people. It's a very interesting group that fights in these competitions. People from all different walks of life. With a taste for history and combat. Wow, the crowds keep coming. I'm amazed. Every time I look over, there's more people that they've managed to jam in here. Now we've got a lot of people with their children on their shoulders so they can see.
We got this beautiful weather right now.
It is about as nice as it can be.
People are just packed in. I just sad that we had a lot of days of rain for this tournament, so not as many people could have come.
Well, really,
but
it
at
was
least
only
for the big finale, everybody's there.
It was really only Friday that was awful. All right, old world is ready. New world is ready.
Fighters are ready. There's still a big crowd on that field. Not 30
The new
anymore,
world this time is employing archers. No, not really.
They're bringing archers.
Enough of this. The old world pushing up very quickly. Damien DeGrazia on the left. La Flecha teamed up with Brendan. I think that's Brendan.
Brandon just coughing off one of the Danes.
And one of the Danes comes for the flag early. He is hooked by the...
they went directly for the flag. And the Danes are going for Jesper for the flag.
Yes. The Danes are trying to take their own Danish guy down to get a flag. With one of our fighters.
Bennett raining shots on top of the
a
Dane.
huge armor failure for one of the Americans. Belgians are fighting with the Portuguese and the English. The Danes are around, and we've got a fight for the flag on the other end, led by Damien DeGrazia.
Oh, nice kick that dropped one of the Canadian.
And again, Damien getting punished in the back corner. We've got a fight between England.
Big shots on the flag bearer.
And New Zealand over there.
There's a pile up around our flag bearers on this side. Oh, Mexico's going for the flag, trying to stop him. Nobody stopped that big man.
Yeah, He's marching down on the
Oh, and
flag.
they took the flag. They ran away and kicked the guy for good measure.
Oh, and they get the flag. So, stop fight. The Mexican from the Guadalajara Scorpions, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people attempting to take him down, and he did not go down.
That guy, I personally fell with that guy during my first fight with the last round in Mexico. He ripped off about every piece of armor on me, trying to fight me off. He's a very strong man and really strong-willed.
Excellent. Really glad to see Mexico here. We've had a few countries here for the first time. Always happy to see them. Hoping to see the Irish 5-on-5 team next year. They had some injuries early on and decided that they would bow out so they could fight in the singles fights. We have an American down on the side. Hopefully he's okay, just tired. Franklin Brodsky, one of our support staff out there helping him. Franklin's been incredibly helpful for the last several years. Really a good guy.
It seems like now it's about over.
Yep. Well, you know, the thing that you see all the guys on the field in the armor, but understand that for just about every person in armor, there's 2 people off the field that are keeping them in armor. We have armorers back at all of our camps, and we've had many people in the American camp using our tools and you know, to get their armor going, and armorers helping each other to keep the fighters up and in the fight. And that is Justice Clough over there for the United States, still down. Looks to be a little dazed. The American doctor coming over to check with him. Klaus, one of the marshals, also heading over that way.
So if you don't mind, I will sign out.
Okay. Benoit signing off.
Yep. Folks, I really hope you enjoyed our competition. So I got to go get ready for this closing ceremony. And, well, see you next year.
All right. So my friend Benoit from Quebec turning over the mic. The other announcers are all out on the field fighting. Justice Clough being helped off the field by one of the Portuguese marshals and our doctor.
Want to have at least one victory today.
And they're lining up to do it again, ladies and gentlemen. It's kind of crazy. But these guys came a long way to fight, so fight they will. Again, looking at the crowd here, just a beautiful day in Portugal. Big billowy clouds, blue sky, intermittent sun. Nice temperature for those of us from Michigan, although I do see that most of the Portuguese are wearing jackets. It's a little more temperate here. Regis from Quebec looks like he's trying to repair his armor so he can get back out there, because right now we have 6 New World fighters. They're attempting to get Regis's arm fixed so he can jump back out and get in the fray. I fought with Regis many times, fought both with him and against him. Excellent man from Quebec. One of the other Quebec fighters over, revving up the crowd, posing for pictures. This is the man who told Eli early in the competition that he was the most beautiful man in all of Quebec. And he obviously thinks so. So it looks like they're going to line it up and do it again. Again, for those of you just joining us, we're at the 2016 IMCF World Championships here in beautiful Montemor-o-Velho, Portugal, in a castle that dates back to the 11th century. Was added on. I read some information about it the other day coming up. It was added on to in the 13th and 14th centuries, and the last things were added in the 15th century. It's a when you think of a castle, you think of a building that looks like this. It has the turrets with the crenellations on the top. It has multiple ports that people could use for defense, and it is up on the top of a very large bluff. Beautiful, beautiful here. Interestingly, the castle is served from the town, because it's very difficult to get up here, by an escalator. There are 3 giant escalators coming up the hill. Unfortunately, the center one has been down most of the week, which has really taken a toll on the fighters hauling their armor up the hill. All right, we've lined it back up. We've still got Damien DeGrazia out there. I believe Eli, one of the other announcers that has been with you during some of the times when I've been fighting, is on the field. We have a Canadian. I think we have one of the Mexicans, one of the Guadalajara Scorpions. We have one gentleman from Belgium, one from Quebec, another Canadian, and another Canadian. So 3 Canadians, one from Quebec, one Austrian. I think he's an Austrian. One New Zealander, and one American. On the other side, it's pretty much English. We have English. We have, I believe, one Spaniard, possibly one Pole, and I do believe I see a Portuguese tabard over there.
USA, say hi. The USA not listening.
All right. So they're sending the Spanish team over to join up with the New World team. So on the other side, we have English and Portuguese versus our combined team of Quebec, Canada, the United States, Spain, New Zealand. I think that's Belgium. And our flag bearer, for some reason, is from Denmark.
Marshall, say hi.
The crowd here is greatly enjoying the fighting. They are jammed in, as tightly packed as you can possibly get them. Fighters now, the event is winding down. There's been 4 hard days of fighting. And not a real dominant force here this year. It's been pretty well split up. Medals won by a lot of different countries and a lot of different events. Quebec doing very well, the United States doing well, Poland and England doing very well, and Denmark too. But that's not to say that's the only countries engaged. And here we go. Damien DeGrazia out front, making a run. And attempts to push into the backfield, gets rejected by one of the English. The English are trying to sweep the side, being held off by one of the fighters from Guadalajara, Mexico. And we see Eli from New Zealand making a run. I believe that's Eli. And one of the big English fighters coming in against one of the Canadians and one of the Spanish, I'm sorry. Canadian comes in, chases him off. Got a good push down on the far side. A lot of axes being dropped on people. And the Canadian is making a run. Comes in for the flag and is engaged fighting the flag bearer. And here comes his assistants. They have unfortunately left their flag undefended. And here comes the English attempting to take the flag along with one Portuguese. And it looks like the New World may get the flag and the Old World may get the flag too. It's pretty scrappy on both sides. We do have a little more force from the Old World team on our Danish flag bearer on this side. Poland manages to regain the flag for their team. And it's, again, not looking good for the New World. And the Danish fighter is down. And one of the fighters from England has claimed the flag, is making the run back. I don't think there's anyone up left. Well, we have one Spaniard. If he suddenly gains... Oh, and Regis is up in the corner. And that is it. The Old World takes it again. Announce Europe as winning the battle. For this appreciative crowd. We have one of the English fighters down on the field. I suspect he's just tired. Portuguese fighter checking him. He's getting up now. You know, safety is our #1 concern here. I know it might not look like it, but we want to make sure that everyone that started this event ends this event and is standing during the final ceremonies when all the medals will be handed out. And then I think the pub owners in town are going to do very well tonight. I don't know if they're going to go another round or not. I would be surprised, but I was pretty surprised about the last round. So, again, absolutely beautiful day here in Montemor-o-Velho, Portugal. Some of the fighters have taken to climbing up on the castle walls so they can watch the event. I have a wonderful seat here up on one of the towers we've been announcing from for the past 4 days. Well, right now we have 2 fighters still willing to go at it. Damian DeGrazia of the United States and one of the fighters from Canada.
We're going to have a fight between 2 teams of marshals, and the fighters are going to be marshalling the marshals.
They just announced the marshals are going to fight. I don't think that's actually going to happen, although Igor from Quebec is rolling up his sleeves. So I don't know. It looks like they might go again.
This is the marshal's weapons, and they have armas dos marshals.
I'm trying to hear what they're saying here. See exactly what is going to happen. It appears they're going to do something. Oh, and they are taking a man out on a stretcher. He appears to be one of the French team. Let's hope that he is okay. You know, and for an event this size, with the amount of incredibly aggressive fighting that's been going on, the injuries have really been mostly minor. Mostly injuries that would occur in any sporting event, be it football or rugby or anything that has full contact in it. Not really sure what's going on. This is the part of the day where I think they're just winging it. Oh, and I think they have... it looks like they're going to do a grand melee, where it's every man for themselves. Fighters seem to be spacing themselves out amongst the stanchions of our list rails. So
the last chance to buy
what?
IMCF official t-shirts from
The
this event.
the marshals are going to fist fight.
34
Well, all right. They have some of the marshals on one side and some of the marshals on the other side. Let me check what you're looking at in your feed here. You can't really see that yet, but you're going to have a battle between the marshals. I'm probably the Marshal Corps because I am part of that as well. They haven't noticed that I'm up here, but if they do, I suspect they will be attempting to pull me down to join in the Marshal v. Marshal battle. And at this point, silliness reigns here at the IMCF 2016. But I think it's good that it shows the spirit of this competition. A lot of people have commented to me that they have taken their children to see a WWF battle, or not WWF, but the mixed martial arts. And a gentleman said to me that there was some sort of meet and greet afterwards, and they were greatly disappointed at the poor sportsmanship. And he was quite impressed by the way we handled ourselves afterwards. And the thing of it is, ladies and gentlemen, most of these people have spent their whole lives wanting to be nice. All right, we have Regis out there. He is marshalling for the marshals, and the fight begins. See Caitlin from New Zealand charging forward with violence, going up against, attempting to run. He runs past Andrew, is tackled by the marshal from Great Britain, I believe, who is grabbing her in a place that he possibly shouldn't, unless he is now holding onto the rail. She's pulling on his leg. I see Klaus running about, is now squaring off with one of the other marshals. And Klaus is down. Oh, and Caitlin is being picked up, and Igor still up. He is fighting for the Quebec team, and Caitlin is down, and our British Marshal is down too. And our Knight Marshal, Steve Chessman, who just turned 50 years old the other day, manages to win the day for one side or the other. Not really sure. And they're all now complaining to the head marshal, Regis, filing protests, and he's throwing them all out. He's throwing yellow cards like a blackjack dealer in Las Vegas who's snorted cocaine. Oh, and Klaus throws down his hat in disgust, stomps off, has some sort of colorful hand gesture for him. The marshals are now doing some sort of sit-in strike, complaining about the poor quality of the fighters marshaling. Those of you who have ever marshaled one of these events, you run from daylight to dark, very hard to do, and you have people swinging axes, swords, maces, war brands, all sorts of things around your head constantly. And very long days, very thankless job. And we just want to put a word out there to all of our marshals that we appreciate them. I know how hard they work. I marshaled last year in Poland, and they have done an excellent job at keeping order to this chaos. You can see that crowd there now on your live feed. Great, just fantastic Portuguese crowd. A lot of fun. People seem to be really enjoying the spectacle. I'm not sure they're enjoying this spectacle as much as they have some of the others. And it looks like they're lining it up again. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I've commentated for some different and strange events, all the way from strongman competitions to this. But I've never. It appears that one of the fighters from Portugal tried to sneak onto the Marshals team. He will probably be flogged. Oh, wait, they're making a different call. They're saying that he has the right wristband. So if you have the right wristband, you're obviously allowed on the field. That harkens back to a joke last year in Poland, where on the last day, a lot of fighters pulled the stickers that identified weapons as being approved off their weapons and stuck them on weapons, some things that looked more like chainsaws that could have never been approved. All right, Regis is getting ready for the second battle of absolute ridiculousness. Here comes the Marshal Corps. Caitlin has been picked up and is being run to the other side of the field by Andrew from Quebec. One of the marshals is clinging on to the rail and being pummeled, beaten senseless. Oh, wait, too late for that. That was Klaus. And there's a battle in the corner. I'm not really sure what's going on over there. They're tugging on someone's leg. Oh, and a body slam. And there's some sort of leg. I don't even know what's going on anymore. And in this sort of battle, I think nobody wins. And they call stop the fight. And someone won, someone lost. I'm not really sure. Klaus again complaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, the closing ceremony will be at 5.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, they've just announced the closing ceremonies will be at 5. The marshals are assembling on the field. I hope all of you at home have enjoyed the competition here at the 2016 IMCF World Championships. Had a lot of great fighting over the past few days. I've enjoyed being with you commentating. Thank you for all the good comments that you've had about the job we've been doing. We've tried our hardest. It's been a little confusing at times, all the way from having chairs on our head in the pounding rain to trying to figure out what team is what without any identification sheets. So again, this is Dale Walter from the United States of America, signing off from the 2016 IMCF World Championships. Hope you have a great day. We'll probably be back on to show the closing ceremonies, but I'm not sure you're going to have any commentary with that because we're all going to be on the field. Again, have a great day, and thank you for watching our live stream. I'm signing off. This is ridiculous. Thanks.
No fighting allowed. No fighting. Pode ver, as placagens são prometidas. Mais uma batalha acabada. E os senhores ganharam? Vamos lá passar para os nossos árbitros. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the marshals. Passam palmas para os marshals. Só para lembrar que hoje, após a cerimónia de entrega de prémios, haverá música e haverá espetáculo de fogo. Bem, senhoras e senhores, vamos agora dar início aos preparativos para a entrega de prémios. Não saiam daí, vamos ter combatentes portugueses a receber medalhas. Precisamos agora da lista para começar a trazer as taças, as medalhas e afins. Portanto, aguentem um pouquinho. Entretanto, vamos fazer a entrega das medalhas.
And the first one goes Austria. Austria. And Belgium. Canada. Denmark. England. France. Germany. Ireland. Luxembourg. Mexico. New Zealand. And Polonia. Polska. Quebec. Scotland. Scotland. And South Africa. And Spain. And we are waiting for Sweden. Ukraine! Ukraine! And USA! And last but not the least, Portugal! Ladies and gentlemen, this is sports event, and we will do nothing without our marshals. Please, marshals, step into the list. Ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank them in the name of all fighters for their very hard work. They were working from the very morning until the evening, watching our fights, taking care of our safety. Thanks you for your great work. Thank you, marshals. And now I would like to ask Steve, the King Marshal. Please step inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been privileged to be in the lists alongside such sporting fighters whose idea of fair play has been the best I have ever seen in 4 years of competition. And I would like to pay my respects to all of the fighters for helping the marshals with decisions and making this route run so smoothly. So thank you. We have 2 presentations. Before I do that, I would like to say on behalf of the marshals to the town council and the people of Montemor,
thank you very much for making the Marshals so welcome and taking such great care of us. Thank you.
Este prémio é o prémio para o melhor fair play.
We have 2 awards for fair play. The first award is to the individual who has shown the most fair play and sportsmanship in the view of the Marshals. The Marshals have voted on this, and we believe that the person who has, without any consideration for his own person, lent equipment, very expensive equipment out to other fighters, and has always been there for other fighters, would be.
E este prémio vai ser entregado ao combatente com maior ética de fair play, mesmo à custa do seu equipamento, que todos vocês sabem que este equipamento vale muito dinheiro. A título individual, o vencedor do prémio pelo melhor fair play é...
And the winner is the captain of Denmark, Jesper!
Capitão da Dinamarca. Jasper! 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 Obrigado, aplausos para ele, senhoras e senhores, vamos lá!
The second award is the team of the event that, in the Marshals' opinion, have gone that extra distance to help other teams. There were a lot of good examples of fair play, and it was very hard to decide, but we did make a decision based on a team that has turned up to support individual fighters who had no seconds and who have helped out other teams without any consideration, and also, without wanting to give it away, have not had a lot of resources themselves because of the distance they've travelled.
O próximo prémio será para a equipa que teve a maior atitude de fair play, que ajudou as outras equipas, quer com armas secundárias, quando essas equipas não tinham, quer com a atitude do esportivismo, e apesar de ser uma das equipas de mais longe, com poucos recursos, mesmo assim esteve sempre lá para ajudar. A vitória será para...
Could I ask a representative from the New Zealand team to please come forward?
Obrigado, salve palmas para ele, vamos lá!
Ladies and gentlemen, right now I would like to invite inside the list the mayor of Montemor-o-Velho.
Vamos a convidar agora a lista o presidente Montemor-o-Velho, mas salve palmas para ele!
In the name of all fighters, we would like to say thank you for this wonderful event.
Obrigado, salve palmas para o presidente Emílio Torrão, vamos lá, uma salve palmas! Sem ele, nada disto tinha acontecido!
Boa tarde a todos. Uma primeira palavra de agradecimento a todos vós que a chuva não vos arredou daqui. Muito obrigado por terem vindo e por terem vindo a apreciar esta belíssima organização. À IMCF, o meu muito obrigado, à Liga Portuguesa também. Venham sempre, são sempre bem-vindos. You are always welcome. Thank you for everybody.
And the second person which made this event happen, we would like to thank him all. Nuno!
Salvador Paulo, presidente da Liga Portuguesa de Combate Medieval.
We have a small present for Nuno, as he made this happen. And thank you for your great work for this event, for all the countries all over the world. So, right now, we'll start the awarding ceremony.
Vamos agora dar início à cerimónia de entrega de prémios.
And we'll start with single categories, polearm.
Agora na categoria individual, em arma de haste.
And the bronze in female category goes to...
E o bronze da categoria feminina de arma de haste vai para Portugal! Luciano do ar, vamos lá lançar palmas para ela! Vamos lá! Os fãs são apoiados por nós e os que não tiraram apoio, vamos lá!
And the silver
E a prata vai para...
Kevin! And the gold medal
E a medalha de ouro
in female polearm category goes to USA!
vai para os Estados Unidos! São Paulo, Pagenil, dos Estados Unidos, vamos lá, campeão do mundo! Agora está vindo o 8 dos Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos, Quebec e Portugal. As nossas campeãs, salve palmas!
now we move to male category, polearm.
Estamos agora para a categoria masculina na arma de haste.
The third place and the bronze medal goes to
O terceiro lugar e medalha de bronze vai para
Luxembourg!
Luxemburgo.
And the silver medal
E a medalha de prata vai para
goes to Spain!
Tigers, nossos vizinhos. E a medalha de ouro vai para
And the gold medal goes to England!
Vamos da Inglaterra.
And the national anthem of England.
Agora o hino nacional de Inglaterra. Obrigado, salve palmas!
And now, longsword duels, female category.
Agora a categoria feminina de espada longa.
The bronze medal goes to
Medalha de bronze,
Austria!
Austria! Obrigado, salve palmas, vamos lá!
And the silver goes to
E a medalha de prata vai para
France!
França!
And the gold medal
E o ouro vai para
goes to Quebec!
salve palmas para Cristina do Quebec, é campeão do mundo! Estamos agora à espera que entre o nacional do Quebec. Gracias.
And now, the male category.
Agora na categoria masculina, a medalha de bronze para
In longsword, the bronze goes to Poland!
Polónia. Salvamos para Marcin da Polónia.
And the silver goes to Spain!
A medalha de prata para a Espanha. Salvamos para o Victor. Já caiu para a terceira medalha.
And the gold medal in longsword category goes to England!
A vitória vai para a Inglaterra. Salvamos para o Lucas, Inglaterra. Grande ao palco, os campeões.
And last individual nomination, sword and shield, female category.
E outra categoria individual, espada e escudo. Categoria feminina, medalha de bronze vai para
Bronze medal goes to Poland!
Polónia. Dá palmas para a Camila da Polónia.
And the silver goes
E
to
a medalha de prata vai para
USA!
Estados Unidos da América. Uma grande salva de palmas para a Samantha dos Estados Unidos.
And the gold medal,
E a medalha de ouro vai para
Quebec!
uma grande salva de palmas para Gabriel do Quebec. Obrigado, as campeãs. Um grande salve de palmas para as campeãs. Passamos agora à categoria masculina.
And sword and shield, male category. The bronze
A
goes
de
to
bronze vai para
France!
França. Sapato Emmanuel, de França. Essa agarra, vamos lá, salve palmas.
And silver medal goes to
A medalha de prata vai para
England!
Inglaterra. Lucas, da Inglaterra. Segunda medalha já. E agora a medalha de ouro vai para
And the gold medal goes to Polska!
Polónia. Ragazzi, salve palmas. Ragazzi, salve palmas, nós campeões. Pega polaco.
And now we move to group fights.
Estamos agora aos combates do grupo.
3 versus 3.
3 contra 3, categoria feminina.
Female category. The bronze medal
Medalha de bronze vai para
goes to USA!
Estados Unidos.
USA!
Palmas para os Estados Unidos. Agora a medalha de prata vai para
And the silver goes to Poland!
Polónia. Temos aqui uma representante das 3 combatentes que puderam estar agora aqui connosco. Ligação de palmas para a Polónia!
And the winner
E as vencedoras são
is Quebec!
Salve para os campeões! Vamos lá!
And now we move on to male categories. 5 versus 5.
Passamos agora à categoria masculina, 5 contra 5. A medalha de bronze vai para...
And the bronze medal.
Vamos ver quem é delas. Medalha de bronze vai para...
Third place. Polska!
Polónia! Imagina assim, são 5 elementos, mais 3 esqueletos, aí temos aqui mais que 5 na lista. Ao todo uma equipa de 8.
Third place, Polska! Polónia!
Polónia, um salve de palmas!
And the second place and silver medal goes to
Segundo lugar e medalha de prata vai para
USA!
Estados Unidos da América! Uma grande salve de palmas!
USA!
Estados Unidos, uma salve de palmas! E o vencedor da medalha de ouro e campeão do mundo 5 contra 5 masculino é
And the gold medal goes to England!
Inglaterra! England! Inglaterra! Ragazzi, applauso per todos, senhoras e senhores, vamos lá!
And next, 10 versus 10.
Próxima categoria será o 10 contra 10.
The bronze medal in 10 versus 10 goes to
Medalha de bronze no 10 contra 10 vai para
France!
França! Vive la France! Bourgeois! 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 Vitória francesa, passar palmas!
France!
São Paulo para a França!
And second place and silver medal
Segundo lugar e medalha de prata vai para
goes to Denmark!
Dinamarca! E o primeiro lugar e medalha de ouro vai para
And the first place gold medal goes to England!
Inglaterra! Vi skal bare stå tættere sammen. Vi skal være med på billederne for helvede. Det er hyggeligt, det er hyggeligt. Mesteren står dernede. Nu er det ej, mor, nej.
Skal jeg nok selv finde jer, hvis ikke jeg kan se jer.
England! Inglaterra, passar palmas! For England! Central! For England! Central! For England! Central! Passamos agora à próxima categoria. Categoria grande, 16 contra 16. And the last set of medals. Última categoria de medalhas. 16 versus 16. 16 contra 16. Bronze goes to. Medalha de bronze vai para Spain! Espanha! Spain!
Second place.
Segundo lugar, medalha de prata.
Second place and the silver medal
Lugar
goes
e a
to
medalha de prata vai para
France.
França.
France.
Passou a palma, vamos lá. E agora, a medalha de ouro dos 16 contra 16.
And the gold medal in 16 versus 16 goes to USA!
Estados Unidos da América, uma salva de palmas.
USA!
Palmas.
Thank you.
Vamos lá, uma grande salva de palmas para os nossos campeões!
Ladies and gentlemen, as we have 10 different disciplines in our IMCF World Championship.
Senhoras e senhores, nós temos 10 categorias diferentes do nosso campeonato do mundo, da IMCF.
We'll announce the overall rating of the countries participating in our event.
Vamos anunciar a classificação geral de todos os países que participaram no campeonato.
And at the 8th place,
Vai calcular
with 1 bronze medal,
com uma medalha de bronze,
we have Austria,
Áustria,
Luxembourg, and Portugal!
Portugal! Siga para frente, siga para frente.
7th place
Em sétimo lugar,
is Denmark!
Dinamarca.
6th place,
Sexto lugar,
Spain!
Espanha.
5th place,
Quinto lugar,
France!
França.
4th place,
Quarto lugar,
Poland!
Polônia.
3rd place,
Terceiro lugar,
USA!
Estados Unidos.
2nd place,
Segundo lugar,
Quebec!
Vou cantar palmas.
And the first place in overall classification, England!
Finalizando, eu gostava de fazer alguns agradecimentos à Câmara Municipal de Coimbra, que nos facultou as bancadas, bem como à Câmara Municipal da Figueira da Foz. Uma saudação muito especial para os trabalhadores e para a minha equipa pessoal que montaram isto tudo. Eles merecem, os nossos trabalhadores municipais merecem uma salva de palmas. Uma saudação muito especial também para duas entidades, para a Escola Profissional que garantiu o streaming de vídeo para todo o mundo em sinal aberto. Uma salva de palmas para eles. E também para a Cruz Vermelha de Ligação da Carabinheira, que garantiu os primeiros escolares e que tiveram a tarefa a descer. Muito obrigado a todos, sejam bem-vindos e para o ano, também ao Nuno, à Liga, também quero dar aqui uma nota, uma salva de palmas também para a Liga, da pessoa do Nuno Serra. Uma salva de palmas também para a IMCF, da pessoa do Uber. Extraordinary. Thank you. E finalmente, para o ano, cá está, vocês vão para o outro lado, mas estão sempre bem-vindos. You are always welcome to Montemor, ok? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the medals are on the fighter's chest. It's been very beautiful 4 days of our IMCF World Championship in Montemor-o-Velho.
Senhoras e senhores, todas as medalhas foram entregues dos nossos combatentes. Foram 4 dias grandiosos aqui em Montemor-o-Velho.
We would like to thank all the organizing team, Mr. Mayor, Nuno, streaming, and all the technical people working for us.
Eu peço para agradecer ao Nuno, à Câmara Municipal, à escola, a todos que fizeram isto possível.
And water supply also, thank you for water for the fighters.
Tenho a Vimeiro, que foi o nosso patrocinador, que deu água a todos. Águas do Vimeiro.
We would like to thank our wonderful audience. Thank you for the support.
Obrigado a vocês, maravilhoso público.
Ladies and gentlemen, IMCF has its World Championship in the most beautiful place all over the Europe.
Senhoras e senhores, a IMCF tem tido os seus campeonatos do mundo nos lugares mais bonitos de toda a Europa.
2 years ago, we've been to Spain. A year ago, we visited Poland. Now we are in Portugal.
Há 2 anos atrás estivemos em Espanha, o ano passado foi na Polónia, este ano em Portugal.
And right now, I would like to announce the next year IMCF competition site.
E agora vamos anunciar o local do próximo campeonato da IMCF Campeonato do Mundo, que será em...
And in 2017, IMCF World Championships will be in Spotrup, Denmark, from 26th.
O próximo campeonato do mundo será na Dinamarca.
And the championship will take place from 25th to 28th of May 2017.
E será na Dinamarca de 25 a 28 de maio. Uma salva de palmas.
So if you enjoyed our championships, see the championships next year in the streaming. It will also be online, so you can watch us during our championship next year.
Se gostaram disto, para o ano, quero ver-vos todos na Dinamarca. Quem puder, temos sempre a live stream no YouTube. Portanto, uma salva de palmas.
Our fighters, thank you all for wonderful competition. We had great tournaments, very beautiful fights every single day. The best have the medals, the best have won, but people fighting with no rewards. I think we are all very happy to be here in Portugal as we visited wonderful place and felt wonderful atmosphere here in Montemor, Portugal.
Vamos dar palmas. Todos nós, os combatentes, sentimos uma atmosfera incrível. Sentimos-nos bem recebidos por vocês. Uma grande salva de palmas para todos os combatentes.
Remember, IMCF is a family of all fighters all over the world. It's not only the family of the nations. At IMCF is the place where you can come with your family, your children, and we are building worldwide society.
A IMCF não é só uma liga, é uma família de combatentes, mas também um local onde pode trazer a sua família para crescer todos juntos.
So I think that will grow every year and we'll have more and more countries participating in our event because you know that our championships is something unique, something beautiful and worth to come.
Todos os anos vamos começar a ter cada vez mais países, mas o nosso campeonato é algo especial, algo único. Somos os melhores.
So, thank you fighters, see you next year, and I declare this championship closed. Thank you!
Está declarado oficial do Campeonato do Mundo. Lembrar a todo o povo que entretanto nós temos um espetáculo de fogo e de música. Junto à igreja, entretanto, teremos o nosso espetáculo de fogo e de música. Obrigado a todos, obrigado à equipa portuguesa, obrigado em nome de todos os combatentes que estão aqui, obrigado em nome da IMCF. Até para o ano, obrigado, uma salva de palmas, vamos lá!